Alright, folks, welcome back. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は26日目です。We're almost approaching a month. It's almost been a month of WaniKani. Let's see. Yesterday we had a wonderful conversation in which I have like another pocket story for this. So we'll see if the opportunity presents itself. Largely we talked about various things actually. Viewpoints, opinions, maybe some existential crises. Things about, yeah, there were a lot of different things, but I like to highlight the idea of technology dependence, right? Technology dependence, one of the core topics of yesterday, dealt with the idea of navigating innovation or intellectual optimization that surpasses perhaps a emotional self-awareness of humans, right? It's kind of a personal fun topic that I think about a lot of times, which I did a little bit of that today before I hopped on, so I have a pocket story for this. It's kind of funny. I tried it out in the Discord and thought it was pretty funny when I typed it up. Anyways, let's get to our lesson. Today is also our last day in which I wrap up the 100-day interim review of Duolingo Japanese, right? And my progress report for the last 100 days, which marks the end of the 300-day total. That's some thoughts. Most of today's Duolingo thing later on with Duolingo Japanese is going to be very retrospective, kind of similar to the various conversations we had during WaniKani. I did finish late yesterday for that reason, so makes sense that these things come up around 8 these days. Let's see where we're at when we finish these reviews. As far as I'm aware, that's pretty much, we probably get one lesson and it's probably on old. In Onyomi read on old, or are they gonna just go to Voodoo? Alright, I guess we'll find out. So let's get into here. Keyboard, let's go. What was for character? Oh, the Big Lebowski reference, right? Our mnemonic works there, so that's pretty sufficient. Whoa, it's stick. Oh, we haven't seen that in a while. Okay. Jeez. Oops. Okay. Oh, these are some of the first ones. We got some of the first radicals coming back around. And still type this. Oops. For you, this for you, the mnemonic. Okay. Ugh. My T button double actuates. Oh. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Oops. 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 Okay. Forgot. That was like the suckers thing, the suckers mnemonic. That was like, eh. Okay, they accept that, sure. What was this? It was like cutting a triceratop in half. But how do you get to... I'm doing pretty well. Are you to finish up? Yes, I am finishing it up today. So lots of yapping. We only have 4 constructs to do, and then we do some yapping, some reflections. This was Triceratops sunbathing. But how did I get to Han? Let me see. I have no idea. Or I'm not gonna wait on it. Oh, Han Solo. That's right, the laser blaster cutting it in half. Well, that's 3 out of 4 of the 4 disagreeable mnemonics that I had yesterday. I mean, it doesn't change that I know what it is, but that one's a little bit rough. What was it? So we had the mowing. They just have to come up. Mnemonics and mnemonics. How was your Saturday? Salt. What was that? Mnemonic for. Like, they had to choose, right? They had to give me a mnemonic to determine, I guess, ties to things important. Still works. Because there were 2 reads for that, so they had to give a mnemonic to decide which read it was. Oh boy. Oh. Yankees. Maybe you should rewatch Star Wars. Don't you remember Han Solo cutting dinos in half and exactly in half in the movies? With the laser blaster? I was trying to think, is there a Jedi with the name Han in their name, like in either in their first name or the last name? So you could use, like, you can imagine a lightsaber slashing something in half, but a laser blaster, I guess if you have like, not a laser blaster, but if you had like one of those like channeling lasers, I don't know if that's a thing. I actually don't remember if there's like a channeling laser where, you know, you just shoot a large beam and then you saw something in half, but it's more like a really large lightsaber. I don't think I can't recall a scene where maybe like a gigantic ship, like, you know, cut something in half, but I honestly have a very hard time picturing a laser blaster cutting something in half. Saturday was good. Mine was pretty. It was all right. Yesterday I was pretty tired, but we managed. And you mentioned you don't work it at the moment, so do you have any different activities or habits on weekends? Not particularly. Like, no, not particularly. So because I don't work, yeah, as that's a very legitimate question. My routine stays consistent through the entire week. So I don't particularly do anything outside of like special occasions. Like you know, Chinese New Year's is coming up, or when I have some like annual obligations. Those are the only times when there's idiosyncrasy changes. However, for habits, weekends, they're almost consistent across the board. The content that I consume changes, right? The content, but the activity and the habits, the like functionality and the mechanics stay the same, right? Like I know it's a combination of being reductive, but not reductive as well. Like for example, anime doesn't stay consistent. However, the activity or the habit of watching anime is consistent. And then like I doom scroll a little bit before I get on stream for like some inspirational purposes. So I do have a pocket story today for that, which I could talk about because today is review day and it's not too bad. So I'll have more about that in just a bit, since we have 17 more to go before 7 rolls around. I have some reviews at 7 and 8. Give me a sec. Okay. Oh. Oh, home. Oops. I am expecting 0 WaniKani lessons today. There's one lesson if hurui, if old comes up. If old comes up, then there's one kanji left, which is old, which I expect eventually. I don't know what the read is yet at the moment, but old is the only character, and in order to get more lessons, they're either going to be vocabulary, which is hard to predict right now for me. However, the rest is like 4 out, where 3 days including today out. No, 4 days including today out before we hit level 4, you know, for the big splash peak day. So peak day is right after the day after I finish my Chinese Duolingo wrap up for the 100 days. So the timing is, I can't slack off. The timing's locked in. Otherwise, the last day of the Chinese Duolingo review is going to line up with peak day on WaniKani, and that's going to be a tough one. So it's looking pretty good right now. Shin, right? Shin. This was my first error in WaniKani. Man, it's been a while, hasn't it? It's almost been a month. This was my first error in WaniKani. I typed fin without the S. I'm pretty sure that was my first error in WaniKani. I typed fin. Heckin' fin. It's a Chinese thing. When I think of like, or actually no, it's a Japanese thing too. I type the singular form of all the English words. Like I translate it, like I interpret functionally the singular form of every single like noun. So whenever I type fin, I mean it's fin and fins, not, you know, you get into that a pattern of, oh yeah, you just infer if it's plural or not. So the translating to fin and fins, I'm like, ah, dang it, they got me. Pretty sure it's okay. Ah. Oh, right. Component. I mean, radical. Right. Good catch. Thank you, WaniKani. Right, the radical. Uh, I must say that's a pretty frustrating first area, but especially in the beginning, you do have to get used to what leeway wanting. Yeah, you kind of get used to it. You basically get used to it by the time you complete the first set. You understand. And sometimes I test them. I'm like, I haven't typed this. What happens if I type this? And that still tickles me spidey sense, so to speak. I do it on Duolingo too. I'm like, what if? How did this one work again? Oh, this one's the one where the mnemonic needed some refresher, right? Or is it still... Can I still get away with... Okay. Is it used, the other one? Yeah, okay. The reason I stop on this one is because of Chinese. Usually I stop on things that might be slightly concerning. Quizzes at the end of the lessons are a perfect place to test those things, since you don't get penalized in the SRS for wrong answers there. Yes, but my quick, concise response to that is both. Because it's SRS, it's great that you don't get penalized for SRS, but because it's SRS, you want to do it after the next day and the following day. Because of SRS. Like, you test things when it's spaced out. You don't test things immediately after. Largely because you won't be thinking about other things other than the things you're exposed to. Like, in both cases, they're same, right? They're same, but different, right? The following day, you'll have different ideas once you consolidate and think about it. Not immediately after. So, it's kind of like getting a pop quiz at the end of class, or doing your homework and then coming to class for a quiz. Two different processes. Let's see. Norwal with the stool? What was Norwal with the stool doing? They're your friends. They're telling you about use. I can use. All right. So I have a short story. I think we're just gonna move on for today. But yeah, we hit the 2 notches, so that's fine. The pattern will still be the same at 5 because of the 2 notches. Yeah, I know what you mean. I also know you're not rushing the levels, so there's no issue as long as you don't mind delaying level ups as a... Well, I'm not rushing any levels because it's based on schedule. So I complete whatever. It's just 0-0. So whenever I finish, I don't wait on anything. So if it doesn't line up, it doesn't line up. So I just do whatever... I know that you can affect the way these things work using scripts, but I just do whatever it's queued up. So the rate limiting step is WaniKani. I'm not delaying or speeding up anything. So it's time gate. I'm used to very moderation when I reach a limit, but in this case, WaniKani is nowhere near my limit. I think I talked about this maybe 4 or 5 days ago. During the last peak, like level 3 peak. I think for me, I would place my limit somewhere around 1,000 reviews. If there were 1,000 reviews, maybe 3 hours, 3 hours, 1,000 reviews. That's probably my limit. If I were to like dispense with talking and preparing for everything else. But generally speaking, I don't think WaniKani will be able to hit that limit. Oh there. Hi. Welcome again. Welcome back. Yeah, so for me, I just do whatever is available. So if I don't reach, 7 o'clock, I could drag my feet for another 9 minutes and reach 7. We'll probably not do these since I've ended my lesson or ended my stuff. So, yeah, delaying is irrelevant to me, or the pace of things are irrelevant to me. We try to make sure that the experience is gathered my entire attention. I mean, if you get a kanji review wrong, for example, you take a couple more days to get items to Guru, which will delay the level, but from what I understand of your approach, you don't mind. Yeah, but that's not a delay, that's part of the process. Once again, like, it's not about whether you get it wrong or not. Progression is irrelevant to the act of learning and repetition. So at least in my opinion. So you can consider it as a delay, but I am not delaying anything from my perspective, right? So if you get something wrong, there's something to be learned about it. It's only a delay if you think you're learning nothing from it. So it's a waste of time, or a delay as in a waste of time for progress if you don't use it functionally. And most of the time when I get something wrong, this is probably because it's extending from the testing things, right? Testing things. Thought I'm testing something, that's a purpose. So there's no delay in any progress. If you're testing something, you're intentionally and actively committing the action. A delay is when, honestly, it's kind of hard for me. Have I delayed something? I've delayed something. I've delayed the Duolingo Japanese review before. Actually, I delayed it by 3 or 4 days, and the delay was non-functional. I just didn't feel like doing it, which I did make a comment about. Like I was gonna take a break. All right, just take a break. That's the closest thing to a break. I was actually studying during the delay, though. I guess the difference there was it wasn't recorded. So I didn't record myself sitting there practicing my constructs for another 3 or 4 hours off stream. Largely because if I talk through it, my voice will be wrecked. So in a way, I delayed something to practice something that I already know. That can be considered a delay for me. In this case, if I consciously decide to test something, that's the time that I used for my own benefit. Yeah. And I'm aware of that. There's a leeway of, what is it, 10%? There's a leeway of 10% on kanji. At least it seems like it. Maybe it's not percentage based, but more like a flat rate. Like maybe it's -3 kanji every time. But in this case, for today, it happens to be 10%. For this level, it happens to be 10%. So like, yeah, it makes sense. I think it also relates back to an aspect we talked about a few days ago. To me, the workload consistency, mostly lessons, is important, but you don't mind the peaks. Yeah, so it's a sufficiency thing, right? It's a sufficiency thing. That's what I was gauging when I talked about it. I have sufficient energy, right? So I can allocate any amount of energy. I actually end stream a lot of times. I end stream with at least like 5 hours of productive energy. So there are days where I expend this 5-hour energy. So I am at 5 hours of excess energy. So my day doesn't necessarily end. Hey, Maku. Oh, hey, Oni. It's been a while. Yes, it has been. Yeah. What is this kanji discussion about? It's about practice, WaniKani practice, or things about WaniKani practice, how I manage my energy levels. So when I end stream as planned, you know, no digressions or anything. When I end stream when planned, I have at least 5 hours of more productive energy. Sometimes I stretch into it. So when do I stretch? Usually, say I end at midnight. I tend to try to end at midnight, my time. And I try to start between 5 and 6 p.m. lately. But before, it used to be like 3 p.m. This is local time, so EST. This distance is the usual productive time for streaming. However, my productive day actually ends around 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. So if I go into this day, which yesterday I did a little bit, sometimes I get to 5 a.m. And that's when I would hit a energy cap, right? In terms of WaniKani, the volume, the density, the intensity can slightly change from activity to activity. However, WaniKani's intensity, if I were to like put like a scale from 1 to 10 being very intense, right? Intense to 1 being laxed or very assisted. I'm going to use the word aided. WaniKani's score is about a 2. The most intense things I've ever done is probably presenting a debate or presenting a topic of choice. So when someone asks a very well-developed question, that's probably when it hits a 10. And when you hit a 10, that means I get tired quicker, right? So 10 being, I don't know, writing a thesis or something. I guess writing a thesis would be, or like a preparing for a seminar is probably a 10, something like that. Duolingo is a 1. Sometimes playing video games, like a puzzle game or something, you might get to like a 4. But most of the time, things are at a 1 because that's how technology has vastly depreciated the barrier to doing. Oh, I know one that I do online, like stream. Drawing's about a 7 when I do Inktober. When I do Inktober, especially near the end, it drifts to a 10 near the end because I have to do 31 drawings back to back. From finish within the day. So I have to finish all my prompts from beginning to end, back to back. So near like the 29th to the 30th day, the rigors get really high. So I wouldn't pass a challenge, like I wouldn't do it more than a month. That's my limit. So we typically gauge my limit as I go, and that's how Duolingo and all that stuff was gauged. And for me, for WaniKani, I could do this for 14 hours. I mean, I could do this for the entire day before going to bed. The energy cap is very low for WaniKani. Since WaniKani is around a 2 or a 1, you know, outside of eating, maybe I'll eat on stream. I could do like a 36-hour stream or something, but that would be okay. It's very minimum effort. It's probably one of the attractions of SRS systems. It's minimum effort, right? 日本語は上手にありましたか？ or なりましたか？まだまだです。お兄さん、少し。What you call it? For now though, I think WaniKani is pretty locked in. It's pretty good. HanziHero, we doubled the volume, right? We doubled the volume. HanziHero, you are the default function is that everything keeps progressing and everything's fixed. So You do your lessons regardless if it's unlocked or not, and it's in the functionality, right? It's like in the app itself, you can determine if you want to be locked behind, like the way WaniKani does it. However, in HanziHero, you just do your lessons. You keep doing your lessons. If things get burned, it gets burned. You keep doing your lessons. So that's an interesting take. It's kind of like a mix between Duolingo and WaniKani's approach to capping things. And I think I'm going to make that comment, by the way. I'm going to make this comment in the Duolingo review, the finalized review today. And that's the idea that Duolingo does not have capping. So does not have like a rotational capping on things. So you can get to a point where you've forgotten everything, which largely is probably one of the biggest criticisms. But people's solutions are not addressing the criticism. So hear me out, I suppose. One of the complaints about Duolingo is that Duolingo moves too slow. And I actually think Duolingo moves too quickly. And then they move so quickly that they don't go back over things. I think the word they typically use, they as in the most regular critics, are it's too repetitious, right? Because now you're thinking in sentences. And those sentences are repetitious. They provide too much context clues in the moment to remember those things. Meanwhile, WaniKani doesn't provide any of that, technically. You're looking for one word, like you're bouncing the things, right? It feels fast, but it's actually more repetitious than Duolingo. And one of the downsides of that kind of model is it makes things feel slow while it's not slow enough. And you get to the point where you have to fundamentally go back and do it yourself. You would agree that WaniKani is not very intense overall. That being said, I know that for yourself, I would not find it enjoyable to do up to 100 lessons in a row, especially when most items are new to you. That's understandable. For myself, learning capacity is equivalent to the energy that I have. So if my workload, obviously this is different, right? If I had the same workload that you did, I'm not trying to say that I'm different because of some sort of inborn talent, but my workload is very high already. I'm constitutively higher in workload when it comes to handling new information. However, you, right, you do work and you have parenting obligations. You have a lot of things where it requires that you are consistent with static information through practice. I spend the large majority of my time not doing that. So the workload might be different. Like the enjoyments of the workload might be different. For a lot of people that are outside of the activities that I have, usually it's even less. It's far less. When it comes to novel lessons. In fact, the reason why WaniKani is more approachable when it comes to its volume is because a lot of it is static. Actually, WaniKani is far more static than Duolingo when it comes to associating things. So when you get like 10 or 20 lessons, the intensity of those lessons are, the bottom line is you use rote memory. That's the bottom line, which is the minimum amount of units to remember something. Then you have the mnemonics that's stuck on top, right? Then you can commit some energy to the mnemonics. And mnemonics is supposed to lift the energy requirement over a course of repeating that exercise. In Duolingo, when you see it, you have to remember the entire context of the sentence, which requires an effort. And then when you see the context of the sentence, then you also have to expend energy to create your own mnemonics to remember the vocabulary if the sentence is not great. And then you need to commit the energy to remembering to review that after every subsequent exposure to that, because the exposure is going to stop, right? They're basically going to stop right after you leave the unit, and on occasion, like very rare occasion, it's going to come up again. Usually it comes up in the next 3 lessons and then it disappears like almost entirely. So you have to come up with your own effort-based micro scheduling for that exposure. WaniKani lifts that. So it may feel like you can do 100, you can do 10 lessons at a time, right? 10 lessons at a time as opposed to 100 lessons at a time. However, I see the day as a different mindset. I see the day as having lessons. So whatever my energy output is for that day, I'm gauging that. It's only been a month, right? I haven't really gauged the upper limit yet, but do I have energy in finishing the lesson set? And that set is irrelevant. I don't consider the number, but my energy available to finish my set. So say my energy is only good enough for 2 hours of WaniKani. Well, I just stop after 2 hours. If I get 15 lessons done, that's all the energy I have mustered for the 2 hours. If it takes me, you know, some days I'll have 40 lessons, that's fine. If it's still that 2 hours of energy. So that's kind of how I'm moderating whether I'm fit to keep this pace or not. And it keeps me flexible. So when we talk to, like, if we have a discussion that goes on for like 4 hours, then I don't have problems just stopping as long as I know that I can get the rest of the stuff done. So yesterday was intense. It was one of the more intense days, not necessarily because of WaniKani, but the summation of the entire day, because I had to write 15 constructs after HanziHero. And the nice thing about WaniKani, of course, is that SRS can be tailored so that you can cover a specific amount of content. You can view it as the amount of content that you want to cover. So 10 lessons if people plan. Demoいsomething だね. What character is that? That kind of looks like feels. Is that good? Kanji だね. Interesting, but it feels good. Sorry, I was reading another message. So I think either way works as long as it keeps you consistent. For me, it's how much energy I have. So if I don't get it done, I don't get it done. That's what happens is it's the effort input. It's my measure of effort. So if I'm tired, then doing more lessons. I'm gonna say, I don't say this very often, but if I am tired and I continue to do lessons, I consider that as potentially risky or counterproductive, right? Because diminished return kicks in. So when I'm really tired, I don't do much more. This is a little different for people who have to work, right? You have to work even if you are tired. And yes, I'm not in that position anymore. So it would be interesting to see if I go back to work and do something obligatory, what would happen with my energy levels. The nice thing about not having any obligations is largely I try to always learn in peak condition at all times. What you've recently been doing on Duel, which feels good to use for recalling, is to and grammar points, is upgrading lessons to legendary much later. Yes, I exactly I did that back in the day. So as of today, you're in section 3, but in parallel restarted section 2 with legendary lessons. Yes. So back in the day, right, there was 25 days. And hear me out. There's a I'll try to cover this as quickly as possible. So Duolingo, I used to just run on free Duolingo, right? I've already invested in a year of Duolingo now as a commitment to my Duolingo projects. But before 25 days, right? There was a thing where at every 50 days, you get 3 days of super in Duolingo. Okay? So there was a reason why my reviews were in 25-day periods. So 25 days, I would do a review, which is what I'm doing now. Originally, every 25 days. So I do the construct and the reviews myself. In a way, I'm reviewing all the things that have come before in a 25 days from the 6-day cycle. So at most, it's spaced out for less than 3 weeks out. And then on day 50, there will be a 3 days of super. I will use those 3 days to go back through in Legendary to catch up to the 50 day to the next 25 days. And then 75, and then 100. And this is the times before I started doing constructs. I did not write constructs yet. But then I was like, okay, so 25 is too frequent. Let's increase it to 50-day periods, right? So then it became 150 days, and then 200 days. And it was all right. And this is where I started integrating constructs. So I have two to 3 layers, and then every 50 days there will be 3 days in which I spend the next 3 days going over Legendary to pick up where I was as I'm going forward. So I'm going backwards with constructs while going forwards with Legendary. And now though it's 100-day cycle to see where my upper limit is. So now I'm doing the 300 days, and it's a little, I'll review most of this in today's wrap up, right, of the 100 days. It means I'm probably going to dial it back to 50. And now that I have super, I'll probably do legendaries wrapping around whenever I plan on it. And I take about 6 or 7 days to review for this, but to review the 50-day stuff, but I took about 9 to 10 days to prepare for the 100-day review. So I have already set in my schedule to do forward review and back review, much like SRS, right? Because Duolingo doesn't have SRS. It's a static thing where the exposure is based on a rotating thing that is very, very static. It's very predictable what is being rotated out, as opposed to dynamics, right? SRS tends to be a little bit more dynamic, at least the rudimentary. The legacy SM2 is dynamic in some way. So yeah, I totally agree with that approach. You've never used WaniKani before? You try Nin Chinese, which looks similar, but I couldn't get into it. I see. HanziHero is the thing that I'm using for that side of things, the Chinese side of things. WaniKani is for Japanese. However, HanziHero also do this kind of thing. It's actually inspired probably legitimately off of this. Nin Chinese, I'm not sure if I'm familiar with that one. In terms of something like this, the closest thing I can think of is HanziHero. And then there are other apps that people like to talk about when it comes to Chinese, like Du Chinese for reading, and Chairman Bao for like newspaper related content, like reading current events through reading. And then the startup app that a lot of people use for Chinese is Hello Chinese. That's probably the closest. And I started with Duolingo for both. So actually most of the stuff is going to start from Duolingo. And then we explore other things. Yeah, you used to use Du Chinese, but I'm too cheap to keep paying for it. Yeah. So that's the downside, right? So accessibility is kind of tough. Du Chinese, I'm not sure if someone like made a version of it, right? Du Chinese as a sister site. Oftentimes you might be able to find like competitive sister programs because the internet is a big place, so people can iterate on specific designs. Like, for example, I invest in WaniKani and HanziHero largely because I can. However, you can customize your Anki, right, in order to achieve a similar feel if you like those things. And both products you're allowed to use for trial period, so you can kind of get an idea, and then it can be mirrored in a sister thing. So to me, if you tested HanziHero, which you can test for about a month of content. Yeah, I don't think I even crossed the month of content yet. You can see what works and then like customize it somewhere else, like using an open platform like Anki. For example, Duolingo's Max program, right? Their Max program has an LLM design for Spanish. It's probably like slightly tweaked and modified. However, you can probably mirror it using like ChatGPT or something. So it's one of those things you gotta find out what works for you and how accessible it is. I started with Duolingo for other reasons, but one of them is like no commitment, right? No commitment in terms of financial things. And what I'm talking about with Gecko right now is how to adapt to the stuff that doesn't seem to work or you didn't get into it. How do you make it work, right? Gecko is using Duolingo in a very similar way that I did, and that's no surprise because at least I've come to know Gecko, that we have very similar outside of our like personal preferences and whatnot, mechanically and objectively we find ways to remediate. It's kind of fun to get confirmation of that, Gecko, that you come to a similar workaround utilizing the tools that are available in Duolingo. And for me, I came to that same conclusion. It kind of shows a little bit of objectivity, if you know what I mean. Gecko, whenever two people clearly have different subjective point of views, however, we both ended up mechanically doing very similar things, that kind of is a heartwarming validation that you can still being proficient at something requires a combination of subjectivity and objectivity, regardless of how both of us interpret, you know, our energy consumption and how we remember things. We actually concluded with what Duolingo has to offer, utilizing it to space it out naturally. Like for me, lots of people talked about like Duolingo doesn't have SRS, like Anki's better at tracking your things. Like, yeah, probably. And you know what? I already do that. Like, that's how you get through school. That's how you get through university. That's how you get a PhD. Like, a lot of it, like, it's not like all of it. It's what I mean is it doesn't account for all of it, but it's part of the experience. You got to learn how to learn, schedule, right? All these problem solving skills, it's not a coincidence. And I say this as a very weird humble flex, I suppose. It's not a coincidence that I've seen all of this before. As in, if you threw a dictionary at me, I will make the SRS for myself. However, having all these tools is super convenient. Like, I like it a lot. Now, I already do these things without tools. So this is where the perspective is different. If you haven't ever done any of these things before, you are dependent on this tool to perform that task. And in that consequence, are unable to appreciate what the tool is doing for you. Like, for example, I recognize that if I stop using WaniKani, I will have to schedule and do the things myself. When someone else stop using WaniKani and they haven't like had a lifetime of experience, gone to formal education, had to troubleshoot and do all the things the old way, once the tool disappears, they will be reminded of how dependent they are. And they can choose, which is what I'm doing here. What is my goal in looking at WaniKani and HanziHero? I want to highlight what the tool is doing and what you can extract, or what I, by demonstration, can extract from what the tool is doing for me. So then the future, when I go use a different other tool and it doesn't do what WaniKani does, I don't miss WaniKani. Like, I'm not dependent on WaniKani. The reason why I say this is because one of the behavioral consequences of dependency, dependency is that you want to look for the same feel over and over again because you're dependent on them, as opposed to exploring what this dependency is. So for example, when you start with Anki, someone's gonna say like, oh, it's not as good as Anki, or it's not the same as Anki. Like, well, no kidding, it's not the same as Anki, it's different, right? The thing is, you've been using Anki. Do you understand the dependency that makes you say it's not as good and it's not as same? Do you understand what is Anki making you feel good and what is Anki not doing well, or what is not doing for you and what is doing for you? Like, both of them are important. And then go and evaluate a tool that is not Anki, which by default it can't be the same, right? Or it's unlikely to be the same. However, you have all the learning capacity to bring whatever you learned from Anki into the new tool and combine them in a different way. The idea is this is synthesizing learning. You're synthesizing your learning capacity. So when I look at WaniKani, I'm not treating WaniKani only based on its face value over time. At first, I'm doing that. Like, for the first month, I'm like, I trust WaniKani, but I've already started doing other things on top of WaniKani, right? The stuff that I've taken here and there and whatnot. So the idea is you are more than one tool. The thing that I want to highlight about this is the human condition. The human condition dictates that if you're familiar with something, you might not agree with me about this, but when you're familiar with something, it's something you practiced. And inherently, it becomes more efficient over time. And it also becomes more sentimental over time. This sentimentalism can create complacency. With this complacency, like say, oh, you've played your 10th game that feels just right, the thing that you're looking for, that comfortable, same feeling. Well, you become less and less engaged with learning, in my opinion. Like, learning in an active way. You can still learn incredibly efficiently, passively, by consistently using the same feel. So, for example, if you learned Japanese, you can apply all of that familiarity, practice, efficiency to Chinese. So what do people do when they use WaniKani? They look for something similar, and they said they want to learn Chinese, so they find HanziHero. And you might be thinking, no, that's kind of bold, that's presumptuous. No, it's in the forums. So one of the regular comments in HanziHero is their reference to WaniKani's structure. And what they do is they keep requesting Kevin, the developer of HanziHero, to change and add features so that it's closer to WaniKani. To me, that is something that someone knows what works for them and they no longer want to explore the way they learn, right? For me, I don't do that. I deliberately try to learn different ways and bring whatever I learned about learning to the new thing. If it's not possible, that's fine. It's, you know, like sometimes you have to do a lot of things and juggle. The idea is most people nowadays, due to algorithms, again, and it's a repeating, the normalized behavior is to constantly seek for the thing you're most efficient at, right? If you're learning your mathematics, if you're learning your mathematics through this with a Roblox character, right? A Roblox character running around in the background and then a text scrolling here. If you're learning that, you're going to attempt to frame everything around this, right? And that optimizes, or not really optimizes, but that iterates and improves efficiency. That also means that this is probably the thing that will be selectively biased. This is going to be something that restricts your capacity to learn in a different environment, because that's the environment that you're most trained on, right? There's a difference between being trained on a learning method and the benefits that come with it, and a person who likes learning. It's a really big difference. A person who's constantly trained on the same model and focuses on training on the same model, in my opinion, is not what I mean when I say I love learning. When you love learning, you like the aspect of learning things differently. It's learning itself is a skill. The content you learn are also skills, separate skills. Japanese and Chinese are different skills, but learning them can apply the same skill, which that's kind of how most people go about it these days. If you did Anki for Japanese, you will probably do Anki for Chinese. If you do WaniKani for Japanese, you'll probably pick up HanziHero as a consideration for Chinese. And I'm doing that right now. I'm participating in the thing. What I do, or what I try to do differently, is that I'm using WaniKani and HanziHero, and I'm doing the pros and cons, and then all the things I do on top of it to embrace it, embellish it, participate, right? Going back to yesterday's comment, I like the things for what they are, and I also bring my own game to the product. Inherently, I use the product to understand what other people are experiencing, and then demonstrate that you can do way more than that, right? So over time, I'm going to end up looking like someone who don't use WaniKani strictly for WaniKani. And that might be the mod life, those people who stayed around and use scripts and whatnot and customized it. The question I always ask myself when people customize the thing is, are they customizing it in order for it to feel the same as something else, or are they customizing it because they want to explore their learning capacity? In my experience, the vast majority of people are doing the former, not the latter, as in they want to keep all their learning experiences and methods consistent, because they believe there's a best way, the most efficient way, and the only ways that are not a waste of time. So delaying, being faster, being slower, there are set rules and metrics for these people to determine the value of learning. And myself, I'm not concerned with that. I'm a collector. In my opinion, I'm 80-20%. I'm 80% in discovering where are my limitations and capacity. How do I learn to draw when I don't think I could draw? I learn, right? When someone says, oh, I'm not creative, because they prescribe to the idea that they're not creative. When they say they can't draw, they're like, well, I haven't ever drawn before. It's like, yeah, well, you have to start before you do that. It's like, do you think learning drawing is something you're not familiar with? Like, that's probably true to them, because the mindset is that different areas of learning are distinctively compartmentalized for a human being. Is writing kanji similar to drawing? Well, not for a lot of people. It's interesting because I see that as a great bridge to drawing. Like, if you can write different lines for kanji, you can create simplified shapes for drawing, right? On dual Spanish, wait. You find it fun to see the similarities in our experience and approaches, while also seeing the differences brought by the order in which we introduce the tool. And I love this type of discussion. Order does matter, you know? And I love that because it puts into perspective time. You know, humans, right? We're humans, linear time creatures, so it puts into perspective time. On Dual Japanese, you got to the middle of Unit 5 out of 8, but stopped over a year ago. I'm thinking when you get to, you'll try to follow. Ooh, oh, we can do that. Yeah, there's a bunch of people who already know Spanish, and they're like waiting for this to happen. And yeah, Spanish is coming in. It's probably the beginning of March because it has to come after Like a Dragon, Yakuza Pirates. So it's probably sometime after my birthday. So after like the first week of March. I'm gonna give like a Dragon 2 weeks maybe. So Spanish is gonna be fun to see how what I'm looking forward to, and this is probably not as surprising anymore. What I'm looking forward to is how do I describe Spanish in Japanese and Chinese? Like, how am I going to connect them? I'm basically, that's one of my core principles, is to connect the things you learn with the other things you learn in ladder language, but like laddering languages. However, it doesn't have to be like like I'm gonna call it low effort, but it's not a bad thing. Like minimum resistance, you know, path of least resistance. So we're talking about like a lightning bolt, right? Usually it takes the path of least resistance. And oftentimes I've been using Chinese, the relationship between Chinese and Japanese, and rationalizing the path of least resistance, right? Because kanji and Hanzi are naturally associated with each other, largely because they're literally associated with each other. However, when time comes Spanish, it's going to be interesting to figure out fun little clever ways of figuring out how kanji will be associated with the representation in Spanish. And then of course English has they share the use of Roman characters. So we'll definitely get to that English part at some point. Why is this, quote unquote, some people would say this is a waste of time. Right? Well, there's always the Japanese Spanish course on Duo. Yes, there is, but I've already looked at the Chinese course on English, and not enough. It's probably a further down the line. Further down the line. Also keep in mind that my knowledge of Spanish is actually the highest. So it is. So even if it's under practice and I've forgotten a lot of things, there's a difference between reviewing what you've known before versus effectively new, even over a long course of time. So Spanish there were already 3 years of Spanish. And this is in a classroom situation. So to me, I'm using this unironically, I was way more efficient and focused on like progress, like raw progress when I was in the classroom. The reason why I say it's unironic is because right now the prevailing thought is whatever's on the internet is more efficient than the old school archaic formal education, which I would agree if we factor in psychological experiences. And that is, if you don't believe in obligation, discipline, exposure, and whatnot, then yes, formal education will be very inefficient. I have built my habits around being challenged by restrictive environments. So if I have to learn something, I am equipped, in my opinion, I'm typically equipped to making that happen due to ingenuity, critical thinking and problem solving. Oftentimes when people ask, does it work? Oh, this is bleeding into my Duolingo reviews, but does it work? I'm like, well, what kind of question is that? Right? The question is the response is I make it work. And hear me out. Some people say, well, that's not a fact. You can't predict the future, right? Can't predict the future. It's like, okay, that's fair. So let's use whatever logic that they use. Usually they base it on facts, right? Well, Duolingo is a multi-million, or it might even be billion, but multi-million company. And somehow there are millions of users who believe that, right? I'm not going to even say I'm not going to even say the strong thing, like it's true. I'm going to say there are millions who believe this is a fact, that it works. So when you ask, do it work? Okay, so Spanish to Japanese course, rather. Not sure that a thing. More serious. I see what you mean, and that's the reason I'm doing the English to Japanese course and not French to Japanese on Duo. Yeah. In the future, though, I will do that. In the future, if there's someone that I meet, right? Let's say down the line, I haven't met anyone yet that I personally am motivated to do so, but for Japanese, for Chinese, I'm approaching, right? Eventually, I'm approaching conversation with Japanese and Chinese person. Now, the idea is my ideal interaction with someone who I'm willing to invest is someone who's also interested in language learning. So naturally, oftentimes, the language they're going to do is probably English plus something else. So at some point, I would leave the option open to do a project in which I use that target language to do the Duolingo English course, to provide commentary on that or whatnot, right? And that is my closest representation in a way to interact with people who are doing it the other way. And it can be very difficult to do apples and oranges things, but this is my way of empathy, right? Like, there was a YouTube short that I was going to use for this example. The YouTube short was it was something Hank. It was either something Hank or John. It kind of related to John's audiobook thing, right? Now imagine listening and reading, right, are two ends to understanding a book. So if one were to listen to the book, they might be encouraged to read the book, right? If someone is reading the book, they might be encouraged to listen to the book. And then when they listen or read a book, they might be encouraged to see the movie, right? And all of these are avenues for empathy. So I go back to basically my rule number one, or not really rule number one, no particular order, but one of the top rules. One of the top rules is I stream to demonstrate empathy. Otherwise, it would be me spouting out my own personal experiences and like, trust me, bro, this is what I do. Like, I'm not going around every day saying, as a person who have gone through the ropes of a PhD study in molecular biology, these are the things you should consider and always do. That's contextually out of time, out of space. What I mean by that is, if I spend most of my time regurgitating and rehashing my old experience, that's out of time and out of space. As in, it's not only culturally independent or like it's culturally dependent, it's also time dependent, like societally dependent. So when I say, oh yeah, my formal education was really great, I'm using it as an antidote to draw similarities or contrast with the current state of things, right? I don't talk about WaniKani in the sense that I don't find value in SRS. I try to use WaniKani to see what the value of SRS is for current language learners. I don't need this. I'm trying to learn why this is needed or feels needed by others. And with that, I can leverage whatever it is in order to relate to people. So why did I choose Duolingo? This is a really close approximation of why I use Duolingo. Where do most people start? Duolingo. And then someone had in my opinion, this is a nod to maybe 2 or 3 people who comes by and trolls all the time back in the early days. Some people have the audacity to come to me and say that I'm pushing an agenda and I'm supporting a product that maliciously hurt people or trying to learn a language. As in, like, there was 2 people who frequently and consistently check back in every once in a while to tell me that if I spend my efforts streaming and interacting with Duolingo, I'm basically supporting an evil corporation that is brainwashing people to think that they are learning a language, but they're not with Duolingo. I would use, those are pretty extreme words that would come out of my mouth when I'm quoting someone, but I'm using euphemisms. Those are not the words that these people used. They actually used incredibly aggressive, disrespectful words to describe Duolingo users in general. And, you know, I happen to be a Duolingo user, so I'm part of that group, right? It's indistinguishable, it's indiscriminate, or it is discriminate, but it's indiscriminate against the type of people who would use Duolingo, right? The bigger the population, the more likely you're encompassing different people. Yeah. Okay, that's a little interesting. Oh, I had another short story, but I don't know how to segue to that short story. Maybe we'll talk about the algo. Here's my short story. I thought this was pretty funny. I'm not sure how often you doom scroll. I know doom scrolling is a really nice buzzword right now. So here's my hot take. I bought for those who are not familiar with me, I typically construct a parable or some sort of short story or anecdote for every single stream, right? This is my routine in which to gather enough things to talk about whenever the situation presents itself. So one of the hot takes is dealing with doom scrolling. We'll relate it back to algo. Algo is something that creates confirmation bias, right? It's one of the biggest sources of confirmation bias. And one of the confirmation bias is how to efficiently learn a language. But we'll come back to that. Today, I typically doom scroll like 15 minutes to 30 minutes before a stream, right? Before a stream, just to see if I can come up with additional material. So today, I've noticed due to the, let's just say lots of factors, but one would be company incentive, engagement design, and content creation, right? Content creation. Considering all these, just keeping these in mind because this is a hot take. It's very rapid. I was looking at a post, right? And I like to curate. My algorithm, my personal algorithm, my YouTube channel and stuff. All tracking and stuff is removed, so I could use that as a scholastic, like a social experiment. However, my personal account I curate. So whenever I'm like doom scrolling, I frequently go to not interested, right? Because there are things that I'm not interested in. I'm a novelty seeker. I tend to be a novelty seeker. I like to do the opposite of doom scrolling. I don't like seeing the same things over and over again, right? Or a facsimile of it, right? For a facsimile of it. Now, hear me out. Due to the nature of company incentive, engagement prone things, and the flexibility of content creation, I notice one thing that has become incredibly a confirmation of the algo and the behavior. So I was scrolling. It's like, oh hey, look, it's a cat video, right? And I look at the credits. I immediately look down at the credits and try to learn a little bit about the poster. Well, the poster turns out to be a reposter. And you know a reposter when you look at their content, and it would be a collection of stuff, and their mission statement would be to share things that are interesting on the internet, and then a reposter tends to be categorical. Whatever is trendy, right? So this would be, if it's a cat video, it would be a channel dedicated to the collection of cat videos, okay? So I'm like, okay, I saw that one. Oh, that's a pretty good video. So it's a one cat video. And then I scrolled for maybe, doom scrolling is really efficient. Like that's what makes doom scrolling scary, because it's like WaniKani, SRS. Doom scrolling is SRS. Okay? Like, I don't know if anyone sees the connection between how WaniKani, Anki are so efficient for language learning. Doom scrolling is very, very similar. Keep in mind, one of my major themes is behavioral normality. Behavioral normacy. Sorry, not normality. Normacy. I can't spell normacy. But so if you're already doom scrolling and you're used to interacting with your media and taking in information a specific way, there's a natural inclination to seek that while doing something productive or perceivably productive. WaniKani SRS in itself is a built-in algorithm for doom scrolling. Doom scrolling is arguably one of the statistically normalized behavior of people's lifestyles now. So when you have a system by coincidence, it happens to reflect in old school SRS, and I call it old school because you do SRS before this was automated. I have been doing SRS before it was an automated process. The SRS where you surrender control of the content to an opaque algo, that's the main difference. No, people surrender to SRS all the time. Like, this is opaque too. It's only as opaque as people are passively introduced. Like the algo. So I'm going to continue with my story. So curation happens. So you can remove things out of the queue, right? You can remove things out of the queue, right? When you said not interested, that thing won't show up for another year on average. It's like 6 months to a year. So yes, you do have control over it. You surrender voluntarily, right? Much like you surrender voluntarily to WaniKani, you surrender voluntarily, or you would be like, enough is enough. Let's put a script on this, and I want to tweak it to my thing. The difference why it doesn't sound like it's controlled is because people view Japanese as one thing, which I don't see it as one thing when it comes to SRS. SRS is the arrangement of their radicals, their arrangement of their kanji, the progression system. These are all choices that this group has made. And you can choose to not surrender by applying a script over them. You would actually argue that the WaniKani SRS or HanziHero is very transparent in terms of what will come up and when. I didn't say it wasn't transparent. I said, you're saying surrender. That's a voluntary choice. You can choose to use WaniKani without knowing how it works. You are saying it's very transparent. That's great. If the sky hits you in the face, you can choose to surrender to the sky, or you can choose to observe the sky. In the day and age of doom scrolling, you can choose to know how doom scrolling works, or you can let it go. This is my observation about doom scrolling. So, I didn't surrender to doom scrolling. I'm studying how doom scrolling works. So yes, doom scrolling is actually very transparent. To me, is very transparent. Like the patterns are there. So I'm going to talk about a pattern for today. So no, people can use WaniKani and Anki and know nothing about how it works, even if it's transparent, right? That's called passive learning. You don't have to, and that was the whole point of me raising the funk about you can learn what WaniKani is doing for you because it's very transparent, and then you can take that and take what you know they're doing and apply it elsewhere. The vast majority of app users do not do that. I would even take a bet against you that over 50% of their users do not. Instead, they try to look for something that's similar to WaniKani so that they don't have to learn what it does. HanziHero exists because it's an iterative design on WaniKani, so that the only context that actually change is Chinese and Japanese. And Kevin spends so much time distinguishing the difference in the process between HanziHero and WaniKani because people don't want to figure out what is the difference and what's the similarities. In fact, most of the things that Kevin said, it's transparent on HanziHero. Like, you look at the options, you look at the things, and I'm stating these things. That doesn't stop Kevin from repeating over and over again. It's like, hey, this is exactly like WaniKani, so you're just trying to make it exactly like WaniKani, right? And then Kevin has to reply, no, we don't. WaniKani does these things, we do these things. It's like, why don't you just, I mean, it's like WaniKani. Why don't you just do the same as WaniKani? I want this to be exactly like WaniKani. But that person, when they were going to explain what they think WaniKani was doing to Kevin, it was not the same. I don't think whatever that guy was described WaniKani accurately. And not only that, they couldn't understand what Kevin was saying about his HanziHero design choices. So yes, things can be incredibly transparent. Surrendering control is a choice. So if you choose not to notice something, no matter how transparent it is, you can't see it, right? It's kind of like saying, oh, politics is always in your face, but you don't choose to notice it, right? The news broadcast is always in your face. The ads are always in your face, and yet you don't notice it. When you walk outside and you look at the same tree for the 100th time, it can be as transparent as possible, and you won't notice it. This is what I mean by passive. Anyways, it's like that guy Shin. I'm a little bit passionate about this topic, so sorry if I'm a little high energy right now. So let's get back to our story. So I saw this cat video, right? This is the nebulous nature of if you're gonna take the OPEG algorithm, right? So I saw a cat video. I'm like, oh yeah, that's nice. 2 minutes later, so roughly, for me, I kind of scroll fairly quickly. 20 clips later, I see another cat video. And I'm like, wait a minute. Haven't I already seen this cat video? It was the same cat video. Only this time, I looked at the credentials and it's another channel that collects and shares clips. Okay? So then I go and curate and say, not interested. That removes this channel from the rotation for some time, right? I would say you can kind of see it after another 6 months or so, or you enrich it incredibly for cat videos. So I'm like, oh yeah, I watched the cat video again because I kind of want to talk about cats because Blair likes cats. Then 2 minutes later, I saw another cat video. And this time it has 2 cat videos in it that includes the last 2 cat videos. And yes, it was another reposter. So I have yet to determine where the original cat video came from. I think this one had a credit to it. This one did not, and compilations do not, right? So then I type not interested because I don't like getting more of the same thing, right? So 2 minutes later, I encountered a compilation of cat videos. So a minute compilation of cat videos. And it included this, all the cat videos in this, and the previous. So then I click not interested again. And this repeated for over 15 minutes of scrolling. Like over 15 minutes of scrolling. Eventually, I stopped after I saw a compilation of 10 cat videos. All of them were remixed with bass boosted music in automated text to speech, and so many filters. And I still ended up consuming, on average, the same 10 to 15 cat videos. Like the identical 10 to 15 cat videos were collectively in this group of things. So no matter what I did in not interesting, it does not change the idea that all of these are separate channels. And those separate channels are reposting and remixing existing cat videos. And the cat videos span from a cat video that I recognized from 15 years ago to a cat video that seems like a low effort post because they wanted to share, but I would rather understand why they post that video. But since the original poster is not there, I can't like go to their channel and say, oh, that's cute. They just wanted to, show their new cat that they really like. And that's context. And no, it's a compilation of cat videos that are supposed to be like funny or adorable, but they got remixed, heavy boosted, hyper stimulated, super filtered. How can one possibly have too many cat videos in their feed? But hear me out. You like, I know you can't have too much cat videos. I still watch them, okay? So like the end of the story, you know what's now here? I am part of the problem still. Like what I mean is, if you think this is a problem, which I don't think it's a problem per se, as long as you don't, surrender to it. Like what I mean is, if you're on my page and you see that this is happening, like, oh, hey, the YouTube algorithm is feeding me the same things, right? But it's people who deliberately circumvented the system, right? And in the system, they took advantage of the system to iterate on it. Because in the end of the day, I still have watched all these YouTube videos, all these YouTube clips, these shorts. Like all of these people got a view. And then not only that, let's try to understand the algorithm. If I were to click like or dislike, maybe like, oh, this is so old, this is a reposter, let me dislike this. That's engagement for that clip. That makes it even more likely that it will show up on someone else's feed. And no matter what, in order for me to determine if it's the same cat videos, I have to see all the clips, right? The entire clip, because I like to know what's in the clip. I'm adding to the view count, which increases its retention in people's feeds. So what happens is no matter what you do, you will be exposed to the same thing. Not because, right? I know the algorithm, I'm really harsh on the algorithm a lot of times, but algorithm doesn't have a feeling, which is kind of nice in a way. But I do feel for the people who are in charge of this, right? YouTube have staff that manages these things. So by extension, it can harm them for all the pure, fast, convenient things that the algorithm offers, right? It's a living SRS. It reminds you of the things you love all the time. When you get on YouTube, it reminds you, it blasts your face with all the things you want to see, right? Hey, did you remember this cat video from 15 years ago? Hey, there's this guy who made a compilation of all the cat videos you've seen, and now you've been reminded of every single cat video that you've seen in the last 15 years. Right? And hey, here's some heavy basted boosted ear blasting music that you remembered from your Gen Z days, because that's when people like to break the, sound ceiling of everything, right? And then, or it's that same song that's played 100 times over, like what was it, like the Pedro song, but it's bass boosted, like it's the same song you've heard like 10,000 times within an iteration, the same like clip, like the 30-second bit of that song at least 100 times in 30 minutes, like, because every other they use it to farm views. So it's crazy when you step back and think about it. Like, I'm describing this because I'm not showing clips right now, right? Like, I don't want to show a clip. If you see this happening, it happens in real time. The moment you pull out your YouTube shorts, you're gonna be scrolling, and it becomes a passive process. People will, it's crazy how efficient it is. And you know what? When I set company incentives, so engagement is guaranteed, whether you dislike it, where you go in the comments like, stop reposting other people's stuff, that increases engagement, increases the likelihood that someone else is going to see that video. So if they comment, it still goes up and people will still consume it even more, right? And then content creation, it elevates content creation. And what is the company incentive? They actually provide convenience to do this. If you're on your phone, you look at the clip, you can remix it, right? You can remix it. So like, okay, so let's start a channel and we just remix all of them. Like, oh, this is technically fair use because I'm reposting. I just added my own song on top. And then you can make an argument like, well, I'm not monetizing it, so I'm not getting any money. But then you build a channel and then you can monetize anything else that you want, which can be something to build on. So there are also channel farms, that I would say channel farms as in they build a channel to sell the channel. And the channel is built on more or less the bootstrapping that AI generated material does. So when you're thinking about it, it's like, so now we usher in a time of automation for creation using AI models, right? AI models. And now you're thinking, oh no, now I don't even have to look for videos in order to repost something that's not like that video, but it's based on a data set of those videos. And in those times, in between, you might be wondering, so what's in between all the cat videos? Like, you've got to see other things other than cat videos. It's like, yes, I still see the Japanese, the multicultural channels that I watch. So that's where I gather most of my short stories. But in the process, this is part of the experience. The cat videos and the AI generated content. And the AI generated content, you take a cat video that, so there are cat videos. I'm going to stay with cats because people are usually okay with cats. There's a cat video that suspiciously looked like another cat video, but you start thinking, wait, why does this look a little off? Now you get AI cat videos based on cat videos. Like, there are storytelling ones now with text to speech. All the text to speech are LLMs. most of them are LLMs now, because you can tell by how reproducible their lines are. As in, here's a repost of a cat video by a channel, right? But then if you get another one that's similar to it, you click on that channel and you look, that channel is following the channel that did it, like that the two channels are associated. So it could be one person. I can't confirm that. Obviously, I don't do a lot of digging for these things. It's not my brand. I don't like, people are being efficient. They're being pragmatic. If you want to make money, that's certainly a way to make money. You get one channel, which is linked to another channel, which reproduces that channel, only you switch up a little bit using LLMs. So then you have the same video that's hard to reproduce, but that video then gets two announcers for that video, and both those channels will make money. And the cycle continues. So what does that do to the user experience who isn't passively, passively getting inundated about the things? Me, I sit there hitting not interested. It's like I watch the thing, so I'm complicit, as in I supported the video, I watched it, then I click not interested, not interested, not interested. And after I think I've been doing this for 2 years straight now, the frequency of these things only increased over time. Like, and you might be thinking, well, that's not fair. Like, this can't possibly happen when humans are creating content creation. No, it does. Before auto-generated automation, there would be a content creator that I watch, like, say, someone who takes photographs of dogs. I'll let you decide on which person I'm talking about, because if you can't decide on which person I'm talking about, that is the reason. How content creation. So, I watch it for a little bit. I really like this guy. I'm not going to tell you who it is, because it could be any one of them. That's the foreshadow. And then after, a month or so, then I will see another guy who does the same thing. Only this time, maybe they'll be in Japan. And it's like, oh, that's kind of neat. Right? This guy was American, as far as I know. I'm like, oh, that's kind of neat. They're in Japan, and this guy is Belgium. Yeah, I know, Gecko. It's a coincidence, but this guy's Belgium, and he currently resides in Japan, doing the same bit that this American person goes around taking pictures of dogs and people. So I actually watched that guy because this guy speaks a little bit of Japanese when he interacts with the things. It's like, oh yeah, that's cool. And then I get another person who is doing the same thing. Now, I'm not being reductive here. It's like I actually keep these guys in the algorithms. Like, oh, that's kind of nice. How many other people are there? They're in Malaysia. So they're in Malaysia. It's not a coincidence, because churn is Malaysian. So the algorithm is already sieving all my search results, right? I've been looking at Malaysian content. I've been looking at Japanese content. I've been learning a little bit about Belgian, because you are Belgian, Gecko. And then I like dogs. I like cats because Blair likes cats. So now what happens is my entire algorithm is, look at how beautiful this is, right? This is how the algorithm works. It's amazing. It's SRS reminding you of the things you talked about. It's like, oh, hey, and by the way, I do this intentionally. I keep my phone on my desk. It's in earshot of my voice, and these phones are always listening. Like I'm enabling them to be always listening, because when I go to bed or go to evening, I search my feed, my news feeds and stuff, not just like TikToks or something. I don't TikTok, but like my Google Pixel to look at world news or something that's relevant, things like that. And all of these converge. So I like photographs, but according to my search results and stuff, I've been talking about Malaysian culture, Japanese. We raised Belgium a little bit, right? Blair loves her cats. And what does that do? It's an SRS to remind me of all the things that I have talked about. So there was this thing that I've been getting this comment quite a bit because I don't often meet a lot of new people, and those people don't often stay. But those people who do stay, they often eventually make this comment, it's like, "Oh, hey, I'm surprised. I'm surprised you memorized that," or "I'm surprised you still remember that." It's like, "Oh, hey, remember that conversation we had?" And my thought was, I usually integrate those things into my lifestyle so that I can keep people's details relevant. To be interested in a person makes their comments and their information relevant. And when it becomes relevant, it's easier to remember. I'm so bad with names, relatively speaking, but I make room for all the details that I remember. So yes, I concede that I might forget your name, but if you give me a slight context clue, everything just comes flooding back, because that's how SRS works, especially SRS with mnemonics. So the moment these things feed, I use them operationally as helpfulness. So why do I go on shorts? It's not for doom scrolling. Well, technically it is. Like, I'm still doom scrolling no matter what, right? However, I use it to see if I can integrate any of that material, which often is curated or it's automated, and then I have to curate it again, right? But I look for intersections of the things that are important to me. So when someone tells me a detail like Attack on Titan, guess what the YouTube short is filled with? It's filled with reposts of scenes on Attack on Titan, but then eventually you get to trivia about Attack on Titan, where like someone for the 15th time in a row has told me a fun I bet you didn't know. It's almost ironic at this point. The "I bet you didn't know" meme for content creators. Like, I don't think people think of it as a meme, but to me, I think of it as a meme because they are not aware of how the algorithm works. But they are aware of how ignorant, and this is not like about a competence, it's ignorant of the algorithm. As in, people will doom scroll, but the way they consume the doom scrolling is passive. Like, you don't need to make the effort, right? It's saving a lot of energy. You don't need to make the effort of remembering things if the algorithm is so much better at getting you to remember those things. What I mean by that is, if you forgot a cat video, don't worry, it's going to come up in the next like 2 minutes. It's like, oh, if you like this trivia game with these questions, don't worry, it's going to come up again in the next 2 or 3 minutes. So the idea is, not only are people like, obviously I'm being a little argumentative here, Gecko, I like to wager or offer an alternative perspective. I think the idea that regardless of how transparent what the algorithm is doing, if people are being reminded of the information they seek, they no longer care about how things work. They just need to know what, I mean, sometimes they know why it works, but it takes a lot more to get to how it works. And even then, it's not, they don't consider why it works. It just does, is how it comes about. So when you're thinking about doom scrolling, how do you raise awareness of doom scrolling? You have to be considering why it works, and then ultimately how it works. Like, how did you just, like, how did one lose 30 minutes and gained 0 new information? And what I mean by 0, it's the feeling of not gaining any information. Well, if I doom scrolled cat videos and surrender to it, right? As in, I don't curate or make an effort to know that I've been watching the same cat videos over 15 minutes, right? Or similar cat videos to the point where the nuance of the cat videos have bleed together, then I could continue doing that every single day, right? Every single day. You get up, it's like, oh, hey, that's the same cat video. It still hits, right? It still hits. It hits the same. like the comments that you nowadays, when the ones that hit really well, they are often the ones that get reposted. And the comments, some of the top comments are like, oh yeah, this hits the same as yesterday when I watched like 100 times over. Like, is it me? Is it bad? Or I have spent the last 15 minutes watching this thing play over for the last 30 seconds? Like, it's gotten to the point where you don't even need, in my opinion, this is a little exaggeration, but you don't need reposters to get someone to sit there and watch the same clip back to back for 15 minutes straight. And hear me out, I also watch clips multiple times. Usually is because I miss something. Yes, even in that 1 minute clip, I sometimes think something outside and I miss something, so I go back. And the nice thing about YouTube Shorts now is you can actually skip around. Back in the day, you weren't able to skip around within a clip, so you would have to wait for the whole clip to play back around, and then if you miss it again, you wait and you play it all the way back around again. That it's so crazy. When you, yeah, back in the day, it's like last year, right? Like 2 years ago, like, yeah, like a year and 2 years ago, yeah, back in the day, right? It's crazy. Like, I don't, I'm like, I sit there and I'm baffled. I want to go around now and ask people what they watch each day on their shorts feed, and I want to encourage people to quantify, analyze, look at the material that's there. I can totally understand how one could get so used to it where they no longer observe that they're being fed at least 60% of the time something that has already been presented to them. That's kind of like and then we're gonna dial it back to language learning, okay? It's kind of like, okay, you burned all 3,000 words, right? You burned all 3,000 words. It's not 3,000 kanji, sorry. But now, instead of making them less frequent, the pool of novel content has been exhausted. So what do? You iterate on it. So now they don't become less frequent, they become more frequent. So the algorithm, this is where I would differentiate. I think one of my biggest differentiate, not that you have to agree, Gecko, right? But I think I'm leading to the core difference. The core difference is, when it comes to learning, people think of this as, surprise, surprise, a progress continuum, right? And the nice thing is you're extending the time, right? So you're getting exposure less frequently. The algorithm does exactly the opposite. So over time, you actually learn less and less. Isn't that crazy? That, and what do we call that nowadays? Brain rot. It's coming all together, man. I'm not writing a book. Well, I'm not writing a book, but one day we're gonna have a long essay where I write this all out. But it's coming full circle here. Full circle. So one of the defining features of algorithm-based search results is to make you learn less and less comfortably. So the longer you doom scroll, the less and less the pool of interest, and the less interesting your life is. You become less interested in whatever you're thinking, right? And that creates that feeling of surrendering. You surrendered to the algorithm because the algorithm has convinced you that you have learned what you like, and they're going to continue to feed you what you like. So you'll no longer be interested in anything new. It keeps you engaged permanently. It desensitizes you. It desensitizes you to novel ideas because it's so uncomfortable. It's so uncomfortable now. And because human condition is weird, you need more and more of it. You need more and more stimuli to feel the same, because human condition is an adaptive process. So when you have a specific dopamine, right, you need more of it over time. So when you learn less and less, your interest gets more narrow and narrower. You need more and more of that to engage you, and then you get stuck. You're on TikTok for like 6 hours straight, 8 hours straight. And what do? You do the least possible. It enriches for the same thing. Like, and I know you were joking about the whole cat videos things. I joke about it a lot of times too. And it sucks for me to say this. I used to also say this out of like sheer like endearment, because there weren't a lot of cat videos back then. But nowadays, yes, there is such thing as too much cat videos. And unfortunately, it's such a negative statement, because content creation is beautiful for so many other things. However, hyper optimization, convenient tools and optimization plays on the human condition. We want to be more efficient. We want to use less effort to make more stuff. And that more stuff is iterating so fast with the convenience of optimization that novelty is no longer, it's not a thing. Like technology has sped iteration so fast, novelty doesn't even naturally generate that fast, right? LLMs make it so that you don't even need to do that anymore. And it's not necessarily based on novelty. It's based on existing data sets. They're trying to elicit more iteration on existing products, right? Existing things. And here I'm thinking, yeah, I totally understand it now. Like in the evening one day, I spent 1 hour watching family vlogs one day. And my thought was, oh, I love these things. They're all nice and really pleasant and wholesome, and they're all original posts, right? Right? They're family vlogs. But then I started thinking, oh my gosh. Then like I sit back, I sober up, and I start thinking about all the pros and cons of how family vlogs are now. Like some of the consequences of family vlog due to original content and becoming content creators. Oh, some of the family vlogs, like, yes, I get fed the wholesome stuff, right? Because it selects for wholesome stuff. But then I become entirely ignorant, completely ignorant to all the not so wholesome stuff. And I get reminded of it because I tell myself, this is not all that is, right? Because your vision is only limited to what the algo is giving you. So when you think of, and this might sound like a pessimistic thing, but it's more for me to ground stuff, right? Ground stuff. When you see a happy dog video, there are also not happy dog videos, but you don't see them, right? So what you think in the future is that you can only react to happy dog videos and you have no tolerance for the reality, which there can be not happy dog videos. So all of these things become a confirmation. You immediately, it takes... Sometimes I worry. I get convinced in a month's time of something, and I would go out of my way to consciously try to challenge that notion. I can't even imagine what it's like to be in like someone who's younger than 18. Like I can't even imagine how fast the algorithm can convince an 18-year-old of anything. Like one day
they're gonna see someone on a skateboard, and they go on YouTube, they search skateboard, and suddenly they want to be a skateboarder. And you might be thinking, oh, that's kind of neat. You know, they were inspired. It's like, no. No. A grain of salt. It's very difficult to know if they were convinced because they were inundated by a biased algorithm. I know algorithms can't be biased, right? You might be thinking, oh, the objective nature is algorithms can't be biased. They are seeded by the bias of the human being. The human is seeding the initial seed, right? So if the human is limited in life experiences, as in they don't have any life experience yet because they're a growing little goober, right? Then the seed ends up predominating over all their future experiences. It's very different if you take a 40-year-old who's been through like you know, cloud 9 and like they've been through a lot. So the idea of seeding that thing will be still smaller, relatively speaking, to the summation of all their experiences. If you have a 13-year-old, some of the first things that they encounter are the things that will be the most impressionable things in their lives. But now you have an algorithm that can amplify that. What would take years of someone's life's exposure by circumstance to like 30 minutes. So yeah, I would not be surprised, but I would still be a little scared when the next time someone that I care about, like my nephew or something, says, oh, you know what? Jumping off high places is very, very fun. I saw these people parkouring off buildings. And my first thought is, let's sit down. My dear nephew, let's sit down and talk about all the possibilities before you go online and look at parkour videos. Because the first thing I would be concerned about is I want to tell my nephew that you're going to be convinced of a lot of things on the internet the moment you search for parkour videos. But may I have the time before this happens to keep some things in mind for you so that I don't want to hear from my relatives that you suddenly decide it's a great idea to like start jumping off buildings and parkouring off buildings right away because the algorithm has convinced you it's the best thing since sliced bread, right? That's kind of a scary situation. I know this is a little bit fear-mongering, but it can also be things like someone says, I want to learn Japanese. And I'm like, go for it. So it can be a different, it can be both. It's so double-edged. It's so efficient, right? If my nephew came out and was like, I want to learn Japanese, it's like, okay, go ahead. Just go and Google something. You'll probably figure it out. Because the moment the hypothetical nephew say, how do I learn Japanese? They're just going to be entrenched in it, right? And my only thought to say to my nephew is, okay, remember that take your time, right? It doesn't happen overnight. So some of the stuff that maybe can be habit forming, right? Telling them that kind of thing. Like, take your time. Remember that this is hard work. Like the stuff that isn't apparent in the algorithm. Like remember that learning Japanese takes a long time. There are many ways to learn. Go and explore them. Remember that the first thing you look at isn't the end all be all. If you hear a lot of popular things, go try them out and see what works, right? That's the kind of thing that you might want to supersede before YouTube convince them that there's only one way and the best way, and they go down a rabbit hole, and then they bank their entire life value on it. So when they fail, it's like their whole universe collapse, right? And that's what that's reminding me of, like we can relate it back to cat videos. The idea that someone likes cats now, like kids that like cats, I'm not even sure if it's because they watch a lot of cat videos or they don't watch dog videos, right? Or they don't get the chance to watch dog videos. We have to me, what you don't do is also incredibly important than what you do now. I know I said do. Shut up, fictitious. I feel like fictitious is gonna make a poop joke. What they do now, largely because of the algorithm's existence. Back in the day, I wouldn't be as concerned, where like there's not like such a strong enrichment for an idea that it eliminates the rest of the idea, right? Like, for example, this guy learned Japanese without ever making a mistake. So therefore, when you learn Japanese, you'll never make a mistake, right? What you don't see, it doesn't exist. Not like in today's day, in the younger generation, when they don't see it, right? It doesn't exist. Before it used to be a random chance is going to happen, right? When you start something, you're gonna hit road bumps, and that is gonna be the norm. That establishes the norm for the child. However, now, before the child ever starts something, they already have a model that's reinforced and slammed in your face as fast as possible. So you, no matter what you do, you start with an image, a goal of what it is. So what does Japanese language learning look like? I can earnestly say a substantial number of people did not have the same thought that I did. But those substantial people probably had similar thoughts to each other. The younger they get, not the older. I think the older, the more varied it is. So like you and me, Gecko, we would have very differing images and preferences and preferences and biases, right? However, that doesn't mean downstream we don't coincidentally end up having similarities, right? That's where objectivity comes in. When you approach something with different biases, when you sample everyone, you will have collective patterns that illustrates what the unifying things of language learning. So for me, think about this. I love teaching, and I want to still be an efficient teacher for people in the future in some way professionally. Like sometime down the line, I really do see myself going back to teaching professionally. My first thought is, if I see this stuff now, I would have to make major adjustments to how to disseminate information that would either compete or negotiate with this type of learning capacity. Because, and this is probably one of my manic things in the back that I think about a lot. What are the chances, right? What are the chances? This is correlation, not causation. What are the chances that because of algorithm and influencer-based popularity, that formal education is failing, and not because it's solely banked on that formal education is failing to adapt to current technology? Now, I'm a great proponent of all of the above. You know, a little from column A, a little from column B, in order to desensitize complacency. So I'm gotten to a point where I was thinking, maybe formal education being different is a blessing in disguise for the future, right? Like, you could wish that formal education catches up and like adapts to technology, but my thought immediately is, doesn't that make it non-distinguishable from algorithm? So if you have that, I almost feel like that ends up diminishing the entire building foundation of formal education, which is to expose kids obligatorily to different stimuli, different challenges, and figuring out where their strengths and weaknesses are. The algorithm doesn't do that. The algorithm typically just tells you what you're good at. Right? If there's anything it's good at telling you is it's telling you what you're interested in, and then you're convinced yourself that what you like, what you're interested in, which could be just because you see it all the time, you normalized it, then that's what your life is shaped up to be. So to me, it's also even difficult to know if content creators are being content creators because they consume a lot of content by content creators, or they genuinely like the act of content creation. Why do I say this? After 3 or 4 years, most of those content creators hit a physical, mental, and very real mental breakdown, or burnout, or some sort of pitfall, and that creates a wake-up call. Now, some can double down, and most people are unfortunately, tragically not going to recover from it. And I start thinking, so what is cause and effect now? Is content creation really that appealing, or is it because of the inundation of its normalization? Right. Well, wait. The only social media you're on is Facebook. Oh, that's interesting. And you definitely don't like where it's at in terms of what I see in your feed compared to a few years ago. As a result, I use it less and less. I have used Facebook so seldomly, and that's for its text function. So I only communicate with Facebook people to make up like meetings and like meetups and that kind of thing. You're on LinkedIn too? I peruse LinkedIn quite a bit. But you don't doom scroll there? Interesting. I sometimes am guilty of doom scrolling LinkedIn. Or like job postings, like on Indeed. I would like just scroll on Indeed. I know that sounds weird. It's like, why do you want to? Well, I mean, I think of jobs all the time. I like keeping myself productive. I wanted to see like what jobs are being posted all the time and stuff. And you're on YouTube regularly, but you don't watch shorts. I watch shorts again to get the idea. These are where the idea is. You can still sometimes doom scroll regular videos based on where I autoplay regular videos as I'm doing work. Like legitimately, if I have a series that I like, I just autoplay it in the background. And that's like possibly, arguably even more efficient than doom scrolling. I don't know. Had you popped up on your YouTube homepage one day so it's not all bad? Hey, oh, I popped up on your YouTube oh, that's interesting. That's the first time I've heard that before. As a parent, I certainly relate to the fear of the stimuli. Well, it was a great thank you for having a conversation again, Gecko. I know I use you as a crutch for inspirational segues. By the way, before you go to bed, did you know that segue is spelled this way? I just learned that from Blair. Maybe not so long ago. I generally wrote segue this way, but apparently this is how you work segue. And you have a French background, right? I just wanted to throw that out there, right? Segue. Anyways, thanks for hanging out again. I hope getting back to work and whatnot is going to be good for you. Good luck. Right. Oh, you were there when that was said? Oh yeah. Oh, that was news to you too? Really? Oh, wait. Segue. Sorry. I even misspelled segue. Sorry. Segue. Yes. Segue. Sorry. Like, I didn't know that. Sorry. Fetisha's got my back here. Yeah, with an E. I'm like, what the heck? Anyways, yeah, take care. Have a good one, Gecko. It was a nice conversation to end the WaniKani session. Always learning. Yes. Good luck. Have a great work week if I don't see ya. Yep. All right. So, I think I can refresh and do. It's 8 o'clock. We can do the rest of the review. Yeah, here we go. Let's do the rest of the reviews. Okay. I can segue. I'll show you a segue, Fictitious.
38 reviews, not too bad. Let's do these. Okay. I dragged out my time intentionally to get the rest of the review. All planned. No worries. Okay. Whoops. Okay. Which one did I go with here? Moon? Okay. I wasn't sure if it was moon or month. Uh... Oh. Oh. It's just she. Whoops. Right. Right. I'm not counting the units. Whoops. Right. Right. How do you spell ninth? How do you spell ninth? Oh, there's no E. I'm like, that doesn't look right. Sorry. English is hard. I don't want to talk about it. 9. 9. Yeah, I'll show you a 9. Oh. Wait, what was the name of this? Was it tent? Is it TP? It's not TP. Can't be enter. Oh, it is. I'm like, is this supposed to be a tent? I was thinking more from a drawing perspective. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Ninth day is coconut day, right? Kokonoka. Was this supposed to be sun or day? Okay. Oh, that's Stan. Whoops. That's Stan. This is bound to happen at some point. I should stop. I should really consider not thinking about the mnemonics and see if the rest sticks. Wait. Did this go straight to Shiro?
Dang it. Onyomi. Oh, Haku. That's fine. Not enough context. Okay. What was the mnemonic for Nanoka? Oh, nah, no ka. This one still makes me giggle. Oh, no. This is me. uh, I guess that works. I didn't know which one, women, female. I guess both should be fine. All the early ones are here. Oh, this is purple, so it's he. The vocab. Oops. Uh-oh. What did they go with? Did they go with, like, not crossbeam, right? Did they go with construction? Oh, okay. Not the sun, right? Okay. Is that how you spell eighth? Okay. No. Just kidding. Like yogurt. I'm about to sneeze. Sorry. Okay. Sweet. You. Hooray! It wasn't that bad. So, I jumped the gun, right? I jumped the gun, and then I jumped the gun on here too. So that's fine. Wait, we knew what the errors were immediately. Complete regrets immediately. We got some master stuff. Woohoo! Alright. What up? I gotta blow my nose. Alright, so let's do our routine. Those heckin' cat videos. Alright, okay. So harmonics. Let's do harmonics. It's getting close to the end of these mnemonics, man. So, very quick. Spoon, winter, dry, canopy, fingers, window, heart, direction, stool, fur, father, old, lid, task, arrow, door, poop, towel, life, now, hat, triceratop, ice, and stone. Right. Clap. Okay, our reads for this level. Oh, eventually we're gonna have to scale this. Kanji is gonna have to scale because the reads are gonna take too long when we're like reading all the reads, all the potential reads on all of them. So we might have to change this step in the future. So for now, we'll keep doing that. Mon. Mon. Nai. Un. Setsu. Hon. Go. You. Wait, is you? No, you is fine. Yes, you. I. Show. He. Shin. Oh. To. Ho. Oh, actually, we might want to check Ho. Okay. Fine. Ho. You. Chichi. Chichi or To. Ne? Mo. Se. No, not se. Oh yeah. No. No, she. That's she. Puyu. Hako. Haku. No, hako. Fu. Ne? No. Oh, no. Hoku. 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 Han. This is Han Solo. Oh, this was a weak point. So, Han Solo. I. Soto. Shi. Hiro. Hiro? Hiro is... Yep. Hiro. Haha. Haha and Ka. Haha and Ka. This one was one of the weak ones too. Today we hesitated. Why do we hesitate on this one? Yo. Oh, because he has the task is to consume yogurt. Yo. Oh, we also paused on this one too. Ya. Actually, is ya? No. Ya might actually be, yeah. Yeah, ya is kun. And ne? Nan desu ka? Life. Oh, se and shou and ji for the Lebowski thing. Actually, is ji? No, ji is. Oh, I guess it's and then what were our two errors? I was doing yon, right? I was thinking yon and I was thinking shi, but I forgot shi. For on? Yes. And what? How was it she? What was the mnemonic for it? Oh, sheep. Something dealing with sheep. I should look that up. I don't remember what did it have for sheep? Oh, you're bending your legs. Oh, I remember this. You're bending your legs into a box, and from the front you look like a sheep. That's kind of maybe a Minecraft sheep. And then we have Stan Litu, which I accidentally typed Boon for Boon. So Litu for standing. We're supposed to imagine the hallway, the doorsman, they like the door people, they stand up straight, very, very straight. So Litu in the Litu place. There was actually another read on it that hasn't been introduced yet. Let's look at Litu for a moment. Litu. There it is. And Litu and Ryu. Yeah, there's no Ryu mnemonic yet. So Ryu. Okay. And that's it for today. 2.5 hours. Pretty solid. Yeah, the volume is volume. We got another 3 days. 3 days until our next peak. Our next peak volume. It's almost guaranteed. Almost. Right? If I drop 2 of these, if I get one of, so how do peak work, right? If I drop any of these 2 ones, if I make a mistake on any of these, on 2 of these, more than 2 of these, basically. If I make a mistake on these 2 pips, if I miss more than 2, then I'll fall behind. Although technically I could miss any of these 2, but then these I can miss twice. Anything with 3 pips or 4 pips, I can miss. Oh, actually, I can miss once on any 3 pips and miss twice on it, and it will still be synchronized with all the others. It's basically passing 27, and there are 30 here, right? It's 15 per row, so 15, 30. And we have 1 locked because that's probably rotating around for the front again, because I kind of butchered this. I forgot how I butchered this. Oh, I typed oil twice. I typed oil for this twice. I don't know. I don't know why when I think of old, I think of oil. Anyways, there you have it. All done. That's a wrap for WaniKani today. There was a digression near the end, so we did all our lessons. I think maybe I should get on a little bit earlier from now on. Do our lessons and then do the chit chat. I really love the chit chat. It motivates me to look for new stories. I'm developing lots of stories and anecdotes and all that as I'm getting on, due to the nature of expecting to use a lot of these short stories, right? Every evening, and then every morning I get up a little bit before stream, I typically consume some content and then use that content to vigorously adapt something to it. Sometimes it doesn't land because it's pigeonholed, right? But nowadays it's become quite a bit of a routine where I can throw it all the way back to language learning in some cases. Oh, I can't believe I'm saying this, or I can kind of sort of believe it. I still remember the days when I disliked essay writing, when I was writing essays and whatnot, and nowadays, oh, that's like my bread and butter at this point. So thanks for hanging out, folks. If you're only interested in WaniKani, right, in Japanese learning, and you're gonna watch this later, aras. No, just kidding. Arigas. Arimasu. Arigatou gozaimasu. Right. Minasan, mata ne. Ja ne. Until next time, I'm gonna get up, stretch, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you.
All right, folks, welcome back. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第19天。is 19. Man, time flies. So I just noticed that someone posted a DM in the Discord and made a comment about Wake. No, that is indeed Wake, all right. Okay. We made a couple errors, right? Let's see here. Gotta remind myself. What were the errors? I jumped the gun. Wrong tone. So this is when, not when. And men, like neutral instead of men. And these were from previous ones. So 24 hours hasn't eclipsed yet. I wonder how they're counting this. I guess these are vocabulary words, right? 76 vocabulary words. It certainly doesn't feel like 76 vocabulary words. There's definitely more characters. Yeah, see, there's what was it? We're at 266 items. Okay, so these are definitely vocabulary words. Dang, 76 vocabulary words. That's the thing about SRS, right? I'd be hard pressed to try to get the 76 whatever they are. Although I kind of like this. They look at the coverage, the character coverage. That's kind of neat. The more information, right? Obviously, hyper focusing on it is something I typically stop doing, largely because I'm using the advantage of technology. For the time being. Can I click on this? No, I can't. I was thinking maybe I could click on it like a checklist. Maybe it's I don't think so. Yes. Oh, there's Sub-Zero. Happy weekend. Alright, so let's do our lessons.
一再
一再 okay, repeatedly, once more, once again. 一再 repeatedly. If we do something one time, then again do it. Then again do it. We are doing it repeatedly. Indeed. 一再 他一再 what the 他一再 I've seen this sort of. Oh no, I have seen this one before. I do not know what that is supposed to be. And then 我们的 something 情 What could you possibly look like? 近情 no.
他一再拒绝我们的邀请。
邀请 Oh, that's supposed to be 邀请 And 拒绝 Oh my gosh, 拒绝 Really?
他一再拒绝我们的邀请。
拒绝
他一再拒绝我们的邀请。
拒绝
拒绝我们的邀请。孩子意在 when 意在 when 同 something. What could it be? If you put water next to it, or maybe 同样的问题。
小孩一再问同样的问题。
It was young. Did I see the Ninja Gaiden reveal? I did. They're okay. I didn't own an Xbox back then, so I didn't play the Ninja Gaiden games. But I did play the original Ninja Gaiden games, which there's also an original. There's a 2D Ninja Gaiden game as well. I mean, that's kind of expected that they would follow up with a Ninja Gaiden 4 reveal as well. But there's also the retro Ninja Gaiden game as well, a little bit back, like a month or two back. I think it's been a month or two. It was Games Award, or maybe not. It might have been Games Awards. Yeah, I'm familiar with Ninja Gaiden. Yeah. It was like kind of a period for the DMCs and Onimusha, that kind of thing. Which obviously Onimusha is coming out too. Same, you had a PlayStation, so you were kind of late to the series. Just bought the remaster. Yeah, the Ninja Gaiden 2 Black was posted for PC. Oh, wait. Oh no, wait. You still don't have your PC, right? It's in February, dude. Sub-Zero, man. I don't know how you could wait for that long. I'm like, wait a minute. Oh yeah, it's February. Oh, you bought it for the PS5? Oh, okay. A lot of good games releasing. Yeah, the new Dynasty Warriors Origins. Yeah, Origins were out. Last one to pass. I was a Dynasty Warriors 2 guy. So that Dynasty Warriors 2 was the first Dynasty Warriors. Dynasty Warrior 1 was a fighting game. So that didn't happen. But yeah. PlayStation, back in PlayStation Day. I think I still have the copy of Dynasty Warriors 2 lying around somewhere. It's those years again, right? It's been 10 or so years now. 10 to 20 years. Anything 10 years plus, it's time for the recycle bandwagon. Bringing back for a new generation, right? Virtua Fighter 6 was also teased by Sega, right? Virtua Fighter 6. We got some hot stuff. Yeah, tell me about it. My laptop is starting to break down now too. Barely getting my in one of your getting by on the uni course. Jeez. Laptops are doing well too. The recent announcement and all that, and the new stuff. Laptops are doing pretty well too. Got some good stuff. Lots of good stuff. Technologically speaking, maybe not pocketbook, not money wise, but technology. The beginning of 2025 hit pretty hard. All the 5090 coverage and review was disembargoed. So now everyone's waiting for the 5080 to launch soon, right? Wait, what was new? I haven't been paying attention. What do you mean, what was new? You haven't been paying attention. The 50 series dropped. Yeah, you're pep, and you call yourself a... No, I'm just kidding. DLSS 4, fake frame generation. Buzzwords. Throw buzzwords around a lot. Also, governmental plans to invest like billions and billions of dollars into like models, AI models. I think the new Samsungs dropped, the smartphones stuff dropped, Xbox, you know, along with Xbox, had their announcements for stuff. I do not pay attention to laptop GPUs. Laptop GPUs are excellent now, so you can probably just get away with a laptop, really. If you plan on moving, laptops are pretty nice. Incredibly high efficient. Efficiency is king now, and due to the nature of the new architecture, the Blackwell architecture, right? New wave of laptops. Okay. We're not gonna geek out too much without that. We'll come across them as we find the opportunity. So wait. Oh yeah, so this is young. So instead of 一样, it's 同样, same, 同样的问题。还是一在问同样的问题。
小孩一再问同样的问题。
问题 higher. Yeah, you should check it out. It might be a great, you know, not that you need to spend more since your PC is on the way. You're trying to hold off a year in case to get a work laptop. Yeah, that's why I didn't know if your company was gonna provide a work laptop or you need a laptop, but it is by that time this summer, the current laptops are, I would say, pretty wonderful sweet spot. It's a nice blend of mature architecture that has hit a pretty sweet spot lately. The last time I bought a laptop was for my sister, which was the last time the sweet spot happened, which were the Ryzen chips. Some of the early Ryzen chips. And the architectural leak, the last NVIDIA architecture leak before Blackwell. They most likely won't for the internship, but maybe for whatever full-time position you get next year. Ah, I see. I was looking at laptop stuff because there's a chance my sister is gonna stop by home, and I was going to ask her if she needed a laptop, like to replace which is the last laptop. I think it was the Zephyrus. I purchased the Asus Zephyrus 14 for her, and I mean the Zephyrus is getting refreshed and it looks really different now 4 years later, right? So it was the first Zephyrus. Yeah, so because I was gonna load stuff in and do all the work and stuff. You've been using your Asus ZenBook for 5 years now. Honestly, it's been treating you pretty good. I have a ZenBook too. I have a ZenBook from 7 years ago. It used to be my work laptop, and it's sitting over there. When they first it was the 2nd generation ZenBook. I really like the ZenBook line and the Zephyrus line, or the G14 line. So, I would personally do a recommendation for those things, just anecdotal things, obviously. For value things, I think Lenovo Yoga stuff is pretty alright, and Legion if you don't want something portable or something more utilitarian. Those are pretty okay. XPs, like XPSs are, yeah, they're kind of expensive, like diminished return expensive. Surprised it hasn't started breaking down until now, considering how bad it's been treating you've been treating it. I see. Some of the ZenBook designs are unmatched. Yeah. I like my things. The current stuff is Asus is doing fairly well. You know, having the ZenBook, the value version of the Zephyrus, right? I think the Zephyrus design is fantastic now as well. I think they're still called Zephyrus. Yeah, a Zephyrus G14 is the last thing I purchased for my sister. I was gonna say I was gonna refresh her personal laptop for like being away and whatnot. lugging around a desktop for what she does is fairly inconvenient. She can buy like a TV or something to, you know, dock the laptop. Media laptop has that usefulness, right? And nowadays the 50 series GPUs, along with now onboard AMD stuff, makes for a great efficiency combination. Do you know anything about the Snapdragon laptops? They're okay. That's all I can really tell you. You were looking at a Samsung laptop the other day and noticed it had a Snapdragon. Yeah, it's okay. Like, it's middle of the road. If you can get it on a discount, still sufficient. I was surprised because you thought Snapdragon was only... Yeah, they're ARMs chips. You know, the whole M1 chips using ARMS architecture to support operations, right? OS, and then Snapdragon is like, yeah, we can do that too, and that's about 2.5 years ago now. So here they are now. The Snapdragons are the Windows ARM chips, and they're like middle of the road. The nice thing about here's the silver lining about middle of the road things, though. When they're middle of the road and they're lukewarm, you can probably get them on fairly nice discount. And in the end of the day, if it runs the OS with no hiccups, the performance to price ratio is what ends up being the seller, right? So if they're like lukewarm, they got lukewarm receptions, but that also means a chance to buy them at discount. So you might want to consider that as an opportunity, of course. ARMS is like pretty mid right now, still mid. The Intel GPUs, though, not as mid so far, the Battle Mages. So there's also that's happening. I think they dropped a even more value brand, even lower value brand, Step Down, recently, like the last month, something like that. Lots of things happen in the tech world for value purchases and whatnot. I am a fan of keeping track of value purchases because sometimes these things are functional. They don't have to be like a splurge point. I will be getting a 5090 at the end of the year. I'm kidding. It's $2,000, by the way. Did you see the price of the 5090? It's $2,000. And that's if you don't get scalped. Okay. Itai. Okay. So Itai. What are you? I've seen you before. And I don't remember. There's that's shit. And 感谢 something.
一再表示感谢。
表示 oh, heckin' 表 dang it. That happened yesterday too. 表 like 小表 手表 is where I seen that character.
一再表示感谢。
表示 that's 是 is it? 表示感谢。
一再表示感谢。
感谢 sorry 感谢。That thing is huge. It's smaller than the 4090 by like 20%. So it's huge, but it's not like a it's not like a triple slot GPU anymore. It's still a double slot GPU though. Isn't that crazy? Like yeah, it's smaller than the 4090. The 4090 is bigger. They had to they even redesigned it to be slimmer. So it is slimmer, but it is pulling 580 watts ish. 550 to 580. So it actually is pulling 20% more power in a smaller form factor. The Founders Edition has like a proprietary new way of cooling it, and apparently it's pretty good, or good enough to offset like the power draw in a smaller form factor. It still runs a little bit hotter than 4090, but given its profile and its slimming down, still able to offset that in a tolerable way. That's pretty absurd. I don't know. Hear me out here. I'm not sure how often you pay attention to your overhead on your power supply, but there were times, I still remember like yesterday, where like manufacturers like Corsair and stuff make power supplies that were like 680 watts. Right? That used to be like a sweet spot. 680, it's usually around 500 with a 200 watt overhead, like a gold standardized 680 or a 700 or an 800, like titanium or gold certified like power supply. And now we're talking about a graphics card that can peak wattage over a 600 watt PS power supply. Excuse me. I think my PC is still operating on an 860 watt one. The 60 watt ones are like the special, like extra special edition, like when they were released and stuff. So I think I have an 860. Corsair does this weird thing where if it has like a non-rounded 100 number, it was like a specific line of PSUs for a while. So I had like the 861. Yeah, I can't even run a 5090 if I wanted. I would have to replace the power supply too. there was a time my first power supply was a 1001, a gold 1000 ATX or something. I forgot how they number their models, but I always thought to myself, man, that's overkill. That's like a 30% overhead for any power spikes. And now I'm thinking like, boy, that's perfect for running anything NVIDIA. I'm like, okay. I haven't talked about tech in a while. It seems like it only comes up when you're around. Yeah, very exciting things. 在一在
男朋友
男朋友 yeah, male friend companion is a boyfriend. I hate when that like this happens. It blocks. Okay. 我有男朋友. That's not quotable. I'm just reading this.
我有男朋友
我有. Why is it so high? 我有 yo. Oh no, yo is 2, isn't it? It's not 3. Is it 2 or 3? Oh, it's 2. No, it's 3. It's so fast. 我有男朋友. I'm taking computer architecture right now, and the topic of GPU is coming up quite exciting actually. Oh, that's neat. You get to learn about like how rendering stacks work. Is it like current? Are you doing like current rendering stacks? Things like looking at Blackwell architecture and stuff, how they're doing I forgot what they call them. They keep using fancy names like logic stacking, you know, neural stacking. I don't know what there's so many buzzwords nowadays, but how like operations and stacks are working on GPUs. I can imagine it'd be very, very interesting insights. The prof is pretty cool too. It's a PhD student and he's cracking D&D jokes all the time. Oh, that sounds like someone I could chill out with and have a coffee talk with. Not that you know much of D&D, but it's fun to see him make correlations. Oh, that sounds like my kind of dude. Back in my day, I used like League of Legends though. You know, I used League of Legends back in my day to stay a little edgy, but now I can totally imagine D&D now that I think about it.
Western fantasy would be a great way. I could, since you guys are in Norway, I would do the cheesy thing and like talk about Vinland Saga or something. Or the television show The Last Kingdom, because both of them deal with the Scandinavian and Danish and English conflict in history. So far, we've mainly talked about the cache optimization. Okay. And then the M1. Yeah, okay. Interesting. I only know like buzzwords. So what I mean is I only know how to explain the cause and effect. Like this architecture has this function, but I don't literally know why like this architecture allows this function to happen. Like what is required typically to increase efficiency, like the typical ways in which manufacturers increase efficiency, how they increase stacking throughput, and then how that translates to energy consumption. So those are like all the things that you would find on, I don't know, a presentation or a press conference. So I only correlate what they constantly say, like the language they use. And I have no idea how manufacturing works. Like, what does that actually look like on like a, on a board, right? Like, what the heck does that mean? What does that mean that the die is this? Like, I can't even, I don't have a visual presentation of what that is. I only see that. Very knowledgeable, at least on the surface of things. Yeah, we're consumers. We got to be good in labs. Oh yeah. I would be able to do that. Any type of lab work would be fine. Largely because it deals with observational and simulations and observational stuff. So naturally you can try to look at patterns and results. It's like, hey, if we do this, this happens. Okay, let's write a detailed result of all these things, and then let's adjust the parameters accordingly. Science. That's science, right? If there's anything that the PhDs don't distinguish, like higher education do not distinguish, is the application of problem solving and critical thinking. You have to solve problems through observations, and then through observations you can get to answers without necessarily knowing all fourth knowledge, right? I think I miss those days. The reason why I can't have them now is because I'm not at the forefront of anything, right? The PhD studies were really, really cool in that at some point you realized only you can answer this question because no one else is answering this question. If you know what I mean. And then of course it's a double edge, right? If you get stuck and you don't know how to figure it out, then you're stuck. You gotta figure out how to unstuck yourself, and that comes with its own responsibilities too. But it gets to the point where, how when a content creator, you watch a video and so a content creator tells you this is the most kept secret that no one has told you about. I bet you didn't know this secret. And what I can think about is like, I bet someone does know this secret. And in fact, I don't think it's a secret. It's probably an open knowledge, conventional knowledge that you're assuming the audience don't know because, right? They haven't seen it yet. In science, it's a double edge, because when someone tells you, oh, this is the best kept secret, it's usually a question. And that question is, I don't know the answer, but this is what I know so far. So when it comes to secrets, oftentimes one guaranteed way that it's a secret and people haven't known about it is that no one understands it enough to say they know about it. And I think that's one of the biggest differentials between someone who's telling you a secret because they already know a lot about it, but where did they get that knowledge? Probably from someone else that already know about it. as opposed to like in the frontier of science or something where it's like it's a mixed bag, because you want this to be a good thing or like a useful thing, but you're not sure if it's a good thing. So whenever someone asks me, oh, so what are you researching? I'm like, okay, so this is all the stuff we know, and now I'm trying to know more about this stuff, and I have no idea what I'm doing. Well, you know what you're doing to try to get at the answer, but you don't know what that's going to mean. Like it's not possible until you actually do the experiment. Like you really don't know. It's like, oh, here's all the cool stuff, right? And that's what people focus on, actually. Whenever you hear like a published paper, right, and they introduce some sort of correlation, it's like, oh yeah, and by the way, we have no idea what this means yet. Like, we can guess what this means, and in the next 4 or 5 years, maybe we'll try some of these things and figure out what this observation means. Yep, stay tuned. And what happens is when you have journalists and other things, they would look at what is already determined and say, oh, this is the best thing since sliced bread, and then they assume whatever correlation or observations you had was indeed going to happen in the future, which it doesn't most of the time. It's like not the complete picture. So cue the MSG creates headaches and give you cancer, then to suddenly 5 years later, it's like, hey guys, we didn't say it caused cancer or anything. We didn't figure that out yet. We know that it can do something. And then 5 or 10 years later, once it's finally caught up, it's like, we can't substantiate any of these claims. Meanwhile, everyone else has been predictively operating on that knowledge. Science. Technology, though, that's pretty cool. I think technology deals with so much of a different mindset that's pretty cool too. Where like, oh hey, so if we just stack like 3 times this, we hope to have a expected linear correlation. Perhaps if we see diminished return, we'll have to innovate and create like experimental stacking. But it's like there's a lot of proof of concept that's along the way, and then you take those risks, right? And even the minor risk can be a substantial difference in the engineering and technology thing. I haven't ever stepped foot in like a fabrication lab or talked to someone about how they go about R&Ding GPUs and CPUs and whatnot, but I can only imagine it's like a different world. Like stepping into a lab, that type of lab. I didn't want to be too reductive, because you still usually still use the critical thinking and problem solving that overlaps between different disciplines, but the lab itself. Hear me out here. I'm imagining like robotic arms moving everywhere, and everyone's in like a dust covered. I'm imagining what YouTube has sensitized me to imagining. You walk into a dust-free environment, you're completely scrubbed up, right? In all scrubs, and then you just look at these wafers and stuff. That it's kind of like a Disney park. Disney park tour. I haven't ever been to Disney Park or Disneyland, so even that is basically vicariously experienced through YouTube. But I can only imagine, you just walk through, it's like, dude, this feels like a biosafety 2 virus lab. The ones where you have to dress because it's protecting you and your experiments. Yeah, I have gone through like other labs where obviously there's bio safety involved, so it's dust free and whatnot. Like for example, I'm not sure if Sub-Zero, if you ever been in science like biology long enough, but there are these things called nude rats. I know this might be a little touchy subject for some people, but when it comes to like having to test very specific things that needs to be translational, nude rats are usually immunocompromised. So they're immunocompromised. As in, they're immunosuppressed. So the reason why they're nude is one of the giveaways that they are immunocompromised. So they don't have fur, right, or hair, largely because like allergenics and stuff. So when you use, I know about like, I'm sorry if this is a little sensitive to a lot of people about animal testing, but there are specific types of pharmaceuticals and treatments in order to ascertain and potentially correlate the potential side effects, like things that happen when humans, usually these humans tend to be, it's difficult to see effects and potential sensitivities when you have an immune system, right? An immune system that may confound the results. So oftentimes nude rats or nude mice, not rats, sorry, not rats, mice, are used as a way to test like carcinogenic compounds or potential carcinogenic side effects. And that's usually in a situation in which the host is immunocompromised. So when you're interacting with those mice, the entire facility is sterilized. So kind of like when you walk into a chemotherapy like ward, right? All the operators, the nurses, the doctors and stuff, it's trying to be a completely sterilized environment because the host, the patients and whatnot, are completely immunocompromised. So when you walk in and you're just like willy-nilly with your 100 millions of bacteria on your skin and you're just like flapping around, you probably end up killing the patients by opportunistic infections. So I know that sounded like a little fun, but also dark at the same time. That's kind of what I think about when I walk into a fabrication lab. What it would look like to walk into a CPU and a GPU fabrication lab, where you just see everyone like scrubbed up and everything's like hermetically dust free, whatnot. It's like, dear me, imagine getting like a skin cell on your CPU. I doubt it's that crazy, but just imagine like someone just has a really bad dry skin and they just walk into the lab and everything is contaminated. your entire it's crazy. I think it's really cool to see the tours for the fabrication labs. It's crazy. There's so much like engineering labs that when you start thinking like, how did they even make this without like human components floating around in it, right? This is a scary thought, and it's kind of something that I pay attention to a lot. My family operates a lot on air filters, right? Like specific filters for sleeping purposes and whatnot. And man, when you look at a filter after like 4 or 5 months, you're just like, where did all this come from? Some people would argue like, oh, a lot of it is floating dead skin, but dude, sometimes you're like, the air is okay here. Meanwhile, you just look in your filter and after 3 months, like, whoa. Not that it's life-threatening, but you know, the nice thing about being humans and being a biological organism is immune system. PogChamp, right? Sorry. I said PogChamp out loud, but thankfully, biology's got our backs for the most part. For most people who are not immunocompromised, right? Which substantially most people are not immunocompromised, thankfully. Imagine living in a bubble. Have you ever seen the movie Bubble Boy? That's probably a comedy that would make a little bit lighthearted about people who are immunocompromised. Bubble Boy would be the one that comes to mind right away. Was that an Adam Sandler movie? No, I don't think so, right? Who was the Bubble? Oh, it was Jake Gyllenhaal. I totally forgot Jake Gyllenhaal played Bubble Boy. The moment I saw the screenshot, I was like, dang.
Jake Gyllenhaal played Bubble Boy. The movie wasn't that great, but comedy. I remember it. The phrase Bubble Boy is what comes to mind. Okay. Slight side digression. 我男朋友不会做饭. Okay. Sounds like this is describing you. What your girlfriend would say. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. 我男朋友爱水果. Okay. Sure. Okay.
男朋友
Osmiat loves to eat fruit. What the heck? You don't like fruit? What do you have against fruit? What is a traditional and hear me out. Traditional consistent fruit that Norwegians eat. Yeah, I'm like trying to consider the climate and stuff. I do, but I rarely eat it if you're being honest. I see. What would be like a household staple? For a... Like, are we talking about apples, oranges, maybe something like a hardy fruit so that it's like local? In the United States, it's probably berries. Berries are probably like year round. Yeah, of fruits. Yeah, berries are most of the berry varieties are indigenous to North America, and usually like they are often advertised as super fruits. So there's like a health craze. So like blueberries, raspberries. Usually blueberry, raspberries, maybe even cherries. So that's kind of thing. And then bananas, right? Bananas and oranges. But oranges are like more exotic, and bananas are technically exotic too. Good, but berries, people are into that berries. Those berries, due to the health craze, the health trend. Berries are high in many things, and they're really tough. Berries are strong year round. I'm not sure about bananas and oranges. I like watermelons personally, but watermelon's a summer fruit. So really like watermelons.
叫好
叫好. 叫好. Oh, to applause. Oh, good call. Calling out, good. To applaud. Something is really just publicly called out that is something good. Yeah, to applaud. Nice. Bananas, apples, and oranges. Pretty much the staples and what they offer to kids going to school. Ah, okay. And they don't have a lot of exciting exotic food here, TBH, so quite boring. Ah, okay. In high school, oh, that's a good way to think about staples. Kids. So for kids, yeah, it was bananas, apples, pineapples, banana, apples, pineapples, and peaches, and pears. And that's it. No exotic stuff. I mean, like back in my day. Not sure about kids nowadays. It's definitely, yeah, banana, apple. So it's like banana is whole, apple slices, canned peaches, canned pineapples because they have longer shelf life. Canned peaches, canned pineapples, and canned pears. And usually they're in like fruit cups and stuff. And fruit cups are a mix of all those things. Oftentimes fruit cups have diced pineapple, peaches, and pears. Yes, those are the three that gets mixed together a lot of times in like those little fruit cups. There might be something else. I forgot what that orange thing is. A persimmon or something? It was something like that. But usually it's peach pineapples. And then it would be apple slices a lot of times, and then whole bananas.
haven't thought about fruits in a long while. And then orange comes in like, oftentimes orange comes in juice form. Although occasionally you get oranges. Occasionally. Orange is kind of a hit or miss. Kiwis were, however, quite popular when you were a kid. Not sure if it still is. Ah. Do I eat fruits often? That's a good question. No. I do not. Not as often as like once per day. We consume fruit maybe once every 2 or 3 days. We consume vegetables every single day. Like vegetables are the core, and then fish. Vegetable, fish. Once in a blue moon, maybe some sort of red meat, and then it's just tons of vegetables. And then rice for the carbs. Rice is the major source of carbs. Rice or noodles. Yeah. I think veggies outnumber most things. Yeah. I actually deliberately drink sugar every once in a while to keep my like I actually have I know in this day and age, you're like, what? I hear me out. Sorry, you just got to trust me in this one. I actually do not hit my daily intake of sugar most of the time. No cap. So oftentimes I would take that opportunity to maybe like drink a sweet beverage with my meal, because if I drink water, sometimes like I get really tired. Like my brain stops like moving, and I'm like, I need a sugar bump right now. So I actually drink sweetened beverages now, as opposed to continue drinking water, right? Yeah, it can get like that sometimes. When you have family. My father and mother has sensitive, like they're getting older, right? So maintenance for sensitive eating and whatnot, like lots of fiber, right? Increased fiber, trying to so all of that kind of bleeds down to making sure you have a balanced diet. If you ever have fruit nowadays, it's mostly clementines. Okay, I love grapes. Holy grapes. And grapes are the things where my parents buy grapes in season, like in a local place, so not grapes all the time. But when they do, there's this hack. I know. I was talking earlier about hacks, and they might not be so exciting. But my favorite hack, or one of my hacks that I enjoy, is how people freeze grapes. Like intentionally buy grapes and freeze them, and then take them out every once in a while, and then eat frozen grapes. Dude, frozen grapes. My word. Why haven't I done that in a while? Yeah, and grapes are very convenient. I absolutely love them, especially seedless grapes. Dang, not a sweet tooth person, huh? You're the opposite? I always thought you were a spice guy. Why eat sweet tooth stuff when you can spice it up and burn your mouth and esophagus, you know? I'm a sour guy. That sounded so weird out of context. I'm a very sour guy. Like this recent past 2 or 3 weeks, I've been munching on pickles. Like that's my snack. Pickles. And you might be thinking, oh yeah, it's really, really high in sodium and stuff. It's like not the particular pickles that we're going for here. In the United States, there's like this really large resurgence of pickle interest, like pickle consumption, and man, they've gotten some pretty good ways of doing pickles now. Like these half sour fermented pickles. Ooh, it's like get my kimchi into my pickles. Well, that kind of sounded a little weird, but the saltiness, the sour and saltiness comes from fermentation, and as opposed to like straight up dumping salt and vinegar and whatnot into the mix, and then throw in a bunch of dill, and I'm munching on pickles like crazy. You do like spice too? Your girlfriend is different. She prefers salty snacks and don't like sweets and spice. Yeah, if you gave me like a sweet snack and a salty snack, I'd probably pick the salty snack over the sweet snack. And I like bitter as well. So bitter with sweetness all the time. So my chocolate has to be both bitter and with notes of sweetness. It's usually two things as opposed to one. It's usually two things as opposed to one. So if I'm eating a meal that's salty and savory, I would pair it with the beverage. So oftentimes it would be cheating to tell you that I prefer one or the other. It's usually they happen all at the same time. Whenever I eat a meal, there's going to be a sweet element, a spice element, a salty element, a sour element, a crunchy element, a squishy element, and a hard element, right? And then it's got to smell at least 3 different things: floral, earthy, and it's usually floral and earthy. Like some elements have some floralness, so some seasoning, like some herbs or spices that are very floral in nature, and then the earthy notes come after you consume the stuff, right? And then occasionally there's bitterness. We throw in some bitterness here and there, something that is bitter, and oftentimes greens are bitter, right? Like like kind of fresh broccoli will have some bitterness or earthiness to it. And my parents do that all the time too. We eat with our eyes, ears, and nose, right? You eat with everything. Even a mundane dish can be elevated by adding an essential sensation to it. So yeah, when my father is like, I'm just gonna slap a salmon fillet onto some greens with some rice, I would add a crunchy pickle, a dill pickle to it. Or this is really salty, I would add some fried garlic, crumbs onto it to give it a crunch and umami and that kind of thing. I just throw something else on top. The most mundane things, there's no second best in food. You gotta enjoy it. It's one of your, it absolutely, sometimes it breaks my heart when people are not interested in what they eat, even if it's mundane. Like your burger, buying a pack of fried garlic, like Thai fried garlic, and elevate something that you would have, and you can mix and match. Like if you get 3 or 4 staples, right? 3 or 4 staples, you can mix and match and create like a combination of them, right? 4 staples with 2 things, you have, I don't know how to do combinations. It's a 4 times 3 times 2 times 1. So like 12 combinations. I forgot how factorials and combination works, but you get what I mean. Like adding 1 additional staple from time to time multiplies the permutation of your food. So when you're eating regular mac and cheese, throw something on top of it, right? I think texture is incredibly underrated. Have a crunchy staple and a chewy staple to add. Oftentimes chewy is good enough already, so crunch. Add stock your shells with at least 2 or 3 options for adding crunch to your things. It's such a sensation. What is it that is so different about crunch? Your ears ends up participating as well. So it's one of those things, like when you add something in crunch, certainly you have your straight up crunch, and a lot of times things like fried garlic affects your smell. So fried garlic, smell, umami, listening, it checks off a lot of lists of sensation. You've never used 叫好 before? Oh, okay. Maybe because your Chinese sucks. I doubt it. How do you say applause in a different way? Do you know how to say applause in a different way, Churn? 道好 to applaud. Is there like another way to applaud? Oh yeah, Gecko's already a bit. Yeah, that was like an hour ago. 2 hours, maybe? Yeah, Gecko's got the bed. The bedge. Oh, and now that we're talking about food, yeah, I found a new staple dinner. Baked sweet potatoes have been a game changer lately. You sound so American when you said that. I literally said that to Jiao the other day. Like, I asked Jiao, have you met Jiao before? I'm not sure if you were here when Jiao was around. So Jiao is a visiting student from China, mainland China, and he's currently in the US, and we've been talking about food a lot in the Discord. So you can probably pick up that every once in a while. My first thing was like, I was trying to give him like trends, like American trends, because these produce are readily available. Sweet potato is readily available. And the first thing I thought about was like, oh yeah, that's a trend too. Have you tried like having sweet potato versions of certain things? Because I know that there's a lot of sweet potato cooking in like my parents, like from Chinese dishes and whatnot. But sweet potato is kind of part of the health craze again. The United States have lots of trends of substituting things. Like for example, have you had cauliflower pasta yet? Like just replacing your starch with cauliflower. That's a thing too. So you could try cauliflower. Maybe like fried cauliflower, like charred cauliflower instead of fried garlic. It's a thing. Or like cauliflower crusted things. That's kind of a thing too. So I've been trying to like get people excited, or get someone excited to keep trying new things with their eating habits. It's a game changer, period. When you find looking forward to eating things, you know, it's not eating is not just an obligatory chore, in my opinion, and I hope people, you know, the little kiddos out there do not continue to treat it that way. It's a life experience. Oh, 古酱. Oh no, 古酱. 古酱. Interesting. I don't know how that ends up being applause. Interesting. Or what is the other one? Something. Oh, this one I can get behind. It has wait, is that Japanese? Wait, is this supposed to be Japanese or Chinese? Oh, oh yeah, pa show. I think pa show is also applaud in Japanese too. Pretty sure. Right? Pai show. Pai show is definitely also Japanese for applause. Hold up. Hakushu. Yeah, hakushu. Yeah, so I would get behind that. I would totally get behind that. It sounds like display hands. That's kind of good. Oh there, Jinra. Hello. Hello. Yeah, some people think eating is a chore. Darn. So, or when I mean by some people, I actually mean younger peeps these days. Largely because they don't have time to. They don't think, in my opinion, they give me the impression that the time you spend preparing your meals and enjoying your meals aren't as important as the time that you're spending, I don't know, doom scrolling or playing video games. Loaded with meat and perfect for a gym diet. Oh yeah, sweet potatoes. I agree. Sometimes you make fried macaroni on the pan for a bit to make it crunchy when making bolognese. Game changer. Yeah. If you have like a broiler function on your oven. Place your mac and cheese into a baking pan, right? A baking pan, and then just toss it in the oven. Get that crisp on top. Wow. But if you don't eat, you'll die. So you must eat. Here's the thing. The things that you must eat, it's so tough these days. In my opinion, I think one of the things I have often find myself saying more often nowadays, and it somehow is like, wow, this is important. I usually think, isn't that the thing you want to do? Sleep, eating. Those are the two things that get sidelined a lot. And you might be thinking, oh yeah, but some kids just want to stay in bed. It's like, but they're not staying in bed for sleeping purposes, like improving sleeping. They're staying in bed to avoid doing other things. We're talking about working on improving your sleep and like being engaged and actively invested in your sleep and eating, because you have to do them, right? If there's anything that's obligatory and unfortunately seem like a chore for a younger crowd, I would say younger crowd, largely because when you get older, whether you like it or not, eating and sleeping, how well you eat, well you sleep is kind of becomes an issue. It no longer becomes optional, right? You must try to eat better, sleep better. So, yeah. Oh, 叫好. 叫好 is more like well done and bravo. Yeah, to applaud. Well done, bravo, to applaud. Oh, as opposed to literally just clapping. Oh, I see what you mean now. I actually just made the connection. As opposed to like literally slapping your hands together. I see. Oh, the full fat phrase. 拍手. 拍手. 叫好. Oh, okay. Now you're clapping in order to applaud. I see. Okay. So the other one is like literally clapping your hands together in Chinese. However, in Japanese, it shows as applauding. So that's interesting. Maybe in Japanese, it has that built in, the whole applauding part. Dang, you're really out of practice. I thought it said ni hao because of the hao. Sub-Zero, please. I need you to graduate and have a stable job and move in with your girlfriend and do all that, so then we can have you study. Although you do have to admit, 较好 is HSK 7 through 9 apparently. What the heck? It does show here, by the way. Oh, I think it's cut out. Sorry, you guys can't see it, but in this, you can't see it. It's cut off because of how big the window is. But on like right here, on this side, it has isn't there only until HSK 6? So there is until HSK 6, and then 7 through 10 are like optional. Like they're all clumped together. They're usually like just things that you would encounter and whatnot. So it actually goes up to 10. Not that most people go past 6. Actually, when it comes to like what I gathered, this is what I gathered from other people. I'm not HSK anything at the moment. I don't even know how, like maybe I might be 3. I've been told, or I've read, that when you're around between 4 to 6, you kind of just go on and do your own thing, right? Kind of like the JOPT thing, where like, yeah, you just kind of go on and do your thing after a certain amount. English B1, you just go on and do your own thing a lot of times, unless you need to take examination for a specific qualification or something. Yeah. They try to cover all of the HSKs. So Kevin's vision for HanziHero is to cover all of the characters and then beyond. He wants to go beyond to like 4,500 maybe. So 叫好 makes sense. 他们什么？哦，他们还有呢？ I keep saying ne. I need to stop doing that. I've been watching this Malay couple. I told about. I've been watching a lot of like reruns of this like Malay Japanese couple, and every time he says like dame la, I'm like dayo la. I'm like that's good. I just think of my parents. What do I say in Fujonese? Sino? Ji sino? Ni 叫面叫 sino? Sino? That sino is shema, the closest sino, and in English I do oh a lot, like oh like oh that kind of thing. But now whenever I'm like reading kanji or hanzi, I find myself saying ne all the time because you just need to say it. You just need to say it. Okay, all right. Tamen hayo. Is that hayo? No. Yes, hayo. Hayo 叫好。
他们没有叫好。
没有 I keep getting them mixed up. Okay. Hold up. I'm still getting used to the traditional characters, okay? Don't at me. 没有叫好。Alright, what is this? What do you look like? That looks like... Oh, what is it? I thought one of them might be Biaoying. That can't be Biaoying. That doesn't look like Biaoying. It's like Ying. One kind of looks like Ying, and then a mix of like Zuo or something, and then this is Wei something Chi. What do you look like? I don't know. And then 叫好。
观众为演出叫好。
观众 Oh my goodness.
观众为演出叫好。
演出
观众为演出叫好。
演出叫好。观众 Really? Oh, that makes sense. 观众 Oh, audience. Yeah, that makes sense. 观众 like audience seated, or actually maybe not. Audience seated towards performance? Applause? Wait.
观众为演出叫好。
I don't know, that's beyond me. This is fun just reading sentences that I may or may not understand for the future. You gotta get some sleep, forgot about the time. Yeah, I'll see you later, Sub-Zero. See you later. It was fun chatting. Let me know when you get your PC. It's about that time. You're about the due date, right? The due date is happening. So I expect some pictures too of the crib. So you better give me some early baby pictures, right? We gotta see the spin the baby around. That's kind of weird. You know, we need a 3D rendering. You think it's on Valentine's Day? 我没有女朋友 is your joke? Aw. Do you want a girlfriend? Maybe not for your girlfriend. I think it's on Valentine's, so it's pretty fitting actually. Maybe not for your girlfriend. Will you be distracted? Oh no. Imagine it's like, hey, I'm sorry, but I have a date with my with my PC. Sorry, maybe rain check.
She's got competition. Okay. I'll hold you to it. All right. Get some sleep. Good luck with school. Good luck with school and stuff. I would love to hear what is brought up in your computer class. Like what the Skippy is. Yeah, take care, Sub-Zero. Let's see. What is this? 这间 no 这届 it might be 这届电影演的赢 as in win yeah 赢的了what is this 关注的叫好
这部电影赢得了观众的叫好。
that's 不就的 what
这部电影赢得了观众的叫好。
wait that's 不
这部电影赢得了观众的叫好。
why is this so fast
这部电影赢得了观众的叫好。
赢得了关注的叫好is that did I hear 不
这部电影赢得了观众的叫好。
这部电影验得了关注的叫好 okay interesting some advanced stuff for me 叫好
叫好
to applaud That's fast. It sounds normal to you. No, not the just this part. Only this. 这部 the 这部 is faster than the rest of the sentence. Like 这部电影 right? It's like a syncopation thing.
这部电影赢得了观众的叫好。
这部电影 not the rest. The rest is we're not talking about fast as in like what I think is fast. I'm talking about the pace. So 这部电影演得了 right 关注的较好 right just this part
这部电影赢得了观众的叫好。
Yeah, the rest is spaced out with cadence. It's kind of like saying Churn, what do you think about the movie? Right? Like, you know, like, I'm kidding curious. Is CN pronunciation the speed is 1 beat per character? Because I don't know. I have no idea. For me, it's, I treat it as stress accent. Because English is a stress language, yeah. So I treat, like, for me, I'm not Chinese, right? Or I'm not like a mainland Chinese speaker of anything. I use stress accents in Chinese. So when I'm speaking Fujianese, it has stress accents. So like, as in it gets stretched and compressed. Like,我呢套佢講鄧淵朗，我也買嘅 right? Like it's compressed and like there's stress. The pitch kind of inflects my emotions. It's kind of like English, so I'm very sloppy when it comes to these things. So it's very difficult for me to know. Like I have no comment on 1 beat per character. Although trying to learn Japanese has allowed me to be a little bit more disciplined. So I focus on moda, right? I focus on moda a lot more these days. Even when I'm learning Chinese, I'm like, why is there a syncopation there?
这部电影赢得了观众的叫好。
这部电影 right? 这部电影 yeah, 赢得了关注的叫好 right? So it's kind of like syncopated, which I like.
personally. English deals with a lot of syncopation when you're speaking a lot of times. So, like, you don't say a lot of times. A lot of times, English uses the same syncopation. Or, like, I couldn't even say syncopation without running the beats together, right? It's syncopation, but it's syncopation. Syncopation, right? I would say syncopation as opposed to syncopation. So, whenever we like read katakana, right? Katakana, the English, the ego, I would be like coffee maker, and I'm like coffee maker, coffee maker, coffee maker. So, when I think about it, it's like that's how they're like normalizing the mora, and you kind of get used to it. At the same time, whenever I read like Chinese things, I would break them up into syncopation things. But this one breaks it up here. Instead of 这部, I would say 这部电影演得了动作的较好, right? And then remember when we were counting characters, right? When you were saying essays, count each character as words. I counted only where I would stop. So I would count this as one word, this as one word, this as one word, this. And I do this here because of Japanese, but I also do it because of Fujianese and English, because this is the modifier for this. So I add the duh, right? And duh is the closest thing to a particle. It's the closest thing to a particle. So whenever I read like Japanese, I tend to end on a particle, largely because that's where the pitch accent tends to do a change, right? So even if I don't know the exact pitch accent, like if I'm going, atamadaka, nakadaka, and stuff, I tend to still have a habit of ending my things in certain places. Not that I'm trying to change the pace or the beats of the Japanese, but it's to break up how I break up Chinese and English as well. This is how I break up the English interpretive meanings. So I would break these up and interpret them to my parents. How does Duo teach you duh? Because I have no idea what it means. Duo teach you. I just use it when I feel like it. How does teach you duh? They don't teach you anything. They just say duh. That's a good question. How do they teach you? So, duh, they did anything that's in HSK 1 through 3. So, like possession, the quality of something. That's about it, really. Possession, quality of something, comparison. Ending a question statement, I think. And it has a bunch of combinations for duh. But not really all that much. Not really all that much. And for duh is probably my most loose thing. I cheat. Like I put duh in random places. Duh is almost like neh. So I'm like, 你说的什么? Like I put duh in like random places. And I do that in Fujianese too, only with a different word. Also, HSK 7 through 9 is combined together. Okay. Yeah, that's what they're doing here. This is a HA. I know it's not visible, but what it's written on the side here is HSK 7 through 9. It's written right here, but it's off the screen because the window is like not quite the right dimensions. It's not quite 16:9 aspect ratio, so I had to resize the window. You forgot the question mark. Oh, you mean how? Wait. Wait. What do you mean by you forgot the question mark? Anyways, good talk. Good talk.
男子
I have very sloppy conversational things, so I'm not sure if that's a good or a bad thing. For me, I'm not in school anymore, so it's combined together. Yes, they are combined together. In this case, for what Kevin did, I'm guessing whatever Kevin is using is off his experience with being in Taiwan, and what he learned when he was in Florida, when like his texts and stuff. Kevin in some of his videos mentioned a bunch of resources that he's done, like read Hasix and very specific texts, but I don't know what those texts are. Like I don't know the nature of those texts. So he did mention like those material. Unfortunately, that's as far as it goes. So no idea why 7 through 9 are combined together, and then 10 is separate. I have no idea. Whatever it is, it's fine. You know, we learn what we need to learn. That's always nice. Okay, man-child. Of course, a man-child grows up into a man, or a male child, but I like saying man-child. 男子. Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah, we gotta remember that it holds on to the tone 3 marker. 男子. 男子 tennis? Oh, is that supposed to be 玩球? No, which one's tennis? What does that look like? No, is it 排球?
男子单打
Danda! I've never heard of Danda. What did Duolingo introduce before the end of the 玩球, 排球, 乒乓球, 篮球. I'm missing one. 足球. So soccer, right, in no particular order, but soccer, soccer, volleyball, basketball, ping pong, and table tennis. Oh no, ping pong. I said tennis and ping pong. It's volleyball. Yeah, well, you get it. I didn't get this yet. Tennis.
男子单打
Danda. Oh yes, you're definitely failing HSK 7 through 9. Some words you don't know what it means and need to write an essay in translation. Oh, interesting. I think 7 through 9 is getting to the point of like C1 and C2 where when I look at some of the stuff, there are very particular words that, I mean, actually maybe not. I don't know. I should really see how that compares. I fail English exams quite a bit. Like I would say I wouldn't get very good grades on English exams nowadays if I was being conservative. So this is
男子单打
Danda. Oh, I kind of like that. Danda instead of using 球. Danda. Like some sort of ball. 中年男子.
中年男子
Middle-aged person. That makes sense. Middle-aged person. Like man. That's funny. B2 is the usual usage for usual. Yeah. C1's getting into the real stuff and work. Yeah. And then C2, I feel like C2 is specialized for specific type of categorization. Like the stuff that I use in graduate school are not useful in the terms of English proficiency. So things like you're not just gonna throw in stochasticity all of a sudden, right? Like, oh hey, instead of saying like, oh, that's random, you could say something like, oh wow, that's sporadic. And then even further nuance, you could say, oh, that's stochastic. And I'm like, what the heck? Who would use stochastic? Stochastic is to describe the nature of like a random occurrence, like a random phenomenon. So when you say like, oh, hey, this protein expression is stochastic in nature, it's random. Or like it's difficult to predict. Like the pattern is difficult to predict if there is a pattern. So something is stochastic until it is elucidated, right? Elucidated would be another word, as opposed to discovered or explained, or you would use the word elucidate, right? Elucidate would be a word, and I'm not sure if C2 decides to cover those things. That type of thing, English is just whew. HSK 6 is B2. Oh, okay, so that's almost beyond. That's almost, yeah. So anything, I'm guessing like 7 through 9 is considered. Yeah, here you go if you want it. I'm curious. What can you tell me? Since you're looking, what is there certification for SA? Like there are things you have to do that you need a certification for 7 through 9. 5,000 words, 2,663 characters by HSK6. I see. I'll show you what their breakdown is once we do this thing. Do you know, like, do they know anything that requires an HSK 7 plus certification to do something like in Taiwan or China or something? I don't know what the English requirements are. I'm pretty sure the English. Oh, I could have asked Jiao, actually. What the English requirements are to get into graduate school in the United States. I don't think it's C2, but maybe it is C2. I'm not sure, or maybe it's get bypassed somehow. Like you would have to take the, what is that, the TOEFL or whatever the examination is for English proficiency, but I'm not sure if it's that high. I'm earnestly going to tell you that most of the time the language that you learn deals with writing. Oftentimes, like it's usually for writing proficiency as opposed to like listening and talking. Usually it's a little bit lower. When it's too high, it becomes a barrier to communication. A lot of times it becomes too specialized, at least in my opinion. Not that I'm a working professional anymore. 男子the heck? Just man child? Male child? What do you want from me? Just a man? Wait, you don't. Oh, right. Oh no, that's just man. That's not even child. Sorry, my bad. I'm thinking of Hyde's.
男人
Dungeon. The beginning of WaniKani. The yeah, Danshi. Of course. What you call it? The beginning of WaniKani and HanziHero both have that thing where, oh, you only know a specific amount of characters, right? So you use those characters over and over again, and they are all like somewhat synonymous with each other, but there are nuances. I get it. There are nuances. I also use these with nuances, but still, from like a typing perspective, you're like, man, again? Is this man? That's a friend, but it's also a companion. But a companion is a friend. And this is best friend. And this is not so best friend. This is acquaintance. Like I'm like so I'm always asking myself when I'm doing WaniKani and HanziHero, like, wait, which English word are they going for here? Alright, and okay, a male person, alright. This was I would use, I would use 男人 instead of 男子。男人，这个人是 一个男人 OK 我是一个男人 OK 男人 wait
那个人是一个男人。
男人 OK that's fine I was just double check oh no what is that supposed to be 这间 that's not 间男人这间男人是我的我的 oh I don't actually know what that is 八星
这位男人是我的父亲。
父亲 oh yeah right 父亲这 what
这位男人是我的父亲。
oh yeah to weigh on oh kind of like 位 like 挺位 yeah okay 这位 yeah 这位男人是我的父亲。
这位男人是我的父亲。
父亲 oh why is it so high 父亲 oh yeah to be honest the only time I've heard 男字 is 男字汉 oh 男字汉 oh yeah that's right the Han yeah that's true you're right that's the only time I've heard that too that's a good one I'm sure we'll get it it's based on curriculum by the way they're trying to cover curriculum a lot of times despite the radical focused learning 男人 okay let's do it 一在 yeah
一在
一在okay
男人男子
叫好
叫好
I can't spell 男朋友 You notice something when I looked up the difference between 这个 and 这部 in traditional Chinese? I had been using 个 without knowing what it meant, but I was impressed to find out that 个 means 个 yeah similarly I don't know simplified characters oh yeah my that means by but I know traditional character yes kau yeah the ka Japanese kanji and then when you don't know the oh I forgot what that stands for dan oh wait now I'm not sure if it's Chinese or Japanese dan ji zi no maybe that's not it and then you looked up the I don't know what that character is. Oh, okay. So the difference between the simplified character and the traditional character. Yes. Yeah, totally. I'm having the reverse. Shina. I'm having the reverse situation where like, oh, that's by. That makes so much sense. Kau is still my. Like when I read Kau, I'm like, oh yeah, thank you, Japanese. That's what's happening for me now. Like every time I'm looking at a traditional character, I'm like, oh hey, thank you, Japanese. Because I have more reading practice with Japanese, so I had the opposite for kau and mai. That's why Japanese learning CN tends to like learning traditional. Yeah, more or less. Yep. Oh, this is Churn, by the way. That's the person I was talking to. Churn is, we're gonna say, I'm gonna speak for you here, Churn. I hope I don't I hope you're comfortable with that. Churn is fluent in Chinese, and well, what I would consider fluent in Chinese, and fluent enough in Chinese, and then he is also learning Japanese. So, yay for Japanese and Chinese, you know. Oh, and by the way, Shinra is Japanese, Chern. So hopefully that quote unquote, yeah. So Chern, you can have Shinra is learning Chinese and they're Japanese. So welcome to the club.
男朋友
男朋友,男朋友. Okay. All right, let's get our lessons. Oh, and Shinra is in university as well. Advanced university. So that's also cool, right? Oh, and I keep saying Shinra, sorry. Shira. Sorry. I'm saying I don't know Shira. I'm not sure if you know, but I say I was thinking of Shinda because I was thinking of Final Fantasy. That's a bad habit. Sorry, but yeah, I see that the moment I read Chern saying Shira-san, I'm like, oh wait, yeah, Final Fantasy 7, you know, Final Fantasy, right? Fantasy, yeah, Shinda. Every time I think about it, it's like, oh yeah, my bad, Shira. Okay. 4月, right? Fourth month. 4月是春天的一个月份。
4月是春天的一个月份。
这个月是4月。事业天气 it's that can't be. Oh my goodness.
4月天气变暖了。
Oh no, never mind. 变 Oh yeah, 变 Oh my gosh, that's 变。
4月天气变暖了。
变暖了。That's 变。The heck? Why would you write that? Okay. 4月。
4月。3月。
Let's see. 3月 it's fine. 3月11号11号。3月是春天。what is up with him and 春天的 I'm not sure if my tone is correct. 春天的开始。
3月是春天的开始。
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, and I totally I'll get to it later. It's fine. We still got our Duolingo wrap up today. I did 开始时 incorrectly yesterday for Hajimaru. I took a gamble and I gambled incorrectly on Hajimaru. I messed up the top radical here. And it only took me thinking about 开始 sorry 开始 to remember like my Hajimaru is correct. Hajimaru and Hajimeru. 3月很 great and something 难 maybe 难解 I don't know 难沟有 旅行。
3月很适合旅行。
很适。
3月很适合旅行。
很适。
3月很适合旅行。
很适。很 oh this is 很。
3月很适合旅行。
No 时 what?
3月很适合旅行。
I don't know that one. We're just gonna skip. Sun. Yeah.
3月。杯。
Don't mind me. I'm third partying. Bay. Okay, Bay. What is Bart Simpson doing? Bart Simpson is in front of the beach house. That checks out. On the bay, where there are a couple of trees. Yes, endangered willow trees. Next to them is the no sign. I see. Indicating no one can climb or hang on them. Bart gets a huge cup, Bay, and put it over the no sign. That's a huge cup. Then uses 2 cups to start climbing up the tree. Why 2 cups? Why 2 cups? I guess like suction cups? Suction cups? Okay. I got you. Got you. 杯子. 杯子. Is that true? No. Ganbei. That's ganbei. No? Yes, ganbei. A
杯。有。
Yo. Okay. Yo. Oh, deodorant. What the heck? Deodorant? Come on. Oh, real short story, by the way. This is gonna be kind of weird. I usually share this. It's kind of interesting, I suppose. I don't wear deodorant. I'm not sure of what the percentage is, but there are percentages of people, and it does happen a lot more, or quote unquote allegedly, statistically, it happens more in Asian backgrounds. So allegedly, statistically, for whatever reason, it happens more prominently in whatever the collective polygenic trait that deals with your sweat glands, right, and the microflora of your body. But I'm also one of those kids that grew up not understanding what the heck deodorant is, because I don't have that like characteristic where like your body promotes a microflora that creates smell, like a body odor smell. So whenever I think about deodorant, it's something that I'm like, when I think about it, in the United States, the vast majority of people wear deodorant when they go and like go out to run, right? When they run, they smell, like eventually you smell, or you go to work out and stuff. And it's one of those routines that I couldn't relate to very well. It's interesting. And what does this deodorant look like? So we have armpit. Oh, I see. Armpit and the moon. So picture a deodorant that's a shape like a, okay, so the deodorant is shaped like the moon. Okay, I see, like a deodorant stick. And then you apply it to your armpit. I see. Now you can smell like the cosmos. On Twitch, there's a whisper turn. Yeah. Hey, cheetah means to whisper. Yeah, it's on the top. It's on the top. There's a little text box thing. You can, or you can right click on cheetah to whisper. Yeah. The DMs. Yeah. To possess. Okay, yeah. To bribe. Wait. Una.
Way. Okay. Tuna. Way. The heck? Meat dish. Huh. I had to cough. Alright, deodorant. How do you spell deodorant? Oh no. I don't know how to spell deodorant. Oh no.
有
Yo. Okay. Yoshi is in the basement of the bakery, which is full of croissant, yes, and deodorant. The heck? Okay, fine. Yoshi, who loves croissants, go around stuffing each of the deodorants into his dinosaur pockets, making sure to possess each one. He is truly possessed by his love of the deodorant and croissants. So, fair enough. Bakery. 有用，有用，有名，没有，没有，有钱，有钱，and what the heck is that? 有时间. It kind of looks like 有时间. Oh, 有时候. Whoops. 有时候. Yeah, sometimes. Okay. 有
有
and what's that? Neat. Up and away, Adam. Deodorant. I don't know what beast thing. How do you spell deodorant again? Like this? I can't spell deodorant. Oh my gosh. Okay, deodor and then ant. Okay, deal. Alright. I've met my match. Done yet.
3月有
Don't at me, folks. I don't use deodorant, so I don't type that very often. I don't even see that word. That's a poor excuse for not knowing how to spell deodorant. Sorry. 4月
4月
杯
杯
Alright. Move on.
来
Lai, okay. That's a traditional character. Lai, okay. It kind of looks nicer. I kind of like the way this looks. It's pretty nice. Oh, and this one's a special case between this is a special case in Japanese too. This is a special case in Japanese. Conga line. Oh, I can kind of see that. Okay. This depicts two people who are lined up to form a conga line. I see. The type commonly seen at weddings or other groups. 1, 2, 3, kick. Yeah, that kind of. What? Oh no, Chinda. That's the whole point. Trust me when I say this. I'm not sure if this is understandable. Trust me when I say this. I am here to try to convince other people to talk to each other. So, if you in turn, like, do language exchange and stuff, that's what I love to hear. Like, I love to see. Like, you're more than welcome to converse with each other. Know that I'll probably read on the side. Like, I'm reading what Churn is saying to you, but you know, if I could help, I will churn in. It's so confusing, the security thing. Okay. Yeah, definitely feel free to chat. I don't meet a lot of people when I'm doing this. However, whenever I can think of a way to bring two people together and whatnot, yeah, no worries. That's what we're here for. We're all, you know. Everyone's got to get friendly. Sub-Zero, the person that just left recently, Sub-Zero is Norwegian, and he has been interested in learning Chinese for a very long time. However, his university studies is taking a very long time. Not taking very. It's taking up a lot of his time. He's in computer engineering. If you like circuits, like right now he's doing like a bunch of computer stuff, like engineering computer stuff related stuff. So you might be able to. There might be some conversations to have about that. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I try to keep as much details as I can with everyone. So then, if there happens to be a chance that people overlap, that's pretty sweet too. So, no problems. You can talk among yourself as much as you like. Wait. This was Conga Line, right? Conga Line crowd. Zhong. Zuo. There's Zuo. And then Zuo, like two Zuos, but not to be confused with Suwadu. Suwadu here is seat, and Zuo doesn't have the canopy anymore. Opportunities are absolutely important. That, well said. Opportunities are important. Whenever the time is, people are the big deal for me, right? Other people might not think about it, but for me, opportunity is a big deal. Charon's a bit of a goober though. Charon is on the younger side. Sorry, Charon, I'm calling you out. As far as I know, I'm gonna speak for Charon again. My bad. Charon gives me the impression that he's deciding if he wants to go to university or not. And so far, I think the vast majority of the people that stay or are around, they pop in every once in a while. Most of them are all either post-university or they enjoy going back and forth at university, and lots of people are studying different things, so it's kind of nice to have varying levels of wanting to learn things. Really nice. We don't discriminate here, right? We're all great learners. Learning comes in all shapes and sizes. Conga line. Whoops. Okay, conga line.
来
Okay. I kind of see the conga line. I didn't even picture the conga line being split by the tree. I never thought of it that way, but that's interesting. So what does Legolas do at a high school inside? So what does Legolas do inside the high school? Legolas is inside the high school where he's getting his GED, which is, I'm not sure if this is universal or not, but the GED is the high school exam. So if you don't graduate high school, like the normal path, you can apply, or like when you graduate high school, you get a GED. You can also apply for a GED if you didn't go through high school, like after high school years. Some bullies have tied him to a tree. What the heck? How can you tie Legolas to a tree? Because he's an elf. Okay, that's a little... They have formed a conga line around him to mock him. He calls for a teacher. Someone come here and help me. Nobody comes. Oh, that could have been so different. Oh, Legolas in high school. That's a little... Okay. So tree, conga line, that's fine. That's a good way to remember what it looks like. Instead of, what you call it, like, kiru, right? Instead of kiru. And the lai in simplified. Lai in simplified and kiru are the same character, but in traditional, it's different. Ben Lai, Han Lai, Y Lai. What the heck is that? Dai Lai. Yeah, Dai Lai. Ooh, that's slightly different.
Oh, it's a repeat on the top. Skylight. Oh, the crown is, the top is a little bit more developed. And 来自 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 Okay, so apparently you have another account in Twitch, so you gotta delete that account to add it into your current account. That sounds very confusing. So you have to consolidate. I see. I see. What were you doing with 2 accounts? Lie. It was Legolas was in high school, right?
来
Then he needed someone to come and help him.
生
Sheng, okay. Sheng. Beanstalk. Alien. Oh no. Instead of life? Oh no. Okay. Beanstalk. Not to be confused with grain stock. So this is a beanstalk. How do you differentiate between beanstalk and grain stock? This component depicts a giant beanstalk, which leaves sticking out symmetrical both sides. That's not quite symmetrical. Oh, that is. This depicts the middle of the beanstalk, right? But sometimes the bottom pit will be removed, depicting the base of the beanstalk instead of the that grows out of the ground. Oh, sometimes it's removed, as in, yeah, it stops right there. I can see that. Vegetarian? Su. Interesting. Du. Du. Oh, du. Oh, yeah. Du. Yeah, poison. Yeah. It's the same in Fujianese. It's really close. Oh, no, it's more like duk. No, it's not like du. It's like duk. Ting. Green? Really? Ting? Instead of lu. What kind of green is this? Is this like green? Like greens? Ting. Ting. Okay, beanstalk. Okay, why alien instead of life? Why alien? One of the leaves of a huge beanstalk. Okay, one of the leaves of a huge beanstalk grows an egg, which then drops. Okay, I see. The drops and then hatches. Inside is an alien that looks as green as the beanstalks it grew from. What the heck? All right, that's kind of tough. What? Why don't you use life? Sheng, right? It works with Japanese too. All right, you alien butthead. Alien. Sheng, Xing, Xing. Yeah, that's Xing too. Yeah, this is Xing for someone's surname. Chang? Can't tell. Hard to see. So what is this? Alien?
生
So Shrek, okay, Shrek is in front of the English manor, checks out. Dressed in his finest English aristocratic costume. Walking around the lawn, he comes across an alien that appears to be dead. He goes up to it and it suddenly comes to life. Okay. And asks Shrek to take him to his leader. The heck? Alright, that one's kind of tough.
Alright. Okay. 生日在生 to be reborn. Oh, now it makes sense. 在生 to be reborn. Yeah, yeah, yeah. 学生 线线上先生 yeah 先生男生 oh okay Shrek
生
was outside of the English manor doing what? Oh, found in alien and did something. Oh, what? That suddenly comes to life. Oh, found an alien that appears to be dead but suddenly comes to life. Eesh. That one's a little rough.
Sheng. Lai.
Oh, to come. Yeah, sure. All right. One last batch. Zhong. All right, middle. Yep. Rod instead of stick. Come on. Oh, James Bond. Interesting. Yeah, this is Hans.
Zhi.
What? How in the world? Oh no. How do you connect Zhi to James Bond? You like the sounds of it? I see. Zhi sounds is pronounced similar to soft G. Yeah, right. For example, G, yeah, and Jim. How did you get EH? I guess J in James Bond. James Bond. Oh my gosh, that's not James Bond. It's pronounced similar, I guess. James Bond to represent. It's kind of not, but it's similar enough. I'm doing pretty well, Cozy. How are you? How have you been? Been a while. James Bond is a fictional secret service agent whose codename is 007. He is known for his lifestyle of expensive cars, beautiful women, and danger. Dun 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 dun. Kinda okay. All right, I'll take it. Did you complete your project and or many other things that were in the process since the last time we spoke? Whoops.
Zhi.
Rod. I mean, it looks like a rod. Self-explanatory. Strip. Oh, cute. Tiao. Pole. Or draw. Yeah, draw or pole. Ying. Ying. Ne? Oh. Xiao. Yo. That witch? Yo. That witch. Huh. Middle rod through the mouth. The middle of the mouth. Yeah, that makes sense. Right through the middle. Inner feelings. Zhong. What the? Zhong. So Zhong. Hmm. No? Alright. Well, hopefully that doesn't give me... That kind of gives me an impression of things weren't that great. Hopefully things are looking up so you're able to get some of that stuff done.
Zhong.
and then Zhong is Zhong. Okay. James Bond is in front of the temple in the middle of the rock garden during the middle of the day. He is there visiting and surrounded by a bunch of monks. In other words, he's in the middle of the crowd. Not the middle. You can't remember which project? Yeah, there was the case study one. And then I guess you were working on the website, the back end stuff. It was quite a few of things you had ongoing. And then there was like things you needed to do to complete your certification stuff. Quite a lot. Shared quite a lot. 中午综合告中个中心 okay.
中
You need to do them still? Alright.
上
Fair enough. 像 yeah. Magic stick? Oh, I see it. Oh, like the wand thing with like twigs, like a little branch. Is a magic stick that has a weird thing sticking out of the side. Oh no, naturally adding it to its magical power. It captures the eyes. Is often one sees a magic stick that looks like this. You imagine any kid would be proud of finding such a stick. Alright. What was the WaniKani one? Oh, it's toe. It looks like the Japanese toe. Divination. That kind of looks like boo. It's so hard to see the tone marker behind that. 左将外 左 Okay. What was this? Magic stick. Okay. And above, the combination of magic stick above the ground. Like, hey, right into the ground. It looks like it's pointing towards something above. Okay, so instead of using a toe above and below ground, you're using a magic stick above and below ground. At the very least, the magic stick is still above the ground. Okay. Fair enough. Ka. Yeah, ka. Like, ka. 信用卡. Right? Oh, no, that's ka. The third. 信用卡. Right? Credit cards. T. Oh, T. Oh, right. What was it? 七星期 T whisper. Okay. Ka black. Hmm.
上
Okay. What is Shrek doing in the chapel? In the bathroom chapel? In the bathroom of the chapel? Where there's a large holy sign next to the sink that points above. Shrek looks at where the sign is pointing and see inscribed on the ceiling, only stupid ogres look above. What the heck? Alright, that's... Poor Shrek. He got pranked. 向午 向好 First class is 向好 Oh, that's interesting. 小象一象 Oh, 一象 not 一象 象 You've been trying to stream? What were you trying to stream?
上
象
Not going good? Just chatting? I see. Do you have specific things you were looking to chat about? What was this? Did they use a stick? No, they used a rod.
之
Magic stick. 像
上
is it still above? Yes. 中
中
Alright, so we did our lessons. Now it's time to do our reviews. Yep, but the setup is hard. I see. Is there any way you would make... I remember you mentioned a lot of things about... Oh, wait. You want to go to Shanghai. I see. Have you been to China before? Shira? I have not been to China before. In my 37 years of life, I have not been to China. Nor have I been to Japan as well. Neither. Cozy, you weren't the person that has to like... Oh wait, you were. I think Blair. I think Blair also has a similar thing where you have to like set up. I guess you can't. Is there not a way for you to make that setup more permanent so that maybe you can make it more an encouraging way to invest in something so that you can remove the boundaries of the inconvenience of setting up? 行
行
行 Okay.比分 네?
比分
比分好比
好比
Oh, right. This one sounds weird. 好比 a little bit. That's the point. You can't remove it because that you want to do involves interaction. That's the point. You can't remove it because what you want to do involves interaction. Like your setup requires is required for the interaction. I see. So then it would be functional. That's fair. Is this still a lid?不太
不太
孩子 silent, right? It's a silent child.
孩子
It's that's a dress. Ambient. No. Not con. Shuben. Traditional.
书本
Shuben. Waiting game, but there's toxicity with others. Oh, I see. Fair enough.
打车
打车
吧。
吧
What the heck did they want for ba? Hold up. I can think of this. Oh, it's bar. Mnemonics to the rescue. Taking me for a ride and other rudeness. I see. Well, that I don't want to be like a circumstance. I don't want to since I don't understand the circumstances and the nature of this type of interaction. In one, I would like to say that generally speaking, trying to be entertain the idea of trying to find ways to, you know, negotiate this type of toxicity with one sub and with others would be something that's a very strong consideration for future for a person that wants to be a content creator, right? And or a streamer. Typically these things will come up frequently enough to invest in some sort of habit formation that deals with compromising on those things. It can be very tough. Right. You have my sympathies. Xiao. What is this? Xena? What is Xena doing? Is it Xena? Oh yeah, Xena is outside of the... What the heck is a U? I have the wrong one? Xena is outside of... What is U? Oh, Xena is outside the bakery, chilling next to on a tree, and a Slender Man drops by, and Xena's like, nah, just chill. And Slender Man chilled with Xena outside, resting by the tree. So it's Xiao.
修
Xiao, oh no, is Link Li or is it L? Oh, Legolas is L, so Link is Li.
哩
Lee. E. Oh no, wait. Yeah. E. What was this? Something with the dress. Yoshi is outside of the house. Yoshi is outside the house dressed in a dress for whatever reason, but they don't usually wear clothing, right? That was the
一
trick. Okay. Yo.
右
Oops. I typed knee. Whoops. Knee. Alright. This was Master Chief. Handkerchief? Master Chief? Master Chef is in the arcade. Wait. What is Master? Oh, doing a deuce in a bathroom. Trying to code too.
二
Yeah. That was it. Nah. Ned Flanders was in the basement. Ned Flanders was in the basement of the high school, hanging out with his wife, going up the stairs, bringing milk to the kids. Right?
奶
Stairs. Oh no. Chung. Charlie Brown is in the bathroom of the chapel, witnessing two suns on the stained glass suddenly singing.
唱
Okay. Yeah, Charlie Brown. Like, I can tell you all of these. These are pretty fun. So, like, Ba. Ba is Bart Simpson in the bathroom of the auditorium, chilling with Homer Simpson, his father, who, his father is eating crust off the ground. This is, the character together is father, and it's composed of the father radical and crust, which is the one on the bottom. So this part is crust and this is father.
爸
Yeah. I know. Awesome, right? Papa. And then vocabulary is just vocabulary. I don't typically use the mnemonic for the vocabulary. Da kung.
打工
Part-time. Or I guess part-time job works. Or to work part-time. Let's see. 作文
作文
作文 is yes. And then 进口
进口
to import. Okay, here's another great one. Let's see. We have Zhou. Or is it Zuo? Zuo? 昨天? Okay, let's do our mnemonics just to double check on the... So it's Zeus. Oh, it's 3. Zeus is in the... Oh, is it basement? Yeah. Or is it... No, it's Zuo. So Zeus is inside the office building, waiting at the elevator. And he recently forgot something yesterday. So he took out a saw, which is the right-hand radical, and the sun, and he melded together with his godly powers and teleport and time travel to yesterday to figure out what he forgot.
昨
So- and the word is yesterday. Yeah. Yeah is... Well, what is yeah? Yeah is... Yoshi is in the... No, not Yoshi. Who's YU? Moon. Oh no, it's not right. No, it's not the... Oh no, I don't remember the year one. So Yoshi... That's gotta be Yoshi, right? Do we have any other Ys? No, we don't have any. And then what the heck is UE? Do we have... I think I'm missing a character now. Oh no, I don't remember this one.
月
Yeah. What do we have dealing with the moon? Oh, it's Yugi. That's right. Oh, it's Yugi. Yugi Muto. So Yugi. Yeah, we forgot the why. So Yugi is in the electricity plant, or is in the bathroom of the electricity plant, crying because he's stuck with a moon companion, a really annoying moon companion for the next month, for one more month, and that's just think of an obnoxious floating moon. Okay. Let's see. When? So when is Walter White is in the infirmary? Wait. What the heck is Walter White doing in the infirmary? Like, it's in the infirmary. I guess. So Walter White is in the infirmary, and he noticed that there's a giant next to him. A giant next to him reading Shakespeare. And so while he's injured, he's like, you know what? I might as well read some literature. This character is giant.
文
And the character's meaning is literature. Okay. 工人
工人
工人 Okay. North Pole? Is that what they wanted for this? 또作用 Yeah? Yeah.
作用
作用 Oh no. 作用 I gotta be careful with this one. 作用 Can I get away with do to use? It's something else. Used to know ability, right? Oh no. Okay, what do you do when you combine the two? Build to construct, utilize. Which is used to. Maybe it's acceptable. It's not. Oh, it's the effect. Dang it. It's the effect. Okay, we'll have to come up with. Yeah, we're gonna have to come up with a new mnemonic for that. Okay. Arnie. Arnie.
儿女
Arnie is fine, right? Leo. Whoops. Leo. Let's double check this. No, I think we're fine. Leo's
六
fine.
他们 昂，
人们. This is weird. This one's weird.
人们，
人们. 人们. Oh. Okay. 用.
用，
间.
间，
Ben silent child holding a book, so 本子
本子，
本子. Oh, 他们文明.
文明，
文明 is right.
他们，进，
Shrek. Shrek is inside the infirmary. Shrek is inside the infirmary fighting Slenderman with crosses. That sounds about right.
神，
Wait. Ah! It's what? uh... When how?
问好，
日子. Oh, it's a strange day seeing a silent
日
child.
子， 7月，
Okay. Almost forgot my months. This is the grain stalk. Or, yeah, grain stalk. Is that one word or two words? How is that different from the beanstalk? Oh, yeah, yeah.
日日， 本人，
本人 is... Oh, no. 本人? Oh. Alright, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, here's the breakdown, by the way. I don't know if Chern's still here, but here's the breakdown. There's apparently, this is the progress of the coverage. So... 112. Interesting. This person's character coverage is
by HSK6, it doesn't reach what was the number you gave me? 2,663 characters. It looks like it's 900, 1,200, 1,500, 1,800. I wonder what curriculum they're using for coverage. Okie dokie. So let's go over the stuff. And then we got one last thing to do. It's almost midnight. I'll keep the other thing to like 2 hours or something like that. Okie dokie. So we have a ZH. That's oh my gosh, James Bond. Oh no. Okay. Let's do 007. Right? James Bond. We have Conga Lion, Alien, Beanstalk, Rod, Above, still above, Deodorant, Old. That's how you spell it, deodorant, right? Yes. Magic stick. And middle. Alright. Yo. Ne? Yoshi in the basement of the bakery. Addicted to croissant smelling deodorant. Bay. Bart Simpson outside of the beach house. Oh, trying to climb a tree with cups. Okay. Shrek. Xiang. Shrek is outside the English manor, discovering something that he thought was dead, an alien that was dead, but it suddenly comes to life. Or is it in front of the chapel? Oh no. Oh no, it's in front of the English manor. Lie. Dong. Xiang. Okay. Possess. Up. Life. Middle. And above. Itai. Oh, wait. Yeah. Itai. 男人 男子 哦男子叫好叫好男朋友男朋友3月4月 All right, and this is repeatedly man applaud boyfriend March April. Okay, and then let's do our bootstrapping for these things. Yo would be Yoshi in the basement of the bakery looking for deodorant and croissant. We don't need to go on the Under Armour, on the underarm thing. Deodorant, croissant smelling deodorant. Nice. Bay is Bart outside of the beach house. Cups. Oh, tree. No sign. But the cups in the coconut. Just kidding. Cups. Timing with cups. Xiang. So Shrek. Xiang. Shrek. Outside. English Manor. Finding an alien that he thought was dead, but it suddenly comes to life, right? Lie, we have Legolas or Legos. Legolas is in high school, tied to a tree, with people conga line around making fun of him, right? And he's asking for help. Please come and help, right? Dong is ZH, our new peeps. So we have James Bond. James Bond is outside. James Bond is outside the temple. It's outside the temple with a rod? What the heck is he doing with a rod? I don't remember. He has a rod. Oh, it was a lot of middle. The rod is involved in the middle, but what was in the middle? I have no idea what was in the middle. Something was in the middle of something was in the middle. Oh, he's in the middle of a lot of things. Yeah, that's fine. It's okay. Then we have Shrek. Shrek is in the bathroom of the chapel. Doing what? Oh, he saw a sign that said to look above, and only dummies look above. No idea. Kind of got lost there. Well, did we do anything with magic stick or beanstalk? I don't think so. No magic stick or beanstalk yet. And that's it. And then I made what? What was the error? I keep making the error on effect, which is 作用. 作用 for effect. And I think the mnemonic was something like to do something, to do and utilize something for a desired effect, right? I'll have to think about where we go with there. And I think that was it. Did I make another error? Calmant. How did I script? No. Oh, it's in no particular order, actually. Oh, what? Instead of how? Okay, that was another one, right? Chen. Chen is what and not how. Although, yeah, it's just gotta, yeah, shama as opposed to like sama, right? Okay. Was that it? No? Yeah. When how? No, that was from when how was from the other day. Everything else is from the other day. Okay. Oh. Dang, it's close to midnight. So we're gonna try to do, so tomorrow is gonna be a break day, so we're just gonna go ham today. We'll do about 2 or 3 hours in our last session, which is to finish up and wrap up Duolingo. Yeah, probably 2 hours max. We'll finish the last 4 constructs, right? Last 4 constructs. And then talk about some stuff. Just I'll chat, wrap my brain around some topics. I actually talked about a lot of the topics. Quite a bit of the topics earlier during WaniKani. So it'll be a refresher, I suppose. Yeah. So that's a wrap for HanziHero. Thank you for those who are only interested in Chinese and HanziHero. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for hanging out. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢, right? 谢谢. Until next time, right? To those peeps, 下次见. I'm gonna get up, walk around a little bit, refuel, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back to finish recording my Duolingo Japanese day 300 100 day progress report thing. I don't know what to call these at the moment. I'll be back then. I'll be back in a jiffy. Thank you.
All right, folks, welcome back. It is officially the 308th recorded session involving Duolingo Japanese. We are in day 3. Today is where I wrap up the constructs of the 100 days of Duolingo material. We have 4 constructs to go, and once we complete the 4 constructs, I'm gonna try my best to cover a bunch of topics or existing topics. It's not comprehensive, and it's a little bit it's getting to the later side of things. Usually these are to summarize a bunch of things that come up on a daily basis, so conversations we have, concerns, or maybe frequently asked questions. I'm leaning towards the whole nice trend of frequently asked questions. I'm obviously not swimming in frequently asked questions, so generally speaking, it takes about 100, maybe a good 100 days before I accumulate a collection of questions that I would provide commentary for. Not an opinion or answering them. I typically provide commentary because oftentimes when I say I answer questions, those answers might not necessarily answers, but more observations. I feel thinking that every question has a direct answer is a little bit reductive in the day and age of the internet, right? There's plenty of information. You can probably find the answer in that way as well. So as a nice little thing, we started a new page because we kind of ran out of space yesterday. So we ran out of space for the stuff that we have done, and then now we moved on to a new set. Now we have 2 little units left. Oh, and I have to correct something. I took a gamble yesterday, and we gotta find it now. I took a gamble yesterday, and I thought hajimeru and hajimaru was a specific radical on top. And turns out, again, I lost the 50-50. Where is it? It's somewhere here. There was one here. Here. So these are not correct. I took a gamble. Not the correct radicals. And there's one other place. I didn't check any others because it got really late. Obviously, not the whole point. This is not the primary point of doing this. It's actually to see where my weaknesses are. So, it's this radical. And that's in, that's because of Chinese. Chinese reminded me, it's yeah, I screwed up. I think the other one was somewhere here. Right? So much to be responsible for. Does anyone see a hajimaru? Hajimaru is somewhere. Could have sworn it was not over here. So that's feelings. That's place. Wouldn't be in there. Excuse me. That's describing stuff. Groceries, food, nature, clothing. Time, body, health. Is it here? Chiru, no. Tatameru.
Ikeru. Oh, here it is. Yep. Pick up as many airs, when it's convenient. All good. All right. That's the only thing that came to mind with my short amount of time yesterday. Okay. All right. Now let's get back. So, where are we at? Unit 75? Unit 75. Unit 75. That was the city stuff. Lots of city stuff. We'll move a little bit off-centered here. So, lots of city names. Yeah. Yeah. Shibuya. Shibuya. Harajuku. Harajuku. Yeah? Oh, no, wait. That's, Oh, I didn't check if this was 2 or 1 or 3. Oh, it's probably 3. Oh, no. Wait, hold up. I think I have to go back and correct all of these, too. Does that look too... It's definitely 3. Does 2 look barren? Let's see. 2 looks too barren, right? Yeah, I have to go back and correct these. So I don't know. Basically this means yeah. So this means shikudai. Anytime I wrote shikudai has 1 less stroke. That's fine. We know. Shinjuku. Yeah, I think shikudai uses the same character too for shiku. And yesterday I wasn't sure if it was meh or not really meh, but 3 or 2. I'm pretty sure I decided to choose 2. Okay. Akihabara, right? Akihabara, Shinjuku, Shinjuku. Shinjuku, Ikebukuro. Yeah. Ikebukuro. Thank you, Lily. I should scrunch this up a little
A wee bit. Ikebukuro. Yeah? Ikebukuro Yamanote. 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 Ginza. Oh no, I didn't check. Dang it, I didn't check this either. Son of a. I didn't check this as well. But there are two things I didn't check. This part. Yeah, this radical and this radical. And we'll stick with that. Yesterday I decided there wasn't that. Alright. Ginza, the golden seat. The silver seat. Ginza. Ginza. Hiroshima. Wide island. Hiroshima. Dang it. My spacing is pretty lackluster right now. Okay. Now we have a bunch of words attached to all things. So, Olsaten. Sa is sa. 10 and oof, that's a little chunk. Too chunk. Reel it back a little. Kolsaten. Got Taitoshi. My spacing is like meh. Taitoshi. Toshi. Toshi and also Shuto. Shuto. It's yeah, this. Was there? Yes, I think there was a stroke there. Right. Shuto. So Shuto for capital. Shuto. Akihabara had some stuff. Meito.
cos cosu cosplay pure cosplay. Ginza had stuff too. It's kind of long. Sa? Oh, I messed up Sa before. How did I messed up Sa? Oh, it's because I went the wrong direction. Sara? Sarari. Sarari. Man. Right. And associated with this was, what is it? Hataraku. 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 It's kind of interesting. It has like the aspect of doing something while also importance and then person. So the work. At least that's what my mnemonics would for Hataraku. Okay, so Hiro Sen. Oh, I totally forgot Sen. What the heck is Sen? We'll just pretend it doesn't exist. I don't remember it. Okay. Sen. Nah, I don't remember. Will be things I have forgotten. Hiroba. Yeah? Hiroba. Hiroba. Basho. 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 Jumin. 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 集まる to it's people. Okay. Right. And then big. Atsumari and atsumaru. Atsumaru. Homu. No, Homu. Homu. Crowded. Homu. Komu. Oops. Kazu. Kazu is the maths. Su. Yeah. Kazu. So Kazu. Kazu Jinko. Inko. Increase and decrease. Increase and decrease. Increase is Fueru. Fueru. Fueru and Heru. Heru is for Heru. Yeah. This Heru. No. That's sis. That's Heru. Heru flexed. Onaka. Onaka is like Onaka. Naka. That's good. Moving right along. Let's pick a new color. Yeet. Okay. Units 76. 2 more to go. Unit 76 was dealing with sports or physical activity. Right? Physical activity. Yeah. Right. Denchu. 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 Taiso. Taiso. Oops. I for the body. Taiso. Taiso. So has the 3 blocks. It's like that. Yeah. Copy. It's okay. Taiso. It's a little off-centered. Alright. Let's do that again. Taiso. Track and field. Track and field is Rikujo. Rikujo. Oh, wait. Before that, there's also moving. Ugaku. Ugaku is the moving again. Ugaku. Riku. Ooh. Riku? Yeah, and Riku and Jo. As in like Jozu. Riku Jo. What else we got? Judo. Yeah. Do. Oh, which one's Do? Do as in like Dao. 知道 or Michi, I guess. And yeah. Q. Is it 3? Gotta be 3. Got room for 3, right? Q. That's a little too slim. Q. Q is standard. Q. Q. 随也 No. I'm thinking of Chinese. Sui. Oh, no. No, they're I guess. Yo-yong is a little different. The yo. Suie. Karate. Karate is Scott. Bare hand? Sort of. Sora. Or kara. And then te. Katakana? Gorufu. Gorufu. Ski. Ski. Alright. So events, right? Sporting events. Events, Shumoku. Shumoku. So it's like looking, right? Or something, spectating something, moving, or doing something important. So shu, moku. See, I, moku. Shumoku. Phrasing for events. Tanoshimi. Ne? Tanoshimi and dasu. Dasu. There's also kaijo. Kaijo. Like a stadium place. Ish. Yep. Okay. Olympic. Ori. Ori. Oh boy. Not. Stop! Stop being a pep. Medaru. Medaru. Toru. Toru. Umai or imai. Was it umai? Umai and jozu. Dekiru. Whoops. Yes. Deki. Inzo. Inzo. In. And I'm still not sure about this character here. Gin and Do. Okay. That looks good. Next, let's. Unit 77. What are we on time? 30 minutes? Unit 77. Unit 77 is kind of a vocab, right? Oh, it's potential form. To say things that we could possibly do. Although it's a bunch of scattered vocabulary, really. The last couple of units in Duolingo was pretty all over the place. Otto, and yesterday, someone mentioned my koe. Now we have koe again. Naku. Naku. All these deal with sound. Naku. No. Kikoe. Kikoeru. Koeru. Wakaru. And then now we have things about believing or like understanding, comprehension. So wakaru. Wakaru. Wait, it's not correct. Wait. I was thinking oboeru. oru. Shinjiru. Shinjiru. And you. Yeah? You. Yes. And some random practice. I remember writing these random practice. Like Tobu. My Tobu is so sloppy. Tobu. Oh, we got new ones. Odoru. Dance. Odoru. Odoru. Right. Odoru. Odoru and Naosu. Naosu. The other one. Naosu. Harau. And then the grammar thing. So the grammar thing for potential form was ichidan, right? Ichidan was you take the verb and rare. Rare. And for goldan Goldan was the verb stem and use e. Hey, one last unit to go. Not too bad, not too bad. It's such a different amount from yesterday to today. Okay. 78, our final unit. 78 was another grammar unit. It was to express you don't have to do something, right? You don't have to do something and also doing favors for someone. Or doing it for something or some purpose, along with some miscellaneous vocabulary. So we have mezurashi. Mezurashi. The other yasashi. This one deals with describing people. I'm more associated with describing people. So tall. Yeah, that's good enough. Yasashi. The other one's usually written in kana too, but we did write the other one. So, sugoi. Written in kana. Sugoi. Sugoi. Then Kimi. It's kind of funny. I didn't make the connection that this was you, but I was watching something. Oops, I was watching something today. Like Kimi, I'm like, oh yeah. Instead of anata. More random stuff. I didn't check the stroke order of that. I'm not sure if that's the stroke order. I've done two different stroke orders. Yesterday was different too. Aisha. Aisha. Like in dentist. There's another profession, and I didn't ever remember what it was. Pronunciation. Hatsuon. Yeah, Hatsuon. How the heck did Hatsuon work? Is there 1 dash or 2 dash? I'm gonna guess there's 1 dash each. Hatsuon. Huh? Oh wait, that's fine. And on Hatsuon. On is the on in music. Hatsuon Hitsuyo. Hitsuyo is weird in Japanese. It's like this, then this. Yes. Hitsuyo. Yo, as in yao. Hitsuyo. Like stuff, so we have another kosoado situation. So konna. 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 Right. And Anna. Now we get Sagasu. Sagasu. Three? Eight. Sagasu. Sagasu. Yaru. Yaru is pretty multi-purpose. Yaru. Tetsudao. Tetsuda. Ne? Tetsudao. Then we have Ageru. Ageru and Morao. Theme. Got a lot of words that are functional as well for doing favors and whatnot. So like kedo. Also, there's stuff like ga, ending with ga. Or it. Like katakana English, Chinese pronunciation is also in the Japanese style. Biyao, yeah, biyao, yeah, hitsuyo, yep, hitsuyo and biyao, yeah. I like this one. By coincidence, when I was learning Duolingo Chinese and Japanese, where I started Chinese, it overlapped with Japanese. So Duolingo starts introducing kanji like really, really far in, like 200 days in, when they focus on kanji, and it starts over by replacing all the kana with kanji. And in Chinese, it ran side by side. So I started Chinese at the same time, and it runs parallel. And lots of these things happen quite a lot. Especially Hitsuyo is definitely one where I didn't really need to know. The Chinese came first, so I didn't need to know what Hitsuyo was, like what it meant before the read because of Yao. Yeah. So much good stuff. Like Yisheng is a little bit different. You replace sheng here, but yi is still here. Fei, right? Fei is here. Tobu. Fei. I didn't get anything that looks like Sagasu yet. Sagasu. This is the beginning of music or sound. Sound and music are the same. I don't I guess ying. Plenty of others. I think the weirdest one is probably Tanoshimi. Tano is one of the fun interactions with Chinese, simplified and traditional. Traditional is a little bit more complicated than this. Japanese is simplified, and then the simplified is unrelated to both the traditional and the Japanese. It's one of the classic examples. Tano. I wonder if Kongsho turns to be translate to karate. Karate. Because Kong, that's still air. Kong and then Shou is still hand. Right? Kongsho. Sheiyong. Sheiyong kind of makes sense, honestly. But they use Yoyong to move the water, so Yoyong. As opposed to Suye or Sheiyong. Okay, so let's see. We have what was it? Or, right? Sore tomo. That's also, oh yeah, right, Hanja as well. You'll try to learn Korean soon? Ah man, so many people are learning Korean too. Through Hanja is such a great way to bridge Korean as well. I'm debating. Someone I know really likes Korean. Actually, a couple people really know like Korean, and learning using Hanja to get into Korean is kind of a nice way to get in there. Maybe in a year or two. I see. Yeah, no hurry. No hurry. Sore tomo. Or Toretomo. And then we have a bunch of Y's, right? Or because, or therefore. So. Sorede. Dakara. Dakara. Yeah. Hangul makes you crazy. I know, right? You know what? My impersonation of writing Korean when it comes to Hangul, Hangul, is like, ne, ye, e, e. Okay, I'm pretending to write. I'm pretending to write Korean. You just gotta throw in a bunch of circles and lines that are not connected to each other. You know? There, I'm writing Korean. I'm joking. I don't know any Korean, but you just gotta throw in a bunch of circles and some lines that are not connected to each other. It looks cool though. Someone said here's what someone said. You remember the Pokemon, the unknown Pokemon? That's what someone said. The system is nice. Yeah, the system is really nice and logical. It's actually one of the newer languages too, right? Because what's his name? One of the people who led Korea wanted to create a system, right? It's one of the more modern systems. The Hangul is one of like one of the youngest like writing systems, like the ones that are more macro, like well known. But it someone said it basically reminds you of the Pokemon, you know, the unknown Pokemon that kind of like looks like this or something, right? With like an eyeball, right? And then maybe like we should give it a eyebrow. that's what that looks like. It looks cool. It's so recognizable. Like Korean is so recognizable. Recently I watched Squid Game. I watched season 2 of Squid Game. So I was reintroduced to a lot of Korean. Squid Game season 2. Okay. Let's see. We have Dakara. Dakara. I think that's it, right? Yeah. Sorede and Dakara. Dakara. What else we got? We have a grammar. So the grammar is no, you're using for something. So no, and then tame, yeah, tame no, right? Tame no. And then you could do like add a verb. You could add a verb in like a te form verb. And then ni, so it can be doing something in that case. It was a little complicated, but this unit was pretty cool to be able to like do something for someone in some way. It's probably the more complicated things that I've come across recently. It feels less of a simple sentence, which is kind of nice. The unit was pretty cool. We're finally getting to some like grammar like more complicated sentences again. And then they used like 3 verbs to demonstrate you don't need to do something. You don't have to do something. Like yomu. Yomu. Aku. Aku and iku. Iku. So they basically took the verb stem, swapped it to a column, plus nai naku, nakutemo, and nakutemo ii. So you don't have to do something. Like you don't have to go, you don't have to write, you don't have to read, you don't have to study every day. I'm kidding. Study every day. Or else I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna make you study every day. Okay. So that's it. That's all of the material. So we covered all the material. And now we get to talk about random stuff. So we'll write it down here. So let's go back. What was my topic that I said I was gonna... I think I'm gonna adjust it a little. So day 3, we did that. We're gonna describe constructs. Oh, right. I should describe constructs before I answer frequently asked questions. Okay, so the current method I'm doing, right? So we had to go over our Duolingo routine, our SRS for our Duolingo, in order for this to work. I get this question quite a bit when I was only doing Duolingo, and now I'm doing WaniKani and HanziHero, so it doesn't come up as often. So let's go over. So what do I do on Duolingo? Which I'm gonna start again soon. So every day in day 1, we do 1 lesson set, right? We call them lesson sets. 1 lesson set. And for Japanese, for the Japanese Duolingo course, it can range from as low as 4 lessons to 7 lessons on the high end. So these lessons, this first lesson set would be exposure. So this is the lesson that they're going to introduce new things. So we try to listen, and we do, we listen and read, basically. Listen and read. Input. Right? Input. It's largely input. And at the end of the day, so after we complete this lesson, then we get a completion bonus, and then we do kanji. We go to the kanji section. And we do a 15-minute period of as much kanji as we can. And each lesson set will introduce kanji, and we go to the kanji section and do 15 minutes. That's a timer. There's a built-in timer for Duolingo because of like 2x XP bonus starts at the end of a lesson. So that's how I pseudo time how long I spend with kanji section. And then once we do the kanji section, I use this kanji section to create a construct. A construct. That is to organize the things like this. So the reason why I wrote it this way is because it's easier to remember, right? Like this flows really well. Like you have a player who does physical exercise and moves around, right? Moves around. And examples of that would be track and field, judo, yakyu, table tennis, swimming, right? Swimming, karate, golf, skiing. And then these things can take place as events, right? Shumoku. And you can look forward to them, tanoshimi, or dasu can be also used to participate in a way. And then these events can take place in a stadium. So that's why I place kaijo here. And then one of the events could be Olympics, right? The Olympics, Olympiku. And then in the Olympics, you can earn medals, as in medals for winning. So you can win toru. And toru, if you win, you are good. These are kind of 2 different ways of saying something is good. Although umai is often for like taste most of the time when I see it. And then jozu, right? And then metals can be made of, so dekiru, and this is kinzo, which is metal. Then there's 3 different types of metal. We have kin, and do. So that's kind of my construct. So these are examples of constructs. And constructs are typically, you take whatever the kanji section has and whatever I could remember in my head as much as I can. Basically during this section, I make notes try to remember as many things as I can, and I make a construct. And the constructs are related by 4 different things. 1, they are related by meaning, which is the top level. 2, they could be related by sound. 3, they can be related by its characters. So the kanji, I can associate them by kanji. Meaning is usually category. And then also story. So if it builds a story, I'll build a story. And then sound, if they sound the same. So these are reads. When things sound the same, I can group them by that. And then characters, if they look the same but can sound different. And then this is how I create the construct. So it can be any combination of this. I do various things. Like this would be an example. Like for instance, this is clustering. So all 3 of these are adjectives. All these are predicates. They're all verbs. These are all situational things that deals with sentence construction. So like asking why, or because of this, or therefore that, or, and then I write a small example with a grammar on conjugation or something like that. And then these are random, so I can't put them anywhere. So I would place them in a random miscellaneous category when it's a small section. And then, you know, there are ones that flow really well, like this one. And this one, it's clustered in a way. These are all city names. And then I decide to attach the vocabulary to a city. Like Shibuya. Shibuya has a intersection that is very famous, the Shibuya crossing. So that's why I use Kosaten. I linked Kosaten with Shibuya. And usually Shibuya and Harajuku and stuff is like Tokyo, right? Area. So this is where it's a big city. And then the big city is also a capital. So Shuto and Taitoshi, right? And then Akihabara, Meito, and Kospure is a very like a foreigner's perspective on what happens in Akihabara, right? And then Ginza is what I typically associate with the Sarariman. It's a business district. So and then work. So hataraku. So it goes on and on. And then here's an example of me linking between words and characters that look the same or sound the same, like a rendaku, right? So Hiroshima, there's hiro in hiroba. Hiroba is still a place, and then right, hiroba, and then another place, basho. Basho then has residences, jumim, right? And then what do jumims do? Atsumari, to gather, a gathering, or atsumaru, to gather up. And when you gather up, it can get crowded. So komu. Komu, and when you count people in there, there's kazu. And when you count the number of people, you have jinko, the population. And then population can either increase or decrease, right? This is what Duolingo actually does. Duolingo does this, but they don't literally connect the things. So it's not entirely me. I'm not like connecting all of these things from scratch. Duolingo tries to make each lesson connectable. And sometimes it can be 2 separate things, but you can group them together. So like one time there's a unit where they talk about school and then suddenly talk about sports. But you can group the sports and school together. And that's kind of what you're supposed to be thinking, in my opinion. When you use Duolingo, you have to connect the dots. You have to create an association on your own. If they stay separate, it's not enough, right? Oftentimes, the reason why constructs are done for me is to offer more context. And this context is related to being creative. You have to be creative enough to form the context. So it takes effort. When you be creative, it has to take effort. It takes extra time. So you might be, you know, some people might say like, oh, I don't want to do that. And it's like, that's fine. Go to a different tool. Read a book, you know, go to a tool that offers you the story. But I think the efficacy, how useful Duolingo has to be is you have to create this. I'm going to be taking a break tomorrow, but then the following day, I'm going to be reviewing the Duolingo Chinese course, the end of the Duolingo Chinese course, the last 100 days. And all my constructs are built in a story format. On the Chinese course, you have to do the same. Actually, most of the Chinese course connects like this, where you have to imagine saying these things and then connecting them like, oh, I would say this here. And then you have to imagine yourself being in like a station, a train station. You would use this, then that. And eventually the idea is when you combine with other sources, you'll be able to fill in the gaps, right? Right. That's the idea anyways. I think in no way does Duolingo say you should do that. Personally, I did this so that I don't forget stuff. It's easier to remember for me personally, maybe not everyone else. It's easier for me to sort these things out like this. So then I can write the characters. I can know the reads. It takes extra time though. It slows me down because I think Duolingo goes too fast. I think Duolingo does not explain a lot of things, which most people agree. However, they don't explain a lot of things. That doesn't mean it's not going really, really fast. A lot of comments that I get, which I'll talk about in a little bit, is tons of people believe that Duolingo is very repetitive, right? It's repetitive because it's very effective. It's not effective in your memory, but it's effective in reminding you what you need to remember. And the problem with that is it's doing all the work. Like the word bank is too small, right? So you can't get it wrong, but you still see all the words. The problem is you know the right answer all the time. It takes very low effort to know the right answer, which means that you don't try, like in my opinion, that means there's not much work you're doing. So the answer, the long story short, is I do these constructs at the end and it takes a really long time. Like day one, most of my time is this portion. It's at the end of the day and I try as hard as possible. And this is all written. We do this in writing, right? So this is my time to write. I create these constructs. And that is the thing I'm demonstrating here. Then we go to day 2, right? Then it's the following day. Day 2. And the first thing I do is I recall. And I recall from memory what this construct is. So I write on the screen at the beginning of day 2 session. I write out exactly what I planned the previous day. And that is my tool to remember what was in that unit. Not every single detail about it. Not all the words that recur all the time. Like if it says, I like to run, right? I like to run. I liked running. I want to run. I should run. If they are doing all of those things, all I'm writing is run and the 4 ways to conjugate, right? I remind myself, okay, so they basically conjugated run like a billion times. So I write iku, and then remind myself, you know, ikimashou, right? Ikimashou, ikimasen, whatever else I said, ikimasen deshita, right? You're trying to group it up. So that's kind of what I do, as opposed to trying to remember every single word. Like all the sentence stuff, they'll come up much more frequently. So you'll in my opinion, you'll get that stuff over time. And that's the repetition. So we recall the construct. It's at the beginning of every single stream. There's going to be a construct. So we recall the construct. And then in day 2, what Duolingo does is it's a review. So we do 1 lesson set. And this still is the same. It's the same amount. So it's going to be 4 to 7 lessons. If it was 4 up there, it's 4 down here. And this is a review. So what happens is there's no new things. There are no new things. It's all the stuff you learned in a previous day. Now, because my construct, I might have missed something. Because I'm trying my best to remember as best as I can. Sometimes I break out a notepad and write. So now this is where I break out a notepad again, and I write down all the things that I missed in my construct. So I break out a notepad, which is what I started doing recently. So I break out a notepad on my computer, right? My notepad, and I write down the things that I missed. Or any additional things I want to write, things that I miss. But generally, I'm focusing on things that I missed. And at the end of the day, once I finish this lesson, right? Oh, and we'll talk about the new feature. Actually, we can talk about a new feature here. So once we finish this lesson, we write down everything that we missed and also do the story. So the story is new from in the last 100 days. It's actually new in the last 20 days. So there are 10 stories and we're on story, so we did 3 of the stories. And there's not much to write about. It's nice. I think it's nice to have stories. However, the Japanese course is not that well. It's not like the number 1. It's not a competing language, so there's not as much development on the Japanese story. But I like that there's extra stuff, right? The story are interesting. Something to note, they're written entirely in kana. So like a mix, it's actually mostly hiragana, actually. Almost 90% of it is in hiragana. So what I do for the story is, it's a separate thing. I read the story, and I convert everything to kanji. So I read the story, they talk, and it's a kana, right? It's in kana. So I remind myself, and I use literally on stream, I translate, quote unquote, I rewrite it in kanji. So it was a perfect opportunity. I hear the kana, right? They're speaking, and I kind of understand maybe what they're doing here. And I use that as an opportunity. I think the goal they were trying to do is you're supposed to listen. And the kana can be there to offer you like what they could possibly say. But what I treat it as is, if I'm having a conversation with someone, right? I'm thinking about what it sounds like. So a lot of times I have my eyes closed. Or I'm not paying attention to the screen. So basically I'm largely listening only. And when I listen to it, I'm trying to imagine, like, what are the characters? What are they looking like? Then I read the kana, and then I convert it into kanji. That's what I do on those. And those stories are cute. The one thing that I would say, obviously, I'm a little... I like consuming content. They're short. They're quite short. Maybe we'll see how they go, but we've only done 3. And visibly... there were 10, so I don't know if there's more on the next section. I'm in section 3. I can't see into section 4 yet. So, and section 4 has way more lessons than 3, and 3 is taking me over half a year, so, or maybe like 5 months. So we'll see if they like get bigger or whatnot. But I think the idea, at least in my opinion, they chose to use kana has an interesting, it might not be this case, but my thought is, if it's written in all in kana and people complain about it all the time, Like, why does Duolingo spend the first 3 sections in kana and non-kanji? And I'm like, well, if you know the kanji, that's great. If you're learning Japanese and you're relying on kana, that's okay. But lots of people, when you're learning, right, kana, everyone's gonna say like, oh yeah, but you can't read kanji yet. Like, you should learn how to read kanji. And it's like, yeah, I understand. So Duolingo takes its time, like takes a really long time. You have to get to section 3, unit 37 before they start actively introducing kanji. And kanji is almost as fast, if not faster, than WaniKani's default. So it spikes from anywhere from 15 to 20 kanji every 3 days. For me, every 3 days. For a normal Duolingo user, you know, those hyper study people, they're probably absorbing 25 to 30 kanji a day. And I'm like, yeah, there's no way. Like, I'm doing all of this just to remember like 25 kanji. So the pace changed a lot. And this was part of the last 100 days when the pace started changing. And then the story uses kana, so it's a great way to practice my kanji. Sometimes I actually play, I watch people play older Japanese games. And I try to think of the kanji that comes up in their reading. Because older Japanese games, like Final Fantasy games and whatnot, they're actually, a lot of them are written almost entirely in kana, right? In kana. So if it's not provided for you, for me, I see an opportunity to practice. People complain about this because they want to see it in its natural state. And I get that, right? I get that. If it doesn't, you can use it as practice. And that's story. That's about it about story. I really like it though. It's so the story stuff and all the advanced features are more developed for Spanish, right? Spanish and English being, and probably maybe French too, as their major languages. So I look forward to when I start Spanish to see how quickly I get these features, or like you hit these features. But for now, Japanese has stories, and Chinese don't even have stories, the Chinese course. And the Chinese course is not that popular. Although here's a funny thing, which I was going to talk about next time for Chinese. Chinese had an uptrend recently, largely due to some things that happened. So we'll talk about that when we talk about Chinese. But anyways, so I write the things that I miss, keeping stories aside, right? That stories is the new feature. For Notepad, I write down whatever is missing, and then at the end of the day, or once I complete the set and the story, right? This will then have another 15 minutes of kanji. 15 minutes of kanji, because that's self-timered. 15 minutes of kanji, and I try to complete as much as I can. Usually I don't get to the end for the kanji section. And the kanji section is usually trying to get to the end of the writing. Because the writing, I want to touch upon the stroke order at least once for every character. And it takes a really long time. There's so many exercises. And the kanji section is one of my favorite sections in Duolingo because it tries to trick you by making it deliberately more confusing, right? The kanji section, the nice thing about the kanji section is that they try to trick you by putting things that mean similar things, sound similar, and look similar. And that's where I decided to also group the constructs. So WaniKani and HanziHero, when they try to group things by sound and look, a lot of times, that's in my wheelhouse now. Like Duolingo, that's the way Duolingo can get people. It's meaning, sound, and look. They either sound the same, they look very similar, or they mean something very similar. That's usually the norm for these things now. I usually try to like organize them in some way. So it's already done that for me, basically. So then after this, I take whatever I do to add it to the construct. So whatever I missed that I wrote down, I add it to the construct. Right? And now I have a new construct. So then we go to day 3. Day 3 is slightly different. So day 3, we start by recalling our new construct. So our updated construct. Our updated construct. And now on day 3, there's something called a personalized practice. Personalized practice, which usually goes back. This is the only form of SRS, quote unquote, or like the SRS that people are more used to at the later end. Basically, it goes back to like the last 10 units, as far as the last 10 units. So it's a few exercises, and these are generally 3. It's half, usually half rounded down of the lesson sets. And it's usually 3. So like if there were 6, there's 3 personalized practice. I think it's in Japanese, it might actually always be 3. We'll place this. It's usually 3 on average. So that gives you a little bit of personalized practice. And then there are, oh no, never mind. I'm kidding. This is always 3. It's always 3 lessons. I'm thinking about something else. These are 3 lessons. The personalized practice set. Then there's a review set, another review set, and it's half of the first set or second set, whichever. So if day 1 had like 3, or no, if day 1 had 6, then the last set has 3. So it's a shorter. And then there's a trophy, which is the final review of the unit. And during this, I focus on one last thing. Since now I should have farmed everything that I need to know, now I think about anything that I want to add to the construct. So now it's not about hunting for new things, or it's not about new things or things I missed. Mainly, it's also about anything I want to add in addition with previous knowledge. So like, for example, sometimes when we're talking about food, right? When we talk about food, I know a lot of foods, right? I know a lot of foods. The unit might only talk about like 1 to 4 things. And I'm like, let's add another 5 to practice. So this is what day 3 is. I'm reviewing, but now I'm also actively adding my previous knowledge to get a little bit of practice in. And that's how come the constructs can get longer than they are. It helps me flex and add anything back. So not only am I still seeing if there's anything new or things that I missed, I'm adding to previous things. And then we add that construct. So then we have the finalized construct. Finalized construct. Right? And also now, depending on time, I try to finish the kanji section. Which doesn't ever happen. Like consistently, it's too long. It's like there's so much practice. There's a lot of practice. They really want to make sure you know the stuff. So usually I resort to I settle on ending when I practice writing each of the new characters. So each of the new kanji, as long as I wrote it once to check writing, to check stroke order, I'm gone. Like, I'm moving on to the next one. So that's what I'm doing every single day now. This is what I'm doing every single day. And the stuff that I've written here, all these are every single construct that I've created for every unit. And it's not really necessarily like I came up from scratch, because Duolingo deliberately, I'm trying to force myself in a good way to figure out why did they include all these words the way they did, because that way I pay more attention. I'm paying attention to, okay, I can see why they decide to pick all of these, right? Like, this is the past tense casual past tense, and they picked very specific ones, like, oh, okay, so that's a aru, that's a that's a ru, that's a like mu, bu. Like, they're trying to pick specific words to give you conjugations for them. They're not telling you what the conjugation is, they're showing you what the conjugation is. And you kind of group them together. So that's what I'm doing now. And that covers our first point, which is describe the construct, right? And the current method that I'm using, right? There is one last thing that I need to mention. Now that 3 days are over, we move on to the next unit, right? So we move on to day 4. And in day 4, this is the new unit. You only stick to a unit after 3 days. And the new unit, you repeat. You repeat day 1 through 3. Meanwhile, in day 4, I still write the construct of the previous unit. So whatever I came up with over here, I continue to write it. I continue to write it for 3 more days. So day 4 through day 6, I continue to recall it. So that's 6 straight days. 6 straight days of recalling. And on top of that, these ones get added. So then I'm doing 2 constructs. I'm juggling 2 constructs every single day. That's what I did before. Like, every single day, I juggle 2 constructs. And then after the 6th day, right? After the 6th day, I drop one and rotate out. So like, if I do construct 1, right? And then construct 2, when construct 3 rolls around, I drop construct 1, and it keeps continuing that way. So that's what I did for the first 3, for whenever I started, which is around like day 200, something like that. So the last 100 days, basically, that's what I've been doing. It's longer than that. It's like 150 days or something like that. So I've been rotating like this for a while. Now this is where we get into the current thing that I'm testing. So the question is, once I drop this, how long do I wait? Right? Because SRS, right? How long do I wait before going back through this? Well, when I'm working on construct 2, Duolingo lessons typically include the lesson from here. Like, they sprinkle it in, right? They sprinkle it in, and they continue to do that for usually 3 lessons down, like 3 units down. So you still get some reminder. So I let that happen. Just let it happen because I'm not going to actively review them, right? And I tested 25 days. So from the day of that construct, 25 days, then I would do something like this. Then I would go and do my tentative review, my tentative takes, which is what I'm doing right this moment. And I used to do 25 days. Then I was like, okay, 25 days is pretty fine. Everything is retained. It almost feels like I did it yesterday. So then I tested 50 days. It was okay. It was like 90% plus. 90% plus. So it was pretty good. And this is the first time I've waited 100 days. And we're going to talk about it a little bit. I think it's going to be like 80%. Like I've dropped down to 80%. And this is where I draw the line because I don't want to go any lower than this. 100 days was really tough. So when I was reviewing and preparing for this, the amount of time to prep. So the prep time went up. And also obviously the accuracy went down. So we're going to talk about this part. This is the segue to what I want to go over today. So let's hop on over. So the big question now is, how long do I wait? And for me, I generally draw metrics, things to help guide me for how long do I wait. So what do I measure? Retention. And it's based on the honor system. So it's not like I have a teacher or anything that produces these criteria for me. I used to teach, and also I used to go to formal education. So I got a fairly good many years of experience in knowing how to measure myself. So that's kind of what we're relying on here. So my metrics, retention. The lowest I will decide to go is 80%. And this is because it's arbitrary, but it's the 80-20 rule. I just use the 80-20 rule. It may or may not be optimal. I just choose 80-20 because the 80-20 rule. So lowest is 80%, right? So if I go back and I look at my YouTube videos, right? All the YouTube videos have the construct in the beginning of each day. So I look back at the constructs of each video and I see how much I retain. If it gets the lowest is 80%. So I want it above 80% at all time. So generally I aim for 90%. Right? 90%. And the last time I checked, 90%, I had more than 90% at 50 days extension. So it's greater than 90%. I break up a canvas like this and I write, right? I do it on stream. I write and see how many things I forget. So right now, from how long I wait, to give you a long story short, it's definitely less than 100 days. And it's they're probably greater than 50 days. And usually I'm more of a safe person, so I think we're gonna go back to 50 days and try it out again. I've only done 50 days like twice, right? And these things take a very long time. They disrupt, it takes a while to prep them, right? So I wanted to do a longer period to see if I can do something less frequently. So 50 days, we're going back to 50 days. What happened was when I was prepping, I've noticed that it's very uncomfortable when I drop and I keep using reference material, right? So whenever I'm looking, I'm like, I don't know this. So I pull up a dictionary. And I'm like, I'm not sure about this part. Then I pull up a grammar source, right? And when I increasingly do that and it drops below 80%, it feels not so great. It feels like this would be the time I would be practicing. So oftentimes I try to aim for 90%. So we're going back to 50, just to be safe. Largely because that's where I cut out. So there's also another difference. I spent close to 2 weeks actually on and off practicing on my own. So I had to prep a lot of material. Like I need to make sure I got all the constructs written, and of course there are still errors, right? Like I'm human, so there's a chance when I was remembering the construct, it's not correct, right? So there are errors already in the stuff, so it's on top of this. That's kind of where when someone says, oh hey, you written this incorrect, you written that incorrect, the idea is I need to see that I'm writing things incorrect, and I review these things. These are intentionally set in a way that I go out of my way to correct these. And if I correct these things, then it becomes more solid. Now, there are still errors that people can catch. And I'm obviously very grateful because I'm only human. Now, the thing is, when you speak and when you read, these errors do not make something unintelligible. So the one thing, the basic minimum, the baseline minimum, not baseline, bottom line, the bottom line is that a lot of the errors that I correct over time is to make sure it's intelligible. So if I make intelligible mistakes, as in it still makes sense even though my error was here, like people can largely figure it out and they were able to correct me, then those things are not as high priority, right? I keep moving. These things will become normalized and practiced with due diligence, and they'll iron out. So these are the pedantic, that I say a lot of times, pedantic errors. So like, for example, I'll be writing something and I'll be practicing something, and then of the 100 times I write something, I made an error. I like added an extra stroke somewhere. Right? That's 1 out of 100. The odds of that even making it unintelligible is not greater than you think. Like, we keep talking about Japanese and Chinese, right? They're context dependent. Well, the context is how often and how consistently I've written that character and understand it, right? That would be a context. And then if I make that error, the context is surrounded by all the stories and sentences and things that are happening. When you talk to someone, when you make an error in speech, it is still context dependent. So those are still not unintelligible mistakes. They are intelligible mistakes, which that's the stuff that I trust that with time I can compensate for those things in an intuitive way. Most of the things that don't happen right now, because I maintain 80 to 90%, and you know, people who like comprehensible input, right, would keep some sort of arbitrary level of comprehension, if not create that comprehension. And that's how I'm doing it with Duolingo. So it takes 2 weeks to practice that though. for this time around, and it was on and off. I was really tired. Like, my energy is so spent every day preparing for these 3 days, and I still got 3 more days to go for Duolingo Chinese. So I'm at my limit, and I know it, which is great because now I know how far I can go, right? How far I can go. So now I'm scaling back. We're going back to 50 days, and 50 days required like 4 days. We're gonna say approximately 1 week of prep. And now I only have Duolingo Japanese left. So I'm not prepping for Chinese anymore. So 1 week is very manageable. So in the future, when I'm doing 50 days, it's going back to 1 week of practice. And I might be able to stream it. I don't know. My voice is the rate limiting step, right? If my voice goes out, I stop streaming. I don't want to push myself in the sense of sacrificing my voice, right? So yeah, there you have it. How long do I wait? I wait approximately no more, like I'm gonna wait comfortably around 50 days. So my process right now, I haven't changed it at all. Maybe I'll change it in the future to make it even more salient. But what I've done that works well for me is it takes me 3 days. So let's do the tally, right? Let's do the tally. Excuse me. It takes me 3 days to complete 1 unit. 1 unit in Duolingo, because people are curious about that a lot of times. Like, how long do you spend? 3 days. It takes me 6 days. 6 day consecutive 6 days to practice and create. Not necessarily like 6 total days to create, but to create a construct, right? To create a construct, and then 6 days to practice. And with whatever Duolingo does, with whatever Duolingo's practice thing that they have going on, I can comfortably retain 90% of the content across a 50-day. It's actually less than 50 days because I have to do the first 6 days. So we're gonna say approximately 50 days of non-active, non-focused practice. So I don't go out of my way to practice these things. Like my constructs, I no longer practice my constructs. That doesn't mean that on my free time, I don't think about these things. I do. So to make a extra thing, we have to remember that when I am not on Duolingo, which we introduce a new thing now, I could be on WaniKani, right? Plus a lot of everything else. I watch anime, watch vlogs, right? Anything that gets me engaged with Japanese. Now, it's even more complicated than that. I also now do HanziHero, right? HanziHero, and I was doing Duolingo Chinese, which I will do or summarize. Long story short, I will continue to review off and on Duolingo Chinese, whatever's in Duolingo Chinese. And this is related because whenever I think of Hanzi, I think of kanji. They're one and the same. Like, we're not separating them. Like, a frequently question, like, they're not different. They're not treated differently. when I think of English, I think of if I can express it in Japanese or Chinese. If I can't, I move along. So when it comes to hybrid language, at least in my opinion, hybrid language, the more I can think about all of the above, I will try that all the time. So no, I don't sit here and say, okay, I'm gonna take a break now, so I'm gonna switch over to English mode and say I'm gonna spend the rest of my day only thinking about English. No, I consume content and I think, I wonder how you say that in Japanese. I could say this in English. What would that translate to Japanese? Oh wait, but I know a little thing about Chinese. It goes back and forth all the time. Like, I ask myself, how do I say things in Fujianese all the time? Then I go to ask my father. These are practicing stuff. Even though, right? For example, I don't pick up a dictionary. I don't like pick up a dictionary and like change all my habits. I practice as many things as I know. So all the average stuff, right? Hajimemashite, right? Arigatou gozaimasu, right? Ohayo, konbanwa, right? That stuff, it's because I actually say that in English and Chinese too, right? 很高兴认识你, right? 你好, right? 你说中文吗? Right? 你说中文吗? Right? 我也说中文. 我也会说中文. Right? These things I say normally, like, oh yeah, I can't really speak Chinese, or like, so I'm constantly practicing many times over all the time. But when I'm not learning, I'm not carrying a dictionary with me. I'm not like using a plugin. Like, for example, when I watch anime and stuff, I don't have Pleco or what is it, Boom Pro active. The idea is I just practice whatever I know already. It's me time. When you practice, quote unquote, like reviewing, you are focusing on all the things you know. You're trying to focus on juggling and solidifying all the things you know. The last thing, in my opinion, that you want is to keep on introducing new things. So this is one of my hot takes. Let's write it in a different color. My hot take here is, when you choose to learn something, when I choose to learn something, I'm near 100%. I think differently. My mindset is different. I have a plan, right? I have a plan. I have an intention. It's active. Now, after I do this, I'm tired, right? Quote unquote, tired. It's a position where I no longer want to learn, like take more information in, like no longer take more information, right? And obviously this will vary depending on whoever you are, whatever you are. My workload is pretty high. I've already talked about in WaniKani, my WaniKani does not exceed my workload because WaniKani also has practice. Practice is review. So unless their lessons, quote unquote, unless their lessons exceed, get bigger than my learning capacity, then I have no problems. So when I stop streaming, ideally, this is what I typically do now. I only stream as much of my learning lessons as I can. Everything else involves practicing. And practicing is, in my opinion, the lowest effort possible, because you should know these things. These are the things you should know, right? And emphasis on should. So when your energy is low, you already spent all day learning, right? You already spent all day learning. The last thing you can do to squeeze out a little bit more effort is you're gonna practice, but it's the lowest possible effort. So you're not cramming more things into your head. Why is that important to me? Because if you're cramming all the time, if you're cramming, so your practice bleeds into your immersion, or your learning, if you're cramming, like you're learning more, right? Learning more bleeds into your lifestyle. For example, your anime, right? What will that do? Like psychologically, this is the hot take. So psychologically, what will that do to you? You will begin, in my opinion, you will begin to associate anime with learning, like manga with learning. So it's going to feel like you're always studying, which I don't agree with that word, studying. It's more like you're always learning Japanese or Chinese or what have you, right? But you're not practicing. You don't get a chance to practice anything because you're so focused on learning that you don't get any sufficient practice in, right? Imagine you watch an anime, right? And you stop at every single word that you don't know. So you break out your dictionary and you're gonna read it. And you're like, oh, okay, I finally got it. Now I'm just tired. I don't want to read the rest of the anime. Like, I don't want to read the rest of the manga. Like, oh, this is so exhausting. I barely got a chance to watch my favorite anime or my manga or enjoy it because you're so focused on learning constantly. You're not focused on balancing practice and learning, which both of them is part of studying. Studying is the balance between learning and practicing. So for me, I separate those two. I learn when I'm ready to learn. I'm most energy, most wired. And then when I go to relax, I'm focusing on practicing. What does that look like when you're consuming anime and manga? I write down things I want to know. And also things I don't know. And I move on. That's it. I move on. And then focus on things I already know. Because they're no different. Focus on things I already know. They're no different than what you already have. So yes, I do watch anime and manga with English subtitles. I also watch them with Japanese subtitles. I watch English anime dubbed in English with Japanese subtitles. The idea is that I'm practicing with things I know. I know English, right? I mean, I could even turn it to Chinese. I could watch the Chinese dub of an anime that gives me Japanese subtitles. That could be a thing in the future. The idea is every time I figure out, oh, I don't know this. Oh, this comes up so often. I write it down or I make it a mental note or I don't do it at all. I tell myself, oh yeah, this is interesting, but it's not the time. It's not now. I do not want to drop everything in order to learn more when I don't want to learn more, right? If you're like me and you're spending the whole day already learning, the last thing you want to do is then do anything you want to have fun with, like all the things you want to have fun, right? you're relaxing, and suddenly you're like, you turn it into a learning lesson. Like, I say a lot of things is about learning, and I talk about that because when I'm streaming, I'm learning. And then I emphasize that when I stop learning, which is whenever I'm off stream, I'm eating, I'm sleeping, I'm going out to enjoy nature, I'm going out on a run. These are things I know how to do really, really well. So I'm only practicing them. I'm maintaining them. And while I'm going out, I'm practicing all my Japanese, Chinese, and linking it with Fujianese and English. It's low effort. You're trying to lower the exhaustion, right? You're minimizing effort. When you're speaking and writing things you know, right? Things you know. Eventually it has to be effortless. Get used to it. Because don't get getting hung up on everything you don't know or want to know is gonna bog down the rest of your quality of life. So psychologically, this would then cause you to dislike, right? Dislike learning. So, when you went around and practiced, when you are supposed to be practicing, in my opinion, this is my opinion, when you're practicing and you turned into a learning lesson, it's going to feel like you never stopped. You never stop learning. And what happens to a lot of people is it creates burnout. You're gonna burn out. Well, a good example in my life is science. Science, right? Science. I loved my job. I really did. I loved my job. And I never stopped concerning myself with my job. I took it home. I took it on vacation. I lived and breathed this stuff, and I burned out immediately. Well, not really immediately, but as immediate as one could get in terms of scope of a career. People have careers for 30 to 40 years, and I didn't have a career for 30 or 40 years. I wasn't a scientist until maybe at most charitably for 10 years, right? Conservatively for 10 years, because I burned out. And this type of compartmentalization is something worth considering. A lot, I hear so much more when someone says, oh yeah, watching you encourages me. Like yesterday, literally someone said, watching you doing this stuff for 6 hours encouraged me to do my Anki deck. I don't need to be encouraged to learn. I don't need fuel or motivation. All the things that I do when I'm doing for fun, when I'm practicing and I'm living out the rest of my day and eating and thinking about Japanese food I want to try and stuff, those are low effort. It's replenishing. It makes me want to learn more, right? There's a difference when you're chronically focused on learning. If you turn everything you have to learning Japanese and Chinese, evaluate. It can be for someone. It can be for people who are very used. I'm not saying there aren't people out there that isn't like me. I'm not like everyone else as well. So you have to gauge when you're going into a learning session. Are you looking forward to it? Does it feel like you're doing something new, right? When you're learning, you're looking forward to learning something new. However, if the thing you're telling yourself is, oh, I already learned a lot of new things. I guess I still have to go through my Anki deck, right? To me, that's a great sign that you are, in my opinion, one is not making enough time to practice and reap the rewards of all your learning. Now, it's kind of tough because there are people who aren't disciplined enough, right? They could be relaxing and keep excusing themselves for things. That's fair. That's a fair trade-off. I'm specifically talking about like my type of work ethic right here. I have come to terms that there are times when your focus is to practice. You practice what you already know. You learn new things, because if you keep learning all the time, I mean, I'm that guy who tells you like, oh, you can turn everything into a learning lesson within given reason. I literally am not. I'm, for full transparency, I don't sit here and say my whole day is about learning. How will I eat? How will I sleep? If I'm constantly learning about sleeping and eating, then I don't practice anything to get better at it, right? To get more consistent. When you're practicing, you're doing consistency, not novelty. So, what does this look like when it comes to, it's like, oh, Maku, like, how do you know these people are gonna burn out or something? When they start talking about things like progress. Hyper focus on progress. So like, oh, I got to do this much every single day, even if it costs me my lifestyle. Or something like, I decided how to allocate all my time to maximum efficiency. Right? Then you're thinking, oh, I guess this person's planning everything around quote unquote learning. A common comment would be, I don't need to practice. I don't need to practice what I already know. You might be thinking, well, that's weird. Like, if you already know it, why would you want to practice it? It's like, because to know something, when you know something, you learned it. When you learn something, it takes a lot of effort. Right? It takes a lot of effort to do this. So, why would you practice something and spend even more effort? Right? Why would you spend more effort after you spent so much effort learning? Well, the capacity is you're practicing. And there are a lot of potential balance for this. When you're too tired to learn, which people who consider learning and practicing the same thing, then if you learn something, then you already practice enough. For example, someone who don't think about fundamentals. Right? How do you like to write something? How do you develop encouraging yourself to write all the time? Like this, like what I'm doing here. How do you encourage yourself to do that? Well, if you think it's the same as learning, then you don't. You're psychologically, you will likely not normalize motivation to do something again, to practice until it's consistent. So, cue the person who wants to correct me after I make one mistake. Right? How does that relate to one mistake? I made one mistake. How many times do you think I'm going to write that character? It's going to be at least hundreds of thousands of times before my lifetime is over. Right? But if you're talking to someone who thinks effort is equated to learning without practice, then they would want to correct themselves or other people, knowing that they probably will let it linger and not practice, right? If you want to get it right on the first shot all the time, that is a consequence, in my opinion, or chicken or the egg question, where when you learn something, you got to learn it right. There's no chance that you're going to go over it again so consistently that you can correct the mistake, right? You want to get it right, efficient the first time, right the second time, and then that should be sufficient. You move on. Well, I'm obviously not talking to those type of people then. Here, for me, practice makes consistent. It doesn't make perfect. It can get, you can work towards perfect, but perfect is an idealization. Practice makes consistent, and that consistency doesn't necessarily have to be completely accurate. It is consistent enough to be satisfactory. If you are 90% of the time accurate, I usually give myself a pass. Back in the day, I used to think, nah, 4.0s, 100%, 110%, right? That is absolutely bonkers if you think as a human being your goal is to perfect everything. It's a great motivational tool to idolize what you think is your proficient. However, people who idolize perfection, they tend to not want to practice, because when they do something once with enough credibility, they generally don't practice it anymore, right? And unfortunately, we're not, one of the human conditions, we're not robots. So if you don't practice, things become rusty. And when it becomes rusty, that doesn't mean you have to learn it again. However, the problem with that mindset is then you're unwilling to go back and practice anymore. And for me, a bit of a hot take, another hot take. Some of the most successful people, we'll put it in quotes because success looks very different, right? It depends, etc. All your terminating cliche things. But successful, there's a fundamental between all of them. It's built on practice. And practice in clever ways, in multiple ways, in all sorts of ways, because practice is usually lower effort than having to derail everything and learn something new. Now, it's a balance between the two, right? At the height of something, someone is spending a disproportionate more time practicing than they are learning. To eke out that slight advantage at the zenith of someone's skill is like 99.9% practice and 0.1% learning. So if you're already sitting there and saying, oh man, I don't look forward to doing all the 200 reviews of my Anki deck and whatnot, then keep it in mind that there is a chance that you might be burning out. Like there's a chance that there's not enough time for you to recover, right? The things I'm emphasizing here is I can do this for hours. Like I can do this for a while, and I know that I will, once this stream goes on, I have enough time that when I wake up tomorrow, I'll do this all over again with probably, if not equal or more energy than I had before, right? And that is due to the maintenance of this type of compartmentalization. Obviously not people have harder schedules than this. Like I'm giving you, like for me, I'm going over something that is probably largely relatable to maybe a university student or someone who is younger than 18. Now we're talking about adults. Let's talk about like people who have jobs and families. Then this gets even more complicated. So the idea is you raise a time to practice and you raise the time for learning. In fact, when people have jobs and family, they spend less time learning and they spend more time practicing at a pace. So what is the secret sauce of Duolingo's design that I'm not even sure the developer made a commentary on it, or other app designs? Shorter lessons, expecting that those lessons are going to be enough of the energy that's captured from learning. And then hopefully that inspires the person to practice that part for as long as possible. So Does it work? Right? One of the FAQs, does it work? It works based on the user. And I'm saying most of this stuff is because it's the consequence of using Duolingo. I don't actually do this stuff. Like before I started language learning, I have a very different management system. Like the stuff of how I'm compartmentalizing, I adjusted. So I do excessively learn in very specific period of time, and then I practice for the rest of the time. So when someone says like, oh, are you gonna go speak with a native Japanese speaker or stuff, it's like, well, if a native Japanese speaker wants to hang out when I'm learning, then yes, that's a possibility. However, if it's not, then I learn and practice at my speed and desire, and then seize opportunities when they're available. Not to push it into the front line. Disrupting your own schedule to seek performance and progress. It's a really intense. It can be a really intense and disruptive process, right? It's a disruptive process. So going head deep into something like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do 1,000 kanji in like 3 months, and then I'm gonna do another 1,000 kanji in 6 months. That is a very disruptive and aggressive plan. That personally, to me, that screams like youth and inexperience without discipline. It can definitely work. For others who have jobs, family, you know, a professional background or something of that sort, university, like classes and whatnot, finding when you're most able to learn without inundating yourself is probably one of the top 4 or 5 steps that you might want to reevaluate. I know that once I turn off the stream, I've done as much learning as I want for the day. So if I go and pull up a dictionary, right? This is how I feel. If I had to describe, a lot of people talk about counterproductive, right? Things that are counterproductive or things that have diminished return. I usually refer to it as diminished return. There's a nuance and difference. So the reason why I say diminished return is, for the most part, when people say counterproductive, they talk about waste of time, right? You wasted your time. Generally, it's about diminished return. People feel like certain things are a waste of time because they're no longer as productive as they expected. So for example, if you spend 1 hour straight up learning, you're pumped, you're ready to learn, your mindset's good, then for the rest of the day, you're like, oh, I'm going to squeeze in some learning here. I'm going to squeeze in some learning here. That can feel over time counterproductive because you're going to get diminished return, largely because you continue to learn when you aren't in the best state of mind or ready to learn, right? That's why classrooms have times. They have schedules. You plan to learn. You arrive planning to learn. If you don't arrive planning to learn, then you don't learn. If you don't want to go to class, you're not going to learn very much. You might get some diminished return because it's counterproductive, right? How many times does someone say classes are a waste of time? Because largely, it's really not a waste of time. It's a diminished return. You're not interested, it diminishes your return on the time that you use. You're not interested in a subject, you'll learn less over time, per unit time, right? Now, think about it in self-study. There is a maximum, or what I call a ideal, maybe a ratio. We're gonna say, I don't want to use the word ideal, a ratio. So when I'm learning here, my ratio is probably 1-to-1 because I'm ready. I'm planning, I do everything, I try to work everything as best as I can. When I'm done streaming, I'm just chilling. I'm practicing. And practicing is doing everything that I've learned. I put it into practice. I'm not learning anymore. Now, this is different from someone who keeps spending a large majority of their time, like arguably an even larger majority of their time, when they go and learn, but not prepared to learn. And that goes with psychologically. So here's a hypothetical situation. You do your Anki deck and you're like wired. You're going, the first thing you do in the morning, you're wired, you're ready. The Anki sets the environment. So when you're on your Anki, you've already told yourself, I'm ready to learn, I'm hardwired. Then suddenly you're done. And now you have the rest of the day. Like you blast through Anki. Like 30 minutes, you get through 1,000 cards, right? It's something absurd, right? You're really wired, you're really focused. Then you stop for the rest of the day. Now you have the rest of the day. And you're like, oh, I'm going to read some manga. And I'm going to try to learn something. Like, oh, hey, what does this word is? You take out dictionary and you're like, okay, well, that's what it is. Let's go back. Manga, stop. So your activity that you usually enjoy, regardless if you can read it or not, right? Because you didn't make it into it. So you're deliberately going to alter the way you interact with your manga in order to squeeze in more learning. But you're squeezing in more learning. So that amount of time is going to give diminished return. It'll still teach you things. It'll still make you learn things. However, you're jamming more things to remember while you're already trying to remember things for tomorrow. So you've already front-loaded all your Anki knowledge that you're doing, and you're hopefully, combining practice with Anki. Kind of does both, so this isn't the greatest example, but Anki also weaves in practicing and learning. For me, I learn when I learn and I practice when I practice, right? And then WaniKani is now introducing the reality to the matter. Some people might be practicing actually most of the time than learning. With that said though, when you're squeezing in learning everywhere else, it's an exercise in diminished return. As in, you want to enjoy this anime, but you keep interrupting your enjoyment of the anime to half learn things. Like, oh, okay, I'll learn this. All right, let's look at the dictionary. To me, that's close to passive learning. You're looking up something, and then the next time it's like it comes up again. It's like, wait, what was that? Okay, let's go look at the dictionary. So you're constantly not in the mood or in the mindset of learning, largely because it's like half and half. Like, oh, I'm here, I want to enjoy this manga. Well, then enjoy the manga, right? You've learned a lot of things. And I'm not saying everyone has like a fixed maximum capacity for learning. However, there is a diminished return happening, right? It takes me more effort. So let's say I need to remember 100 items. As this number goes up, the effort goes way up. The effort is higher than the amount of things. So as the amount of things go up, the effort goes up faster. So you're trying to remember 100 things, and you already spent your whole day learning already, and then you go and continue to sparsely learn some more. The odds are that you can start to forget things as you're rolling over. So recency ends up taking hold a lot of times. The stuff that you learned last, maybe like that dictionary term, yeah, it might stick. Or you're so tired that none of that sticks because you didn't give it enough time to either practice or rest. You did not rest at all. There's no space, right? And that's not an easy, I'm not going to say it's an easy task. To make it quote unquote a little bit easier for myself, I have negotiated those times. I choose when I learn and I choose when I practice. And that's how I made it a little bit more manageable. If you're goated with like self-awareness and stuff, you can choose to learn and practice at the same time throughout your entire day. Feel free. The things that I'm stating here still applies to those people. They know when to stop because they're getting diminished return, right? There's going to be a point in which, if I study much more or review much more, it's not going to do a substantial amount of difference other than waiting, resting, and seeing how tomorrow works. So yes, there's an upper limit to when you should rest and stop taking in learning stuff. And that upper limit, I don't know what that is. It could be forever. It could be 24 hours for all I care. The thing I'm concerned about is the psychological impact of your habit. If you're constantly learning, then learning is going to get dull. Like learning that thing is going to feel like a chore. It's going to feel terrible, or it's likely going to feel exhausting. So the next day when you go and approach your Anki deck again, you're like, wait, it feels like I didn't even stop learning. And then suddenly you get the YouTube, the influencer, right? The influencer that says, you know what I dislike about Anki? It feels like I spent most of my life on Anki. Like it almost feels like every day, every waking hour, I'm devoted to Anki, right? I think a lot of people have heard these. If they were looking for best methods and whatnot, they probably heard an influencer say this, right? That's largely because there wasn't, in my opinion, there wasn't a psychological separation between when they stop learning and when they're practicing. You can still practice things, or you can enjoy things, or you can even not practice. There is a psychological distinction. It has to be intentional, though, in my opinion. Passiveness is not sufficient a lot of times for people to prevent burnout. So you burn out. And here's one thing that came from someone sharing an influencer's hot take. That influencer, whatever their new thing they're plugging, they're going to burn out on that too, in my opinion. Because when they were talking about it and how they were interacting, it feels like they're just replacing something that they burn out with something that they're going to use until they burn out, and the cycle continues. It didn't talk about the psychological impact of doing Anki so frequently or so, like, etc. In my opinion, a lot of the hot takes and whatnot, a lot of the hot takes that I see is you're exchanging something for another thing, and that new thing is exciting. It's incredibly exciting. It doesn't feel like you're doing the same thing, and it will work. And you go through another cycle. You burn out of that thing, you go through another cycle. That can work for a lot of people. Actually, a lot of like really, really brilliant people, that's what they do. They ham on something and then they move on to the next topic. They ham on something. That's perfectly adequate. If you're like those people and you know it's happening, those people know it's happening. So they manage that. They expect a burnout. They cope with it. Like they build the routine around. For me, I'm a consistency person. So I keep burnout at bay. The stuff that I'm talking about is my way of negotiating burnout. You will not see me stop for any other reason other than something else is more interesting. From like most of the time, like if you have me, like, as you know, a lot of people ask, oh, are you gonna stop Duolingo? I was like, no, I'm not, but there are other things as well that take up time. Like I wish I could do all of it at once, but it's not physically possible. Like time, there's only enough time. So I don't drop things because they're boring or they're not interesting. I drop things because there are more interesting things than the thing I dropped, right? Or the thing that I'm compromising on. So what all of this says, that I wanted to share today is, collectively, that's how I see a lot of people's relationship with language learning right now. it's a very different problem, quote unquote, problem that they see compared to like formal education, like classrooms and stuff. How do you negotiate classrooms? Well, you reduce the amount of effort to do those classrooms and redistribute your effort in something else. So like you go to math class and you hate math class. Well, what do? You negotiate all your energy. So you turn off your brain and you decide, I'm not going to learn anything from math. It's like, that's great. It liberates a lot of energy, pragmatically speaking, to other things you're focused on. So yeah, you get a C in math, but you get an A plus in physics. I know that's a terrible example, but the idea is you do negotiate that type of thing already. The difference here is self-study. You're choosing to create that environment for yourself. So everything is something you want. That it does not teach you how to not want it because it's healthy for you, right? There's a time to learn Japanese, and then there's a time to practice Japanese. And one of the most disheartening things I've seen in terms of patterns is a progressive disinterest in language learning propagated by creating learning opportunities, maximizing learning opportunities during the lifestyle, right? However, it doesn't create time to rest or appreciate how much you worked and learned, right? What is cue that person that says, I don't want to speak Japanese or use Japanese until I reached X, Y, Z. I don't want to talk to other language learners or use English with Japanese because that can inherently produce terrible habits. To me, those are individuals who are likely going to burn out. Not that they all are guaranteed to burn out. The idea is they're going to have to find a different source of management for them, because you're not going to appreciate. It's going to be really, really difficult for those individuals to appreciate how hard they're working. And without that appreciation, it's very difficult to know when they are working too hard. When you overload, you can work harder each time. Like, yeah, this time, oh, you can only study for 10 minutes. But tomorrow, you might be able to study for 12 minutes, 14 minutes, 16 minutes. It takes discipline, in my opinion, to gauge how well you learn. For me, it's 8 hours, right? But I started at like 10 minutes. The idea is you're trying to find your management, where you manage. Going in the deep end and always going full clutch, it's not creating a disciplined balance between things. So burnout happens because, well, you didn't control the burn. The burn was not a steady burn, for lack of a better metaphor. So this is what I wanted to share. One of the bigger things that I wanted to share by introducing whatever I'm doing for managing my Duolingo stuff, right? And then let's do some lightning round stuff. I'm not going to talk about all of this stuff, I guess. Let's see. WaniKani, balance, Duolingo, studying, future things. Let's just skip future things. And then changes in Duolingo. I introduced the stories. And do's and don'ts, like tentative things, 15% through the course. Oh, okay. That's fine. We'll cover some of that in the Chinese review. A breakdown, background practicing, not on stream. I covered that. So let's do some frequently asked questions, right? I think this is something that lots of people are doing, and it's kind of a great way to break the ice and end with things. So we'll do some frequently asked questions. Almost 3 a.m. Local time. So FAQs. And it will be related to a lot of the things I'm talking about now. Tangentially, when people ask me questions, I learn more about them through the questions they ask me. And then when I respond, I get to learn a little bit more if they stay around. So these are some of the we're gonna say the FAQs greatest hits so far in the like the I don't know the past 100 days or so or more. So one of the FAQs is it's not as funny as I'm smirking. I'm not. It's not supposed to be funny. FAQs. One of the top ones that I've had in the past 100 days is versions of do you. I'm trying to capture like the. It's basically how do you split studying between Chinese and Japanese? And this is a very reasonable question. It's not really worded this way. Most people, do you learn Hanji/Hanzi? How do you learn? Yeah. So this is more or less the same thing. Every versions of this. So there are plenty of versions. I'm trying to write it in a more agreeable way, but usually it's more direct. Like, how do you split? Like, how do you split Chinese and Japanese? Or what do you do to split them? So what that tells me is this person is assuming I do. Like, assuming I have to split these, or, split the studying, the literal studying. It's like, well, yes, I kind of have to split the literal studying. So the question, the various responses that I would say is, yes, I do schedule. And it's on my, yes, that's another question, but we're gonna have to go one by one. It's too soon. So I schedule, right? YouTube and Twitch has the full record of how I quote unquote split my learning lessons. So I do split my learning lessons, right? I do WaniKani first, HanziHero, and then I fit in every other day with Duolingo. Right? That's the current kind of pattern. However, when it comes to studying, this is the learning part. So the things I do on stream. However, even then, I don't split them. Like, I try not to split them. In fact, I'm consciously doing the opposite. I'm combining them at every opportunity. So when I'm on WaniKani, I'm thinking about the things I learned on HanziHero. And when I'm using these two, I'm thinking about the things I've learned on Duolingo. Like, it's not like I stopped saying, oh yeah, okay, let's just forget everything I learned on Duolingo when I'm using this. There's no splitting. They're together. And when it comes to Chinese and Japanese, they interact with each other. Right? They're laddering. Hanzi and Kanji are related. So whenever there's an opportunity, I don't split them. And when there isn't an opportunity, that means the other thing doesn't exist yet. So what does that mean? I wouldn't be studying that thing or practicing that thing anyways because I didn't learn it yet. So like when I ask, oh, how do I say this in Chinese? Oh, I don't know. Okay. I'm practicing Chinese when I'm learning Japanese. So I'm using the terminology, right? So I practice Chinese when I'm learning Japanese. So if studying is learning and practicing combined, I don't split them. I practice Chinese when I'm learning Japanese. And even more so, after the stream goes off, I practice both at once. So sometimes on and off, it's not simultaneous because you can't really do it simultaneously. You go back and forth. So you don't necessarily split. I incentivize for them to be combined. Okay? So then it leads to the next question that's often any version of do you confuse Chinese and Japanese? Right? That is a very, very common question. And the answer is yes. And the answer is it's useful. So, it says, do you confuse them? That means you only need one instance, right? One instance in which you confuse them to suggest that the answer is yes. Now, if I were to talk about this from a consistency standpoint, so when people don't talk about like one instance, it's always constantly one instance when they ask questions, right? Do you confuse Japanese or Chinese? So if I do it once, then the answer is yes. That's how these are phrased. Do you something? Usually you, in a more frequency standpoint, is like how often, or do you experience disruptions? Like how often things happen, right? It takes into frequency. So consistently, the answer is no. Overall, I don't actually confuse them. In fact, the times when I do confuse them are the times that help me learn more and practice more. You think the grammar and sounds are so different between them that there wouldn't be too much interference when speaking, and you think maybe kanji reading would be an area to confuse? We're talking about all of it, so we're not making any excuses here. So no exclusions. We're talking about the whole shebang. So whenever confusion happens, it's actually a useful thing. So why are you confused, right? So why did I confuse them? How did I confuse them? And how do I not confuse them? And how could I use that as a learning lesson? To me, this is part of laddering languages. It doesn't matter. I don't focus on whether they are confusing or not, or would be confusing. I evaluate and see if I do get confused, and I learn from that. And I do have some hot takes, but they're still in development, so I wouldn't be comfortable in saying that things like grammar, sounds, or anything specifically proper that interferes or not interferes. What I have discovered so far, tentatively, is that confusions are resolved far more quicker and more memorable than when they don't overlap. So when kanji and hanzi overlaps, they are stronger points. They are easier to remember and faster learned permanently, as opposed to the other way around. So when people think about, oh, Chinese and Japanese may overlap and that can create confusion, I say if they overlap and can create confusion, they are likely more the easier things to learn because they do overlap and therefore reinforce each other. You are prone to focusing on things that are nuanced in relations, much like looking at differences. However, differences often means you're remembering two different things with a trick, with a little bit of a trick. You can associate the differences deliberately by saying they're different, like antonyms, for example. When you know bad, you know good. When you know Chinese, you know Japanese. So there is a rhyme and way to benefit from relational learning. So how do I learn Japanese grammar? I relate it to English grammar. Well, what's a different approach? spend all your time forgetting English grammar so it doesn't confuse, so you don't get it confused with Japanese grammar. I don't do that, or I try not to do that. I think it takes a lot of effort. Kudos to those people who work really, really well with compartmentalization. But if you're constantly focusing on differences, you're remembering double the things, or you're spending a lot of effort trying to forget things that you would naturally remember instead of focusing on how to leverage them to learn something else. So, for example, one of the bigger hot takes, which I will probably get opponents over time, is that stop translating. And I kind of agree with that, actually. Stop translating. As in taking one-to-one English to Japanese translations. Like, oh yeah, that is quite slow, right? I think the word that I would add to this is stop passively translating. Like, oh yeah, I don't know why I, say let's do an example. Like when I write iku, am I thinking about to go? No, I'm not thinking about to go. This is the first thing that came to mind, iku, right? However, the reason why I can do this is I focused on what it is that I need to know in relation between these two. Not trying to pretend like I don't know what this is and then force myself to learn this. It takes a lot of effort to not try to do something that you've already done. So how do I get to go to make it easier to remember iku, right? What does WaniKani do? They use mnemonics. And that's kind of what I do too. So whenever I think about to go, it's effortless to remember to go. Like I don't even, like, I'm saying to go, but I'm thinking iku in my head. So in the future, it goes the other way around. When I think of iku, I think of to go, because I'm not thinking about only using one language. I'm thinking about using both the languages. So that might not jive with other people. Other people want to only speak Japanese. So I'm not in that territory. So let me make a disclaimer. I'm not in the market to speak only Japanese. I'm not in the market to only speak Chinese. That's not my market. My market is I want to speak all three at the same time. So the things that I focus on is how to leverage what I know in English to understand Japanese. And then in the future, how do I leverage Japanese to learn more English or to learn more Chinese, right? I'm leveraging Japanese to learn more Chinese, even though I know a lot of Chinese grammar in which I leverage to know about Japanese. The idea is I'm focusing on the interaction between them. I'm not focusing on separating them. And these questions here, do you confuse Chinese or Japanese? Do you split Chinese or Japanese? Right? These are keywords. I do not have a lot of ways to help or find recommendations. So oftentimes when I answer these questions, I make sure to establish I don't separate them. And yes, I do confuse them, but I'm actually looking for it. I'm looking for the things that relate the languages together. It's not a bad thing that I don't want. So after I establish this consequence, then I go and concede, right? Because some people will say there's the next follow-up question. Does learning Chinese help you learn Japanese, and vice versa? This is the next most common question. And what they're looking for is, are these synergistic? And oftentimes people are talking about, does it speed up the process? Speed up the process is often what they're talking about. Or is it faster if you know one or the other? And this comes with the whole mentality of splitting them. These are two different things, right? They are confusing, they're splitting, and again, I can't answer this question really well because the theme is that they are one and the same. When I learn Japanese, I get closer to learning Chinese. When I learn Chinese, I get closer to learning Japanese. So the answer technically is yes, it does, but not the way you think. For me, not the way you think. Right? Cue the same but different. How is it different? When I'm learning Chinese and Japanese, it actually slows both of them down individually. So, to someone, if I tell someone, say, oh yeah, yes, it does help me, right? And then someone comes in and is like, no, it doesn't. You spend like double the amount of time and you're like constantly confusing this with that. Like you're wasting time. It's like, no, I'm not. Like, this is where the mindset is different, right? So it's difficult to communicate. So I have to be very careful about it. Instead of saying, no, I'm not, you just don't understand, I'll try. When you're learning two different things, the sum of them might be faster than learning both of them individually. So if you're learning Japanese and, or Chinese at any given time, so you spend your time focusing on Japanese and you decide, oh man, I gotta make sure I never think about Chinese. Let's never think about Chinese, right? When I'm learning Japanese. And then when you go to focus on Chinese, you're like, never think about Japanese. Like, oh, I can't think about Japanese. This is what I'm saying is yes. I learn faster, in my opinion. I learn faster and have a higher quality per time not separating these, having them together. So when I'm learning Japanese, I'm learning Chinese or practicing Chinese. When I'm learning Chinese, I'm practicing Japanese. The time is spent together. So hear me out. Why is this a no? So I would say no to these people. Why is that? Because they're asking, does learning Chinese help Japanese? So they're saying, like, if they're only interested in Chinese and they're only interested in Japanese, does learning another language help? The answer usually is a no, because it's going to be slower for one language. It usually is. It's going to be slower because your efforts is divided between two languages. So it's true. It's true. Like, you need to, like, I agree with most of the critics. If you're laddering a language, it's gonna slow your progress in one of the languages. Largely because you're divided between two languages. So it's not violating, like, it's not some life hack, in my opinion. I'm not saying it's some like life hack where you're not still expending more energy and more time, right? The idea is you're not comparing, I only care about Chinese, and you're learning Japanese on the side so you can boost your Chinese aptitude. That's what that question, in my opinion, is asking. Oh, I'm interested in Japanese, but I kind of want to learn Chinese on the side because it might help my Japanese. That's not what I'm saying here, right? But that is the question being asked. So I would say no, it doesn't help you. So it defaults to the other hot take. One of the hot takes is learn one language until you don't want to learn anymore. Until you like aren't learning anymore, right? And then go to another language. And you use, now that you're not like learning, like you're not completely focused, like you're done with Japanese. Say you're to a point where you're passively learning now, you're passively practicing. Then you go to Chinese. And then intuitively, you're no longer focusing on learning Japanese anymore. You're practicing Japanese when you're looking at Chinese. So effectively, you could do what I'm doing, which you mix the two and you're learning them two at the same point, or you can stagger them permanently so that you don't have to worry about needing to learn two things simultaneously, right? Because some of the things that I practice, I need to learn in Japanese. Some of the things I need to learn in Chinese, I need to learn in Japanese. And in the end of the day, you probably get to the same goal in a reasonable time, right? Same-ish, but different goal. If you theoretically yourself, you're like comparing yourself. If you're comparing your hypothetical twin in a parallel universe and you did these two things, you're probably gonna get to the same goal with satisfaction. I'm not saying how fast or short or who's faster. It's probably reasonably negligible. As in, like, you'll probably get there in the same place. So which one do you enjoy more is probably the question I would ask. Do you enjoy thinking everything is separate? Do you enjoy, does it help you learn something by separating the language? Because that is a very, very important question. I grew up having to juggle 3 languages, and 2 of them I have no idea what's going on paper, and 1 of them I do. How do I retain that language even though no one is actively forcing me to retain it? This. All of my Fujianese is attached to my English. The reason why I still know all my Fujianese, in which, like, the necessary Fujianese, conversationally, is that I know all their English counterparts. And that's how I acquire new Fujianese. Fujianese is not taught formally, and there's no way to write it. So I asked my parents, like, oh, how do you say this? And I try to describe it in Fujianese, and then they describe that, and then I can tell them what the English is in the next time. They constantly ask me what an English word is, right? And I try to describe in Fujianese, and then I ask them, what is this? Now, I don't even do that. When they ask me what an English word is, I would say it in Mandarin, and they know the Mandarin counterpart, and then I would ask them what the Fujianese term is. So then I'm learning Mandarin. I'm practicing Mandarin to learn Fujianese while translating and practicing English using Fujianese. So that's kind of the world I live in. That is the normal dynamics. It's the very common dynamics that I have. And for me, I'm leveraging that. I don't think that's for everyone. So it's all transparent. Like, I'm trying to be as transparent as possible. Oftentimes, what am I like? So here's an example of why I'm like this. I think like this for something else. I just talked about it. When you're separating practicing and studying, I do that. Lots of people actually practice and study at the same time, or practice and learn at the same time. When they're language learning, they're juggling 2 tasks over and over again. When you're watching anime, you're trying to learn and practice all at the same time, and it is possible. It can work. When you're really, really engaged, you can get it to work. I ended up doing the split thing. I split when I learn, and I split when I practice, right? Largely, like, it's not exclusive, obviously, because when you use WaniKani or Anki, you're also doing some practice. Duolingo, you're also doing some practice, like day 1, day 2. I broke down day 1, day 2 already. The idea is we're juggling these things all the time. You choose how to leverage them. in the end, it's true, all of the above. Like if you have someone who's learned language for like 16 years and they're saying this is true, and then you have another person who's like a polyglot and they disagree with this person, who's right? Oftentimes, when push comes to shove, like when those people sit down and talk to each other and like accumulate, it turns out that there's an ounce of truth to all of it. Like all of it can persist. And for me, this is why for these three biggest questions that I've gotten recently since I've started last time, they're all yes or no questions. I can say yes and no to all of these. And it deals with the perception that they have. Yes, it helps, and no, it doesn't help. What are you interested in? So when I get these questions, I ask them, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean by help? Are you only interested in Japanese? Are you only interested in Chinese? Do you combine them? Are you like me where I would like to use English to benkyou suru, right? Like if I was studying Japanese o benkyou suru, right? What do you think, ne? Right? Like, どうですか? Right? Like, what do you want? You know? Like, なぜ? どうやって? How are you gonna go about it? So the idea is find out what is working. And I often like to challenge people to do this. And all this discussion, it's not a prescription. Please, I want to re-emphasize, you do not have to do any of these things. The cool thing about saying things that you might not agree with or might not disagree with is then you go out and prove it for yourself, right? Hearing constantly everyone agreeing on the same things may convince you that things are the way they are, and then when you do them and it doesn't work, then you're like, well, what gives? Am I broke? Am I just stupid? Like, why do it work for like everybody I hear, but it doesn't work for me? And that sucks. Personally, if that happens to something about learning, it can really, really hurt a person. Like I fear oftentimes when it comes to the internet, the amount of lack of self-esteem when I projected in people's comments towards me, right, is coming from a place that's always fearful. It tends to be fearful. So the questions often is a fear of something. Like, how do you split studying between Chinese and Japanese? That's suggesting there's a sacrifice. So there's no particular way in which you can have both. Like, you can do both. So, well, I don't split them. I try to maximize use of both of them at the same time. Whether it's a split or not, it's yes and no. It's technically splitting them, but not splitting them in the way that this person is asking. Do I confuse them? Yes, I do confuse them. But it's not because, like, this person didn't ask, oh, does the overlap help you remember things? It's not phrased in a positive manner. It's, do you confuse them? You're worried about bad things happening. Splitting, that suggests a sacrifice or an exchange. Confused, that's plain bad. And then sometimes this is like, does it help? Does learning Chinese help Japanese? That's suggesting that one is serving the purpose of the other, right? It's not going both ways. So it's softer, which is nice because they use the word help, but that's my words. I'm using my words. Usually they say things like, do you think Chinese, when learning Chinese, it gets in the way of learning Japanese? Right? I'm paraphrasing a lot of these questions, but generally it's about negatives. It's about things that worry you, like an old classic. We'll throw in an old classic question sometimes. oftentimes I have to answer the question like someone out of the blue, right? Someone out of the blue corrects me. And then it leads to a discussion. It's like, okay, thank you for pointing that out. I usually trust myself. To correct the mistake eventually, right? And I would suggest and I detail most of the things. How do I review and how do I cover for mistakes, right? Review for mistakes. And what happens immediately, the question that follows is, okay, this person is going to think of the worst case scenario in order to challenge me. And they say, but what happens if you don't correct the mistake? Or what happens if that mistake, you don't detect the mistake? You don't detect the mistake, right? Because the mistakes that you don't see, you can't fix. You can't fix what you don't see, right? Quote unquote fix. Now, that is a great example of the type of interaction I have with not even language learning alone. Largely, it deals with language learning because the last year I've been doing this for most of the time, but video games as well. They tell you and assume the worst case scenario. And at first, my first thought would be like, I don't think of it that way. I try, the word is try. I try not to preoccupy myself with these thoughts. Now, that doesn't mean I don't think this is a possibility. It is possible. It is possible that there are going to be things. And here's the follow-up. Before I even finish answering this question or trying to answer this question, the person's like, yeah, then you develop a bad habit. Then you develop a bad habit, and then you'll waste your time unlearning the bad habit, right? And conservatively, you could take this for face value or however you want to interpret it. The first thing is, I don't usually think preoccupied with the worst case scenario, largely because I trust my process and my interactions with others. So my process has a lot of fail-safes. And I try to cover them as much as I can in these reviews. Like, I'm illustrating what I do. You know, I recall every day. I look at my review every 25 days. I review and retrospect every 50 days. Every year, I go over all the stuff that I've done up to this point. I record most things. There are a lot of fail-safes. Now, they might not be apparent, right? Because this person is a stranger. Right? This person is a stranger, so there's no way I could communicate most of that. So I'm not telling that person to trust me. I'm telling that person I trust my process. I trust that my process and the way I interact with other people, it takes a very, very long time to get to this state. As in, I would have to be so obviously ignorant and blind to something in order to do something so long that the bad habit becomes a waste of time in which I unlearn the bad habit. I don't think in my time, for a very long time now, that it has come to that. Now, why is that the case? But let's go and tackle this. What happens if I do a bad habit? I turn it into something useful. That sounds like, oh, you just play more kind of thing. Well, let's think about this. Turn it into something. So what does turn it into something useful mean? Well, I can figure out how I'm doing this bad habit, why I'm doing this bad habit, and how do I change it? There's no unlearning the bad habit. I'm changing the nature of that habit. And then that nature, how I learn to change and why I change it, is functional. It's functional for future purposes. How do I get into the routine of picking up new routines? So 2025, I already started WaniKani, and I already started HanziHero. It's already getting close to a month each, right? And I'm juggling more than I've ever juggled before, largely because I know how, in my opinion, I have done a lot of this. I create new habits, I refine new habits all the time. So when someone says, oh, then you develop bad habits and then you have to waste your time unlearning it, it's someone who, in my opinion, fear habits, know how hard they are, and to me, it's usually because they are inexperienced. Inexperienced or avoidant. So when you're inexperienced or avoidant, of course this is gonna sound really, really bad. It's like the worst case scenario. When I see bad habits, my thought is turn into something useful. Now, it sounds trivial to me, largely because I do it all the time. I pick up new habits, I pick up new things. I spend most of the time, so I have to be sensitive to that. It sucks when someone lives an optimized life and then they found that one of their optimized habits need to be changed fundamentally. That requires all the energy necessary to create that. Because largely, if you don't practice making new habits, changing habits, like for example, self-improvements, consistent self-improvement, if you're proactive and consistently working on self-improvement, you constantly have to tweak habits. And obviously I would do a shout out to like Atomic Habits, right? Atomic Habits, the idea of Atomic Habits. You're tweaking, you're constantly tweaking. So the whole idea of saying you practice something so much that it became a bad habit without you knowing, that's weird to me personally. It's not, you do not have my empathy. I cannot empathize with the state of mind in which you think making one mistake and then somehow it goes on forever without you noticing while you're tweaking things along the way to suddenly become a habit that is unlearnable or become a waste of time. That is suggesting that you cut out everything in between. There are so many things that can happen in between, and it is still possible for a lot of people. Smoking, drinking, depression, unhealthy diet, lack of exercise. That habit can develop without you ever noticing because you're not actively thinking about it. Today, Gecko and I crossed a possible topic about transparency, right? WaniKani, we were talking about WaniKani and even Duolingo, transparency about what you're going to get, right? Oftentimes you can plan for these things when they're very transparent. So when we were talking about the algorithm is less transparent, right? It's less transparent, and you might be saying, oh, okay, so people might subconsciously or unintentionally become subverted by the lack of transparency. My argument was, oftentimes, regardless of the transparency, right, it's a moot point. largely because if someone is passively using something, they don't observe regardless of how transparent it is. So you could have the greatest tool man-made has ever made, and this person, if they passively do it, they're not going to take that away from it. Like, what I mean is they're not going to learn of the tool. They're using whatever the tool is designed to give passively. So when you're thinking about WaniKani and Duolingo, I don't treat WaniKani and Duolingo as in, oh, WaniKani only does this, so I can only learn this. Duolingo does this, and I keep making the mistake because Duolingo keeps making this mistake. I can correct it. I can look for other things. Now I'm using WaniKani and Duolingo. I'll see the interactions between them, right? I bring in other knowledge. The sole purpose of me highlighting this interaction is largely because you don't detect it, would suggest that this person has experienced this. And I've already encountered a lot of intellectual equals, in my opinion. Like very, very intellectual people, but they constantly do this thing where they project like they can predict my future on the basis that somehow, some way, they're saving me the pain of developing a bad habit without me noticing. Like, my only thought that can be possible in reconciling how such an intelligent person, lots of people who've gone through mistakes, verified mistakes, learned from their mistakes, and became very competent Japanese speakers, my only thought is, if you are projecting that I will end up like you, doesn't that just mean that I can see it and I'll learn Japanese by the time you learn Japanese? Why is it so hard to think that I can't be like you? It's a little weird, but or be different than you. So this whole like unlearning bad habits thing, that's a hot take here. That summarizes, I would say, if I had to say 60% of questions deal with the fear of basically this. And if you start with Duolingo, and if you stream Duolingo, bump that up to 90%. Not hardcore. That's a little hyperbolic, but for me, anecdotally, 90%, 9 out of 10 times, the question deals with inferring that somehow people are so ignorant and so unaware of their habit formation that even with transparency and understanding the pros and cons about Duolingo and WaniKani and how they're designed, the CEO can go out and write down exactly what Duolingo is intended to do by design and WaniKani. That does not change the idea that people can overlook something, right? And that overlooking something ends up projecting back onto any new learner or someone who's seen as earlier stage, right? And that's out of compassion. That's kindness, right? That's kindness. Maybe perhaps kindness born out of fear, which the internet does really, really well. The internet does it very, very well. Do I have any fear of developing bad habits? Well, the very, very worst case scenario that's very real for most people would be my pitch accent sucks. Right? Pitch accent sucks. Like, well, then so be it. When you're talking to someone like that, in my opinion, when someone is asking a question and then they say they care about you and they keep finding the worst case scenario for you and convince you that you're going to have problems later on, that's a gaslight. And it might not be a malicious gaslight. It's a kindness born out of fear. That's a gaslight. So when I ask myself, am I okay with forming a professional relationship with or a internal relationship with someone like maybe for future prospects and whatnot. The last thing I want to do is have someone who constantly looks for the worst case scenario in order to make an argument about my decision making. That is unintentional. Unintentional. So not malicious. Non-malicious. And most people say, well, you can't gaslight someone if it's not malicious. So that's why I'm qualifying it, right? I'm qualifying it. It might not constantly be a gaslight. I'm trying to be very, very considerate in the idea that a fear, a kindness born out of fear can seem very, very important. So it's not a gaslight. Gaslight often is a negative connotation, right? It means that someone's trying to manipulate someone else for a gain. Well, when you're trying to be kind and you think you're kind, that is a selfish gain, but it's not malicious. So you can, yes, in my opinion, unintentionally gaslight someone by actually gaslighting them. Like what I mean is you're trying to convince someone to stop doing something because you fear for the worst. Now that to me sounds intentional. However, I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing, right? Unless there's one big caveat. That person themselves fear everything. Right? So on the internet, some of the things that these questions have told me or experienced for me is that fear feeds on itself a lot of times. Like, oh man, should I drop Duolingo because I'm afraid it might be slowing me down. That's what a lot of people are saying. Like, maybe I should switch to Anki. And then 6 months later, it's like, oh man, Anki is not doing it for me. I've heard from all the people around me that they eventually fall out of love in Anki. The algo is providing confirmation. And then if language learners, in my opinion, the most vocal language learners out there are saying, don't do this, don't do that. If you do this, this is going to happen. If you do this, and usually it's negative stuff. It's often avoid doing all these things because you'll enter a trap. The last time I checked, right? And it wasn't language learning. The last time I checked, I watched tons of videos about how to start drawing. Like, how do you draw? Because 4 years ago, I thought, yeah, let's do it. Let's draw. We're going to do this. So I started watching a couple of videos. And boy, howdy, do I feel like it's a competitive process on trying to keep fear at bay while having tons of people yell at you at what the best way of doing things are. So I've been down this road, in my opinion, many, many times before. I love acquiring skills, and the rodeo does not change very much when it comes to being influenced consistently based on the fear of not doing the best. Or using your time the most efficiently. It's not that, like, I'm gonna say, not entirely one-sided anymore. There are people who say, hey, here's my anecdotal experience. I want to share with you what I did to get to this point. And let me tell you, there are other people who also do other things. You should check these people out. While I'm in this subject matter, let me show you what I did. And this is the stuff that the problems that I've encountered. And if this sounds like you, maybe some of these things will help, right? Instead of if you're doing this, oh, jeez, you picked the wrong thing, man. Oh, you're using Blender? Man, you should have been using Maya. Oh my gosh, like you just ruined your life. Or like, oh man, if you don't start coding in Godot, like you're gonna miss the train, man. You got to drop that Unity stuff. Sorry, Unity. Or like, oh man, why would you learn Python? Like all the people are hitting up C++ right now. That type of thing. Language learning is no different online at the moment, but maybe it'll change in the future. It doesn't really hurt me too much, right? The idea is when you unintentionally gaslight someone who's already fear of everything, you're gonna stop them from learning the language in the first place, in my opinion. Like you're likely to. And I even have a habit of saying you are going to, but no, you are more likely going to add to the amount of things they have to worry about. The last thing I want to do is someone say like, oh yeah, I just learned Adu and Idu today. I learned the difference between Adu and Idu. And then the first thing you're thinking about is, oh man, what are all the problems that I have? Wait, Hope, before you go, let me tell you about the 14 and 15 different considerations before you go, because I'm just going to stack a lot of things on you and then tell you of all the things you should avoid. Like my usual impressions now, that was my like impressions of early days, how people interacted with me. They constantly say these things like, oh hey, Adu and Idu, how does this work? And then someone's like, oh wait, let me tell you so you don't get confused. And I'm like, oh, thank you. Like, I mean it's hard to get confused when I didn't even learn the thing yet, but all right, go ahead. It's like, okay, so you do this, and I'm helping you here. Like you do this, don't make sure you don't do this. And then the next time I did it, like I actually got them confused. The person, I see what I mean? Like that's exactly why that's a problem. I'm like, I don't see a problem. I mean, I'm still learning these things. Like, do you expect me to get this right away? Like, how does this work? Is this going to be the type of relationship we have? Like, you're going to sit here and tell me everything about my future, and you're telling me that all the problems you have will become my problems? Well, that sounds fine because you know Japanese now and I don't. Isn't that great? Like, laugh with me, I suppose, and then remind me, go get him. Like, I see. Like, do you want me to explain this? It's like, sure. Why not? I can't promise you I'll remember the stuff, but let's just go at it together. It's a very different dynamic. I think in the beginning, even before WaniKani, actually WaniKani has been something else, really. Actually, okay, there were once or twice people were explaining WaniKani things to me over and over again, which obviously that implies that they don't understand what my background is anymore. And I usually try to be very clear, it's no longer from zero. But I do feel that the vast majority of people who want to go into language learning are inundated by kind people, very kind people, who built, and I'm going to be a little bit presumptuous in it, have quite a baggage. They have quite a lot of baggage. And that baggage ends up being born out of fear and unintentionally making someone want to second consider the language they're learning. I am guilty of convincing other people, I would say. I think I have evidence now. I'm guilty of convincing other people to give up, to like change their efforts in the language. But it's not because I used fear. Personally, I have anecdotal experience now that I've convinced other people to learn Japanese and Chinese, or like pivot to Japanese or Chinese, because I'm encouraging. As in, like, I like doing this. I like talking about how Japanese and Chinese are confusing. Like, quote unquote, I even use the same language. Like, hey, look, this is confusing. Isn't that funny? Like, hey, I don't know what this is about. Like, Japanese decided they think north and south comes before east and west, but Chinese think east and west comes before north and south, and then English decides that north and south comes before east and west. What the dip? Like, what's going on? Laugh with me, because we're gonna do it together, right? Instead of, wait, don't forget, like, be worried, right? The next time you'll sound like a doofus if you accidentally put east before north in Japanese, and then you decided to do the opposite and write northeast in a direct translation in Chinese. This is a kind of a thing, though. This is a kind of thing. The order in which you put north and east can change the meaning of things. Like 东西 is different. That's thing. So, and those are just two cardinal directions put together, right? And I could have phrased it in that way. I'm like, oh yeah, but think about it this way. You can mess up this, you can mess up this. I try not to do that as much as I can. So that's the take-home message for me. If I had a take-home message for this section, I try to be as encouraging as possible. And encouraging is often using humor a lot of times for me. Humor in a sense that humor perpetuates knowledge and awareness. And that awareness stops people from giving up. I think it's too much. I don't know how much more I can emphasize. There's just so much fear going around, and you're choosing to do something, right? I think too many people worry about optimization and efficiency because of fear, yeah. But the only thing that really matters is time in. As long as you never quit, you get to your destination. Yes, and hear me out. There's one last thing that we have to keep in mind, which I did, or that I like to emphasize for other people. That optimization, I concede. This is like my concession, like my balance concession. I concede optimization and efficiency is nearly essential for obligatory tasks. Food, sleep, job, even family, wherever that line that you draw, right? These are obligatory tasks. The biggest disclaimer I have is when I'm talking about all of these things and how I'm framing it is that you choose to learn a target language. And this choice is not necessary. Right? And that underpins most of the points that I'm making. Underpins most of the points that I'm making. I'm talking about things that I observe that allows me to enjoy whatever choice I've made to do something that is not necessary. So when you're hyper focused on optimizing, right? Optimizing efficiency, making the task colorless. Making the task colorless. Objective even. Right? That objectivity creates dullness, but consistency. It creates consistency and results based on obligations. When you choose to learn a target language or choose to learn how to draw, choose to learn how to write like a story, creative writing, you choose to play a video game, that obligation is, I discourage a lot of times that enhanced obligation to turn something you choose that's not necessary into food, sleep, a job, So what I mean by food is not like the act of culinary exploration. I'm talking about like substance, right? Substance. So I tend to try to reiterate on this. When you're choosing to learn a language and you feel like it is a chore, you know, what are the key words that triggers my concern? When you say chore, grind, and I actually use these words, so it's kind of clickbaity. I can see that as a little clickbaity, but grind, farm, repetitious, need, best, must, any est word, that is optimizing for obligation. And over time, I can't spell obligation. I just spelled obligationary. I'm gonna keep that. That to me is screaming that this thing has turned into something that is no longer flexible. It's no longer optional. It's a matter of practically life and death. It's a matter of value, self-value. And yes, that then often generates fear. So over time, when someone becomes attached to the language, the target language that I have, their fear is born out of that obligation, in my opinion. Like, oh my gosh, dang it, I should have reached JLPT 3 by year 2. Like, oh, I'm so stupid. Like, I just wasted like 6 months of my life. Now I have to like go look and relearn 6 months of my life. It sounds like that it's no longer something that's providing a choice and a healthy lifestyle for you. And it starts with slowly using grind, farm, best of something. I need to change my habits, certain habits, because a new thing is better. I no longer like this repetition because it feels the same. Now, hear me out. I still think these things happen to me. Like, I still think of these things. However, since I know it's a choice, I choose to focus on being creative. The most paramount thing that I have that supersedes most of this is to keep learning, associate with good feelings. So if you're constantly tired because you keep on trying to learn, then if you're constantly tired, you're constantly associating bad feelings with it. So over time, you're just not going to want to study anymore. You're not going to want to learn. And where does that start a lot of times? Unfortunately for me, it sucks to say this all the time. And I truly do find that I have a short story that I can share about this. When do this stuff happen often when it comes to adults and maybe young adults who tackle language learning? It starts at school. It starts as early as elementary school. And I'm one that one wishful idealism that I have is that when kids are brought into this world, right? Even to the adults of now who are trying to redefine and having a different relationship with learning, which I did not have this relationship, is that school, basically, it can be a hit or miss, and it can condition this already. And what is my short story about this? So when I went to college, I knew that I was underprivileged when I got a chance to get to college. And what I mean by that is when I went to high school, I actually started elementary school in a really terrible environment. Like fights, racism, discrimination. I liked school. I did, but I don't like being in school, right? So it didn't really mark for great condition. It's always associated with something bad. Like when I do well in school, when I learn in school, it's constantly associated with something bad that's outside of my control, right? And at some point in middle school, my family managed to get better resources. So then things kind of looked up. We went to a better school system. But this still happened. Racism, ostracizing still happened, but it's looking better, and I like going to school, right? You know, I had bullies and all that stuff. Then high school rolled around, and it got a little better. But still, bullies and racism still persist. Then I got to college, and it was one of my first opportunities where I met and changed things. My status reset, right? It kind of reset. So I tried openly, realized that I can choose and not obligate myself to a matter of self-value. Like I don't have to bring all that baggage of high school, middle school, and elementary school to college. I met people who are still my best friends to this day that have changed my entire personality. The person I am today, who's far more forward-thinking and talking openly, expressive, and also very agreeable, because I was a very closed-off, bad attitude person when I was younger, because that's how I survive, right? That's how you toughen to not have racism, bullying, and stuff tear you down. Now, that also means I was a very cold person before college. And then I met people who didn't quite experience all of that, but they had values that I adopted, and they're still my best friends to this day. They're practically brothers from another mother. That's another story for another day. So what happened is, in undergrad, I realized that I became very privileged, as in I got the chance, even from an underprivileged background, to go to this college in which I met some of the best friends in my life. So during this time, I get to do outreach to not necessarily elementary schools, but high schools, like high school kids and sometimes middle school kids. So I spend my time, my extracurriculars is to do outreach. Basically, there are schools that may not have the greatest amount of resources, but these are college students that try to give kids in middle school and high school a chance, like the ones that are interested, you know, the ones that still want to go on to college and stuff. And that is where it's bittersweet. It's very, very bittersweet. On the one hand, opportunities are rare, even for these outreach. You know the statistics. Like, you know that 1 out of these 10 students will even have an opportunity to go to college, in which they still like school, have the ability to do school. Like, I'm talking about the American education system. It's not all created equal, right? It's very spurious and varied. This is not an attack on the overall education system or what foreigners think of the education system. It's a mixed bag. There are people who are ahead in life, and there are people who aren't ahead in life. You can be born into a rich family, you can be born into a poor family, right? So the idea is, it's a bittersweet moment. And the reason why it's a bittersweet is, it's awesome that I got to see all these shining middle schoolers and high schoolers. And then I took this to like graduate school as well, and I got even more bittersweet stuff. It's great that there's an opportunity that I could help or encourage people, but then you see the other side of things, where elementary school has already set the conditions, and then middle school set the conditions even more for a lifetime of this stuff. Fear, obligation, due to repetition or the feeling of needing to do something in order to motivate to learn, chores. It goes on. And you might be thinking, okay, well, this is not a problem anymore, right? We got the internet. There's a lot of information. There's a lot of, like, if people can get their GEDs, they can graduate high school without even going to high school because you can learn all the information online. That's great, up to a point. Until I start doing my usual old hat thing and talk about the algorithm and how content creation is being created now. And that's kind of a negative. I don't want to end on this topic, so I'm going to end on a different topic. However, the algorithm, what sells? What is very efficient? What is the technique of good business practice? Unintentional gaslighting, because you're kind or you're some expert who's selling something, is the idea that if I see a product, personally for me, as an experienced person, or like someone who's looking out for something, when I see someone tell me what I fear in order to, when I see a product and it's related based on fear, I start telling myself, like, do I really need it? Is it an obligation? There are a lot of things that fear can promote that can become instilled in a person. And due to the hyper nature of content creation algo to compete for businesses and attention, oftentimes it's things like, this is the best secret that you've never heard of. Oh, if you're doing this, stop right now. Do this instead. Right? Have I wasted 3,000 days of my life using Duolingo? Even the most generous people, and I earnestly believe they are generous, they're kind, they're trying to help, they participate in the algorithm. The algorithm is complicit in the idea that you generate things based on FOMO and fear in order to compete. Yes, it's like a justification, like if you want to inform people, like for example, I could justify, which I haven't, I could title and clickbait as hard as possible with the justification that whatever I do downstream is to educate them to not do that. That's hypocrisy. And I'm not entirely sure if I'm comfortable with that hypocrisy. Some other people, I'm not saying they can't do it. Some of the influencers that I like, they say like, oh yeah, guys, by the way, yes, this title is clickbait. We know this. I want to tell you how I'm compromising, right? Like how I'm exchanging in order to reach and balance things. And if you have a rationale for that, I'm all ears, for sure. What I want to emphasize is being aware of this stuff is liberating. It liberates you from fear, right? So when I think of repetition, need, best, fear, grind, most effective, best way of doing things, the only way of doing things, I hope you're not scared to do anything. I'm certainly not scared. The last time someone told me that I was going to ruin my Japanese by starting Duolingo, that person said I had to stick up my butt and say like, why are you so confident? You only spent like 20 days learning Japanese with Duolingo. You don't know how bad it can get. And I'm like, okay. Like, I'm sorry. I don't. So, but one thing I do know is I'm fearless when it comes to choosing to voluntarily do something, right? My life does not depend on my fluency in Japanese. My life does depend on whether you stop badgering me about your own fears, right? Or you could allow me to help you and ease the fear that you feel. Maybe a compliment about how good your Japanese is can help you ditch that fear that you're like throwing in my face all the time. You think too many people, yeah, and then you think people can relate to such experiences. I think so too. I think more than ever, like all the rational things. However, I'm not gonna, for me personally, and it's a crutch and it's an excuse, I concede that, I'm not gonna go and clickbait and try to make this a thing. I think other people are doing it really, really well. I talk about people like Hank Green and John Green all the time. In fact, the most recent Hank Green vlog was about admitting his weakness when it comes to his management about his post-cancer, like trying to stay healthy because he recently fought cancer, successfully fought cancer. So that kind of thing, showing moment of weakness is both impractical, but at the same time practical in this day and age. And yeah, it's that thing. So I wanted to kind of end on that note where tell fear to take a hike when you're doing voluntary stuff, right? When you think you're going to develop a bad habit from something you're volunteering to do, I know what it sounds like. You will start thinking about video games. You'll start thinking about addiction. You'll start thinking about recreational use that leads to abuse, right? Okay. With all that in mind, those are some incredibly scary and specific examples of poor habit formation. And my catch 20 or 22 or however you call it, catch 22 or catch 20 about this is, how do you work on that? How do you know when you're developing a bad habit? How do you know when you're going down a hill? You practice. Like, yes, there's a lot of people out there like myself. I would say take all my stuff with a grain of salt, right? This is to raise the many possible permutations of seeing this happen. The idea is I spend a lot of time doing this, and I want to share that. You can too. You can share your ways of overcoming your habit, and then collectively, the internet might be filled with these kind of things. And one day, or like a really weird utopian vision of problem solving, is the idea that fear might not be the dominant motivation for reinforcing people to do things, right? Especially the weird. I often sit in a paradox every time I wake up and say I'm gonna get on WaniKani and I'm gonna blast through this thing. My only thought is I think about all the other people who's saying like they're getting up because they have to study. And like whenever I ask, oh, so what are you doing today? It's like the same thing, it's repetition. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, was there anything interesting that you learned? Because I would be excited to hear that you are excited about something, right? Any word. Give me one word. Like, oh, you don't like how Nai works. Oh, okay. Like, can you tell me why? that kind of thing, right? I think that's an experience. It's also relatable, but it's something rarer than, oh boy, yep, I'm falling behind. Not feeling too good today, but I still gotta crank out these reviews. On WaniKani board, there's no Duolingo thread, but maybe the channel. I typically like read channel video comments and whatnot when in the Duolingo channel. But for WaniKani, I read their forums, and I think overall the community is very positive. However, the ones that are inexperienced tend to voice fears and constant optimization and stuff. Like, for example, one of the recent ones is like, oh, hey guys, I've been using this for 3 weeks and I'm afraid, am I just stupid? Or like I keep getting these things confused. And then, a bunch of community members try to be as comforting as possible. It's like, trust the process, give it a little bit more time, right? No hurry. You're choosing to learn a language that I hope you don't have to learn, but take your time, right? It might work out. Give it some pep. If you need help, there are people here that might offer you a different perspective. But you get these things all the time, and I think maybe I'm hyper focusing a little. I might be a little bit exaggerating. To close off all of this, right? I genuinely say that most of the things I share and stuff, I share with the ideas like you gotta kick fear in the face. Not Duolingo, but maybe Duo in the face. Like figuratively, you know? You could even think about it as like Duo, it actually embodies all the fear for Duolingo users, right? Cue the meme of like Duo like kidnapping, right? Kidnapping your parents, right? It's a joke, obviously. Like, take this with a grain of salt. It's a joke, but the idea is it does work, and I even think a Duo is one of the sources of that. But they try to make it into a humor. This fear, turning fear into humor for something voluntary, is great. I think that's a step towards a different direction. It does highlight that the fear still exists. However, I'm not gonna stop doing these reviews. I'm gonna have to do this all over again, by the way. Tomorrow is a rest day, but I'm gonna do all of this for Duolingo Chinese again, right? Because I still have the 100-day interim report on the 200 days of Chinese, and actually the completion of the Chinese course. So it's gonna be a little different for the Chinese course. For Japanese, we still have like 8 months more of if not a year, before we get to the end of the course. So it's not the end for Duolingo Japanese, but it might be sparingly different for Duolingo Chinese, which I will talk about later. It takes a long time to learn a language, so it's important to enjoy the process. It really is. It really is, both up and down. If someone tells me they have a bad habit, okay, here's a personal challenge, and I'm not saying I'm guaranteeing this. If you have a bad habit in a language, in a target language, you know, someone, future person, if you are struggling with a bad habit, right? If you think it's a bad habit and you think it can only be a waste of time, I would love to hear it. Write it down, or, you know, leave a comment, I guess. Talking about it, being aware of it, understanding the nature of it with anyone, your friend, your family, it becomes valuable in the long run. I think I want to echo this with a positive note from several successful people. Like, they're not supposed to represent all successful people, but several successful people. They have different versions of this type of quote. You don't make mistakes if you learn from them. They are not mistakes if they lead you to your future success. Much like developing a bad habit, if developing a bad habit allows you to practice the skills in order to carve, modify, and relearn a habit, then is a habit worth having at some point. So, if you never have a bad habit, how do you know what a bad habit is? Right? So, fear, be gone. Kick fear in the face and tell yourself, at least in my opinion, if you don't have someone really close, who knows? I'm not a miracle worker, right? However, I could at least tell you one thing, or try to tell you a couple things, maybe, if you have time, that might be something to spin the bad habit into something else. I can tell you, burning out with my love of science technically was a bad habit, and now I champion it with fond memories and use it as a learning experience, right? Humans work brilliantly. You become, in my opinion, one is likely to become exponentially happier, more productive, consistently with long process-oriented skill building, like learning a language, when equipped with the ability to micromanage fear, especially with voluntary things. So we'll end with that, right? And of course, with proper things, we can always go back and look at what we've done in 3 days, right? I think one really great slide would be this one. Look at this. This is Duolingo in... Okay, I am missing like a couple days. Yeah, I'm missing like 20 days. But this is what Duolingo in 100 days kind of look like. At least my 100 days. Along with like this slide. right at the top. We still have like 7 or 6 other units. So, hey, if I'm learning slow, you can learn faster, right? If you think you can learn faster, do it. I want to hear about it. All the people who told me about like how I would fail to learn anything from Duolingo, that's perfectly fine. That'll be my problem, right? I don't have any concerns if I don't learn anything, because I'm not focused on that. However, if you think you can learn faster, prove me wrong. That's absolutely, like, I mean, I'm not even saying you're wrong or anything, but if you want to prove that if me using Duolingo makes you angry and you want to prove that you can learn faster, do it, right? And I want to hear it. I want to hear about it. Like, I'd rather be wrong and see another person, and not, like, again, I don't know what the competition is, but if it makes you feel nice to know that you're faster than someone else, I'm perfectly a person who's far more welcomed in knowing that and being happy for you. So having a friend that's happy for you, or even a vicarious personality who's always happy for you for doing things better than them, that's I'm here for that. Like, I have no qualms with someone coming up to me and say, I did this better than you. It's like, darn straight you did, because that's what it's all about. And when you do something better, maybe it'll convince me to do something better, right? If I can do this, then I hope there are many people out there who can do something more than this. This took me less than 3 days. So, but hear me out. I don't want to like make it sound like this is 100 days. So, and then this is actually 300 days stacked on top of each other. So I don't want to make it sound like it happened overnight, but this is a culmination of more than 300 days. And this is not 300 days exclusive, because I did 200 days of Duolingo Chinese while reforming the things I do in Japanese, right? So it's a culmination of hundreds of thousands of hours that I enjoyed. So when someone hears, oh my gosh, 1,000, like 2,000, 3,000 hours, that sounds like a long time. It's not a long time when you really, really like it. When you enjoy it, you know what you're working on, and things look cool. I hope that's good enough of a message. I am really, really tired, and I could go on, but my voice is going to give out. So that will be probably my message to wrap up Duolingo Japanese's 300-day, 100-day progress report. I'm going to not do anything like this tomorrow, and then we're going to be back with another 3 days, and it's going to be doing this all over again with Duolingo Chinese. And I have different stories. I've built different stories and different talking points for Chinese. Some of the stuff might overlap with Japanese, but we'll see. So thank you again for hanging out, and thank you, by the way. I don't usually have people who go that late, but I really appreciate your little commentary on the side. It's nice to know that you can spread. I hope you get a chance, an opportunity to spread encouraging things to other people. It's an uphill battle. I would say business and influencers capitalize on other things. So one person at a time, right? So until next time, I'll be back tomorrow. WaniKani, HanziHero only for tomorrow, so I can take a break. And we'll do this again. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, right? If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? Minasan, mata ne, ja ne. And take care, stay safe. Bye bye.